do my thing. Reinvented to the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows that. It's your One, two, three, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Post na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need,
Look who I found. Yeah.
one promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99, only from Globe.
Another day, another dollar, and another golden ticket to the Masters is what we are going to be giving away this weekend. 3 teams have fallen and only 5 still stand, but only 1 will be given a chance to go to the Masters and face off against the rest of the Titans in the region. My name is Ilstrado. I'm going to be telling that story with you, and alongside me is, of course, going to be our panel, Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing today?
Doing absolutely splendid. Very, very excited to get into today's matches.
I don't think there's going to be a day you ask us and we're not excited. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to Hashira's matchup today as it's the last quarterfinals. And I'm excited to see who's actually going to go up against Archangel.
I mean, unbiased, just completely unbiased opinion here. And I say this, and take this with a grain of salt, of course, because I absolutely love watching Hashira. A lot of salt, okay, fair enough. But Hashira, one of those teams that is just so, for me, as a spectator, is just so exciting to watch. And to go up against a team like DR Esports, who are, you know, very much veterans in their field. Yeah. It kind of is one of those very different play style teams, games rather, that just seems to be throwing us curveballs, I think, every time they come up against each other. The last time Hashira played, it was against a team with a similar nature in the form of ArkAngel, and they took a loss there. Now this time they're going up against the former members of ArkAngel in the form of PBD and Nasmi under a different roster. That's DR Esports. How are you feeling about this first matchup that we got?
I think that it's going to be a very close matchup. I know that both teams have been working very hard. And it's a matter of which lineup and which play style is actually going to prevail here.
Yeah, and we talked about the first match of today, but we do have others. As we pull up the match schedules on your screens right now, come and take a look at the journey that we have before us, and you will see that it is full of fun and exciting games. So we're starting off with Hashira and DR going head-to-head in the last quarterfinals. It'll be followed up by TFO versus OG. And lastly, we're going to be seeing ArkAngel going up against the winner of whoever wins that first series. Now, let's talk really quickly about DR since we're getting into it here. Trix, I know that you've had experience and you've played with their new coach before, Carter, a.k.a. Retrak, who is an absolute legend in the scene. Tell me how you think this is going to impact really quickly a team like DR, especially going up against a team like Hashira, who is a little bit more new to the scene.
Personally, for me, with a coach like Carter, who is decorated in all kinds of titles with FPS, the fact that he knows how to handle his players, he knows how to read their playstyles, their personalities, and then bring out the best in them, as he has done for me before as he was my coach. So I would think that going up against DR Esports, in order to understand what you're going to face, you have to first know what are they good at.
Well, we'll talk a little bit about that later on because we do have to talk about the first series recap. It was SE Atlas versus the First Order, and I think for the most part, among all of us casters and analysts, the decision was pretty much split on who would go in advance here. I know none of us on the panel predicted this outcome as TFO would be going through, and a lot of us actually went and, predicted SE Atlas going through. And I know, Viminal, we had very specific reasons why. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Here's the thing. We saw TFO's performance in the previous week here in the Valorant Challengers qualifiers, and quite frankly, their performance wasn't really that mind-blowing in the previous efforts compared to SE Atlas. And here's the thing. We were expecting SE Atlas to basically perform much, much better because Bren Esports is no longer in the picture.
Yeah.
And we were sort of thinking of Bren as a gatekeeper for teams like SE Atlas, but they weren't able to pull through against TFO, which is a huge surprise to a lot of us here.
And one of the biggest reasons actually that we thought that they'd be doing a lot better is because every single time that they came into a tournament, they would play pretty well and yield pretty decent results, and a lot of the times actually until they run into a team like Bren. However, this was not the case today when they went up against a team like TFO, who even struggles against their former squad or org mates in the form of OG. But why is this happening to you, do you think? Do you think SE Atlas is having a little bit of a problem with the roster or the roles? Is there like an identity crisis that we're seeing?
There could be an identity crisis that could be the factor here, as we've seen some of these players from SE Atlas rotating, role swapping, as you mentioned, Tim, back on that battle stage. But he wasn't very effective yesterday as the same impact he had in the past. So we could be seeing some sort of internal struggle here for the side of SE Atlas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we loved Tim on the battle stage. The first time we saw it was back in First Strike.
Yes.
First Strike Philippines, when he did absolutely phenomenal. But the problem with that, I think, is that they were never really able to recreate that success. They actually took him off that battle stage come the following tournaments and only put him back there now. And I feel like this is a little bit, you know, one of the reasons, rather, why they have been struggling in terms of not just chemistry, but also fragging potential. Because Tim's used to always top frag, and we talked about this guy. So exciting to watch. But he didn't show up in any of the matches yesterday, right? So, Trix, why do you think that is? Is it because he's trying to get back into adjusting into that role, or?
It might very well be that a lot of teams fall into this trap of it's no longer in the meta, that means we can't do it anymore. And what I would like to remind all players and all teams out there who are hoping to perform in VCT upcoming, it's that us players, or you players rather, decide the meta. Of course, TSM came in there with a triple duelist lineup, NIP came in there with the no duelist lineups, and it's really just a matter of what works for you as a team, figuring that out and really perfecting it. As we've mentioned, when it comes to Bren, they're the masters at their roles, and we need other teams to start doing that too.
I think that's the problem that a lot of teams are facing right now. They get boxed into this idea of having to conform to this current meta that is set by one of the top teams, Bren Esports, for example. And then all of a sudden, it's just that they're so conscious of being boxed in, conforming to a certain playstyle that doesn't really suit them.
Yeah.
Of course, your playstyle, rather the meta, should serve your playstyle, not the other way around.
And I think this is not the only instance of that happening. We saw this happen to a team like ArkAngel, one of the most, you know, formidable and most veteran squads in the game itself here today in the country. But they also seem to fall prey to that kind of mentality, which is now, I'd say, more or less addressed. They've been performing a little bit better on. We'll touch on ArkAngel later. But my question is, before we move on to the next one, do you feel like that win was more of a TFO win or just an SE Atlas loss?
I don't know. For me, it's just TFO really played well. They had their set plays. They were very coordinated in terms of crossfires and fundamentals. SE Atlas previously encountered TFO before, and it was sort of a grudge match between those two teams, and they definitely did their homework on each other. TFO really did their work.
Yeah, well, that's all that can be said for that for the meantime, because we do have to go and talk about the next semifinals, Oasis Gaming versus Empire. One of the, I'd say, matches that we were hoping to be closer. It did go the extra mile, it did go 2-1, but it wasn't very convincing for the side of Empire, especially with the changes in the roles and the agents. You know, we had a great performance from Silver from game number 2, but he was never really able to find that success yet again, especially on that Sentinel.
I think just, again, as we've seen happen to Josh S as well, it's really difficult and questioning when you put someone who's a great duelist into a role like the Sentinel. Because Sentinels usually have a very different playstyle that is required of them to be a little more passive, to really just delay, to get that information but do it in a safe way, so they have to have a lot of discipline as well. That's why I think a player like Dispenser can really shine on the Sentinel, but you have to also understand that's years of knowing how to discipline himself.
I feel like the best way to summarize how you should play Sentinel versus a duelist is because when you're a Sentinel, your goal is to catch people, I think. And when you're a duelist, it's more about hunting people. And I feel like that's a very different mentality that comes into play, especially when you're not ready for it. It just really starts to shine through. We saw this with other teams. We saw Trix yesterday on that Sentinel as well, and it just didn't fit. I'd say it was a recurring trend all throughout the day. But I think it was most prominent here in this game in Empire versus OG. Now, let's talk about OG. They're looking a lot better. You know, this could be due to the fact that they're all in the boot camp now, and they definitely have that chemistry going for them, and they seem to be much closer as a team. But overall, it just seems like their play style is just shaping up completely. Could this be the weekend that we see them in an actual grand final again?
I mean, this is what we've been speculating. You said it yourself, that this tournament is the tournament for OG Chimera to actually wake up and step up to the plate. As a team that's always been on the cusp of greatness, but just not able to cross over that border. Just, you know, this might be the opportunity for them.
I agree. This is the chance. And like I said, it's do or die. It's today or never, I think, for OG. They've had a lot of chances. They've looked shaky before, had a lot of great ideas, but they have never looked better. And I think this is the time for OG to shine. Now, what about for later on, OG? They're going to be playing up against TFO. That is going to be one exciting fight. I definitely think we should be tuning in for that. So before we talk about that, I do want to get your impression. It's going to be the first of the day, the first semifinal of the day. That's going to be the second today. How do you feel that is going to go?
Here's the thing, TFO, you're sort of speculating on the win percentage of both teams. I was thinking maybe it would be around 40 to 60 in favor of OG. Historically, in the past, they have faced off many times, and you know, TFO not having a very strong win rate against OG in the past, especially when they faced off previously here at Valorant Challengers. It was a very strong performance from OG, but it's going to be a game of chess.
Yeah.
It's going to be game chess.
I agree, and they always seem to have been very tactical.
I do like how much TFO has shown growth in their process so far, but OG having the upper hand in terms of just a boot camp, that mental strength, the backing of an organization as well, I feel it might be a bit big of a hurdle to expect TFO to overcome it during the semifinals.
Now, it's just a mental game. It's just, we saw them on the interview while we were interviewing Worship the other night, and everyone was behind the background during the interview. That was so cool to see. And it's just so evident in their playstyle. They're way more comfortable with each other now.
Yes.
It's starting to shine through, I think. And one of the, I think, keys to being a successful team is to be able to allow things to flow and be natural. And that's what we're seeing right here from OG lately. It just might be the extra mile that they need to be able to go the distance here. But for the meantime, let's go and talk a little bit about the stats from that previous game. It was the Ghidorahs and Silver show in map number 2, to nobody's surprise at all. And, you know, Silver just amazing on that jet, but unfortunately it just didn't seem like the pieces for Empire fit anymore. What on earth is going on with Empire right here? It just feels like they're just discombobulated. It feels like they're just not organized as they used to be, when they were a team that just, their strongest suit used to be being very organized.
This is really a fall from grace that we're experiencing for the side of Empire. They were the second team to beat, right next to Bren during the first week over here at Valorant Challengers, and this is an absolute far cry from their initial performances, and this might be indicative of perhaps an internal struggle within the team. Of course, we can only speculate.
I agree, and I feel like there has been a little too much shuffling going about. You know, just putting in different players on different roles, and I just feel like there's no real identity there for the meantime. Maybe they'll solidify it next run, but for this run in this first split, I think it was a good showing at the start, but it seems like they just ran out of gas in the end, especially towards this last map in Bind, where OG just showed absolute dominance. It's a 13-6 victory, and it shows that they can go toe-to-toe with Empire on every single front. Like, for me, OG looked like the better team in every single facet of their playing, whether it was aim duel, whether it was chemistry, whether, you know, it was tactics and rotation. It just seemed like OG had it all. But let's not linger on that series too long, because we have one more recap, and that's going to be Dreamfire versus ArkAngel in a game that basically surprised virtually nobody. ArkAngel took the win in a 2-0 victory against Dreamfire. Dreamfire did show a lot of signs of growth, but I think the resounding question here is how long will it take for them to get over this plateau? Because right now, that's what it seems like. It seems like they're amazing players, but they can't break through this barrier to get past the team or even get a map against a team like ArkAngel.
It's very difficult, especially if you're a team that's coming in from this pug style. Before, I think a lot of teams functioned a lot better because they didn't have to do scrimmages necessarily. They could just go on a 5-stack on Q. But now with Valorant's update and people not being able to do that 5Q or triple Q anymore, it's really a matter of them looking for those scrimmages and picking the right scrims. Picking the teams that are going to challenge them, because they know they'll be challenged in the ranks. But they don't always know how a team will challenge them when they look for scrims.
You know, word on the grapevine is there are a couple of big organizations looking to field a team, and Dreamfire might just be one of those, and that might be one of the opportunities for a team like Dreamfire to grow. I mean, with proper org backing, you know, picking up
Yes.
scrims will be much easier, maybe having a boot camp, because they do show a lot of potential. And it's a shame that it feels like lately they have sort of stagnated.
Yeah.
And we've seen tremendous growth from their first performance here at Valorant Challengers. But again, it's hitting that plateau. And there's no way around it, in my opinion, other than spending a lot of time and effort in getting over that. I don't think he can fast track that sort of progress, and that's why they were outclassed by ArkAngel here.
And honestly, the way that ArkAngel honestly won, it was just so decisive and so clean. It kind of looked like the ArkAngel of old. Like, they're coming back into their old form. Let's talk about ArkAngel a bit. Ching on that raise, I think we all wanted to see. Everybody wants to see him back on that raise because he's let's be real here. Probably the best raise in the country.
Josh S.
Yeah, probably the best raise in the country, and to not see him on it, even for certain maps, is really a big waste, a big shame.
Yeah.
It is very good to see Josh S back on the raise. Even his movement, we can see in the matches that it's a lot more comfortable. Although we put Ching back on that Omen and Icebox, still doing an excellent performance, understanding why he was the Omen for Bren as well.
I mean, he probably wasn't happy about it, but he was really fragging out. So an aggressive Omen, it definitely works out for him anyway. But we're going to take a little bit of a breather because we're going to talk a little bit about the teams that are going into the game later on today.
Yeah.
One of the teams I'm looking forward to seeing is ArkAngel, you know, and we just touched on them later. But if ArkAngel are currently waiting in the semis right now. And there's a very good chance that they're going to be heading up a team like Hashira, which we haven't really talked about very much. And it's going to be the first game of the day. What are your thoughts on a team like Hashira?
For me, Hashira has a lot of potential as well, especially these guys are considered to be young guns, at least some members of the roster, particularly Jeremy and Hatred. But they do have a lot of skill and a lot of experience in tac shooters as well. So here, we're not going to see the same narrative as opposed to Dreamfire versus AA. This is going to be, I do believe, indicative of Hashira's experience in the past in the Valorant local scene. So I expect this to be a very, very close matchup, and I'm really looking forward to it.
As I've mentioned last time when I watched Hashira play, the thing with Hashira is that they're somewhat easy to read because they had a lot of set strategies. So if Hashira comes today with more of defaults playing to their strengths, which we have talked about off the desk, I think that this will be a very close game. Because Hashira, because they have that creative side for them already, you know that they have the skills required to even be that creative. They've got a good kit. But so does DR Esports.
DR Esports, one of the teams that have surprised, I think, everybody and how they have been doing so well despite losing their alleged star player who has now moved on to perhaps greener pastures elsewhere. But they have been making it work. That's I think the slogan that we have made, I think the moniker for this team, for DR Esports. It just works. For some reason, it just works.
I think it's because of their malleability. I mean, that malleable aspect to the team. And this is something we emphasize a lot. Having set plays is one thing, but having the experience to be malleable on the fly and adapt on the fly is a very important thing as well.
Yes.
That's what they excel at, in my opinion.
You definitely have to be able, off the bat, to say, okay, this is how they're playing, and the way we've learned to play, the way we've practiced playing isn't going to work against this, so we have to adjust. And that's a skill that teams with more experience, whether it be in Valorant or other titles, are able to bring into VCT.
Yeah, I agree because we're so excited to see what these guys have got a little bit later on. Because right now we're going to take a look at the bracket to see exactly how the journey is going to be going for the rest of the day and what we saw previously as well. So this is the bracket for the playoffs in week number 3. Started off with Atlas and CFO in a 2-0 and EMP Empire, and then OG in a 2-1 victory. And ArkAngel taking a win against Dreamfire in a 2-0 as well. But later on, we're going to be seeing the first series, TFO versus OG. And of course, we're going to be seeing ArkAngel face off against the winner of this last quarterfinal, which is Dreamfire versus Hashira. And I'm honestly, the games today are honestly, they're pretty cracked. Like,
Yeah.
they're just going to be so good. And the first semis alone, TFO OG, this is like, you know, a blood war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been talking about this yesterday, just seeing the bracket here, and I was like, can we get TFO OG together?
Yeah. This is like
It
the
happened.
rivalry.
This is the rivalry, and then of course you have Hashira and DR. It's gonna be such an action-packed day. This is probably the most intense day we've had since the beginning.
It would seem like it is a repeat of last matches with TFO OG against maybe a Hashira and ArkAngel, or against the old ArkAngel with PBD and Nasmi against the current ArkAngel. So I'm excited to see how the matches turn out. I expect them to be a close match, and I think there's a lot for a lot of teams to learn here.
Yeah, I agree. But let's take a look at what we can learn, because we do have things we can learn. We can actually learn. Wow, words are hard. Words are hard in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Feature video is coming up your way, and we're going to be showing you the new mode, which is Escalation. If you haven't played it yet, it's a lot of fun, trust me. Especially when everything ends up in a big old knife fight. Nothing quite like it. So take a look at what it's all about. This is actually the newest thing.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game. Enemy spotted.
But if you do want to escalate and rise to the challenge, also make sure to check out all of our sponsors. We'd like to thank our Acer Predator, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator Gaming. So if you want to escalate and maybe get those knife kills at the very end of it, make sure to check out Predator Gaming. Also, thank you to Globe Virtual Hangouts, because you can reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. For our viewers at home as well, you can get a chance to win prizes for up to 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. Just stitch and do it. Azurite's TikTok video casting challenges week 2. Post it on the PPGL Facebook page and post a video either on Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL Just Do It. We've already seen a few really good ones, and we already announced a few winners yesterday, but we're doing even more today. Make sure your post is public, because 10 winners will be winning 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also, do not forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/PPGLGG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's bit.ly/PPGL-YT, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Again, we're picking out 10 winners today, and that's going to be at the very end of it, so make sure you stay tuned. Now, let's go back and talk about the rest of the day. You're joining me, Illustrato. I'm going to be your host. I'm going to be your panel officer today. And joining me is going to be my panel. But the question is, where can you see the panel and the casters? And that's going to be here, ladies and gents, on the languages of your choice. It's going to be English, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for Filipino, you can take a look at facebook.com/PPGLGG, and also check us out on TikTok. It's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. So don't forget to tune in to your favorite language, whether it's Filipino, whether it's English, and that's about it, actually. But still, two is company. 2 is definitely comfy. But we'll go, before we go into a quick break, I do want to ask my co-panelists right here one quick question. What is the game that you are excited to see the most? I'm going to pass it off to you, Viminal, first, and then I'll go to you, Trix.
I'm really, really looking forward to TFO versus OG today. That's going to be a spicy matchup.
I'm looking forward to DR Esports versus Hashira. Maybe it's because I want to study the plays, but it's also just because I want to see how much these teams have grown.
You know, I agree, and these two teams, I feel like, have a lot of potential for growth. You just don't know what they're going to be throwing at you the next time they come back onto the field, you know, against you. And, you know, definitely an exciting day to look out for because we do have so many exciting games coming up your way. But we do have to throw to a quick break for just a second because we do have to get ready for the first game of the day, and that's going to be DR versus Hashira, one of the most anticipated games all week and long. So when we come back, we're going to be starting with the first series. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Post na lang yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for all 99. Only from Globe.
match of the day is just about to begin. Will it be the young bloods in the form of Hashira, or will the old guard yet again prevail? DR Esports making a name for themselves despite losing one of their most key members. Still hanging on with the tagline, "It just works." Will they be able to make it work in this upcoming quarterfinals? My name is Ilstrado. We're going to be your first storytellers here today. Again, you're joining us on panel. And alongside me are the amazing bards, Viminal and Trix. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling about this first game?
Well, I got a little surprised later on. You'll just have to wait and see. But this is going to be an incredible matchup.
You know, I don't like how that sounds, Viminal. Whenever you have surprises for us, it just never goes very well. I don't think I can say on stream, but...
I think that this is also an amazing matchup. DR Esports against Hashira. Hashira having that creative skill set, the ability to really just frag it out and working to their strengths. DR Esports being very methodical, having that really team kind of structure going on for them, even though they had lost the player they're initially supposed to play with. So I'm very excited, and I'm wondering who's going to come out the victor today.
Yeah, maybe they realize somewhere along the way that, guys, we're still making it work. Let's stick together and actually push through this. This is an incredible narrative for their team.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, in relationships, no matter whether you're a pro player, it's all about just sticking together in the end, because that's really what counts. But I wouldn't know anything about that, would I? Let's go to Team Roster A and talk about the first team that's going to be coming together and playing, and it's going to be Hashira. Let's take a quick inspection on this lineup right here. We got 2766, we got Hatred, edgy as ever, Envy, Jeremy, and Rabbit. What can we say about these boys? We know these guys, the talent on this roster is through the roof.
We do know that they've proven time and time again why they are here, why they're a good team as well. But again, when it comes to the VCT challengers, it's about taking that next step. Since they are competing for the Masters, how are they going to take the raw talent that they have and that creativity, and how are they going to bring it forward to beat teams like DR Esports?
Yeah, I think the creativity is the most important thing, because at this level, everybody has aim.
Yes.
Everybody has talent, right? What sets you apart is what matters.
Yeah, I agree, because there's always this one X factor, and I think Hashira has it, definitely. But the problem is, will they be able to hone in on the rest of their game to go against a team with rock-solid foundations like DR? You know, DR, these guys have been around for the longest of times, and they're coached by one of the most, you know, legendary players and coaches in this entire, you know, local scene, Coach Carter. Shout out to him if he's tuning in. Much respect to the guy. Let's take a look at his squad now. We got Disrupt, Fission, Kilias, Nasmi, and PBD. Honestly, also pretty much savant in their own right. Let's not even get to, I mean, not even talking about Kelly S, who was a phenom himself last time. But these guys, they've got the talent, man. They've got what it takes.
And you guys have been talking about a lot of Coach Carter, and I really am curious to see the impact that he has on this team now. Me being a bit of a greenhorn to the scene, not really familiar with this man's pedigree, but I am very curious to see how DR is going to be different this time around.
I think one important thing to mention about DR Esports and why their lineup works is, if you notice, a lot of their players are, you know, they fill the roles that the other players can't. You've got PBD in there, who's also a great entry. You've got Nasmi, who's a great sentinel. Yeah. And on top of that, you have other people who can frag out but also play these different roles. And as we mentioned before, when you get to this level, it's no longer about picking players who are just top in the ranks. It's about picking players who fit your team and understanding what you need as a team in order to make it work.
I mean, you could have the best players in a single squadron, but if they don't play the right roles, if they don't play well with each other in terms of chemistry, then it all means nothing.
I think the biggest strength, actually, that they have on the side of DR is that they are so willing to play whatever just to make it work. And it shows that they're comfortable. You don't have any, it doesn't seem like they have any resentment in what roles that they have. They don't have any, I'd say, maybe ill feelings about being pushed into a certain role, because they're just so down. And that's one of the teams that one of the things that make a team really truly successful. And let's zone in a little bit on two of the players. We got the head-to-head coming up right now. Let's see who we've got In the previous games, we have had the performances of two of these players, Kelly S versus Hatred, and I'm not surprised here. Hatred is honestly probably one of the most talented young guns like I've honestly ever seen locally. And he's going up against Kelly S in this head-to-head.
And I was wondering, where did this guy come from? Because he is a phenomenal player, multi-kill on multi-kill, round after round. Definitely a huge impact player here, as of course with Kelly S. And check out that first blood percentage, almost at 20% for the side of Hatred alone. That's incredible.
Let's not even begin to talk about him being the shotgun king, because that's just it. Dude. Like he's the Bucky King, dude. And it is fun to watch. He's one of the driving forces that make Hashira so exciting to watch. Because the way that they play, even though it's a little bit over-aggressive sometimes, you're sort of kind of rooting for them to get those kills because they are exciting, they are a fun bunch, and they do have that aggressive chemistry together. Now, whether they can solidify that back end, though, with some important role changes to the team, I feel like it's going to be a different dynamic, but still a very aggressive one. That's what I'm expecting to see a little bit later on. Now, before we go into the game itself, before we go into any more, I'm going to talk right now about the map veto. The map veto coming up on your screens, where the battlefield is, and it's going to be starting with none other than Bind, I think. Yes, Bind. And then we're following it up with Haven and Split. So I'd say a pretty good overall, pretty balanced, I'd say. But if I may, I feel like Hashira won this pick.
I wouldn't know much about what both teams actually want. I know that Hashira did perform in Icebox, but they had a lot of set plays, which I mentioned on stream that they have to change that if they want to play it, because it should be the icing on top of the cake, not the whole thing. So for me, I would say it's even both sides. You've got a lot of players who are very good at clearing their angles, very good at the aim duels. You got Bind, Haven, Split, pretty standard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to agree with you there, but it's pretty interesting that we don't see Ascent here in this map pick.
It was actually banned out by DR, which is a very big surprise as to why. I'm not entirely sure.
Isn't Ascent like the Philippine fan favorite?
Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
that's probably why.
It is probably because everybody can play it, and maybe maybe they just wanted to avoid that and stick to something that maybe they didn't really focus on. I don't know. Maybe they probably just don't have too many set plays on it. Maybe they're just not feeling confident. Who knows? Only maybe Carter and the rest of the team. We'll find out that in just a bit, though. But for the meantime, before I go into the game, I'm going to ask you guys, what are your final predictions before going into this one? So I'm going to start with my prediction here, because I definitely think, it's going to be a Hashira game. I'd say 2-1. It's going to be close. So before you run off, before I let my panel go here, Viminal and Trix, what are your predictions for this game?
I think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of DR.
And I am going to echo that. I'm thinking 2-1 for DR Esports.
Okay, the lone Hashira standout here on the panel. We'll see if that is going to be the case or not as we dive into the first game. But before we go into the game itself, we do want to tell you guys we are giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points, and it's pretty easy if you want to do it. All you got to do is do the following, putting it up on your screens right now. Just stitch and duet Azurite's TikTok video casting week 2 of Challengers and post it on the PPGL Facebook page. And of course, make sure that's all public. We're going to be picking out 10 winners tonight, so that's at the very end of the day. And all you got to do is duet that TikTok. We've seen a lot of great casting with Azurite. Not the easiest of casters to keep up with, but they made it work anyway. And yeah, pretty simple. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass as well. And recharge your Valorant points now using CodaShop. Also using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And don't forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, ppgl.com/GG. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. It's ppgl-YT on Bitly. Or simply search PPGL on YouTube and make sure your post is public, because a total of 10 winners will win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. But before we let you go any further, before the match starts, we want to make sure that you have the optimal viewing experience. And what better way to do that than to
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat at nandito na kayo sa Week 3 ng Valorant Challengers Tour presented to us by PPGL. Kami ang inyong casters. I'm Rayday and I'm with Taylor. At Taylor, ito na nga magandang at inaabangan na sa last match for our quarterfinals at it's gonna be DR Esports known as Org Not Found Before versus Hashira. So, very excited.
Matinding laban to kasi nga from the last time na nakita rin natin yung Hashira and as well as yung Org Not Found nung or rather DR Esports na ngayon, nung nakatapat nila ang Bren Esports before, nakita natin kung gaano kalakas o napakataas ng potential ng team ng DR Esports. Sobrang close fight nila with Bren and with this, papunta sa match na ito, with Hashira naman, being right now, yung kanilang team, ito yung pinakamalakas na Hashira na makikita natin from all those times. Dahil prepared talaga ang team na ito para tapatan yung iba pang mga members dito. Kung iisipin natin kapag sa predictions, alam mo na, parang 50-50 kahit pa paano.
50-50 pa rin eh.
But yung most of the casters, lahat ng mga casters natin, hatiyan, meron pa rin naniniwala na sa tingin nila DR Esports yung makakakuha. Kasi yung powers, parang yun yung kanyang kakayahan na i-glue together niya yung team. Paano mag-solidify, paano silang magiging yung strategy, yung chemistry mabuo, siya yung glue. So, si Nasmi yun. With the Org Not Found, or rather DR Esports, nakakalimutan ko na DR Esports na pala sila. Ngayon na DR Esports na sila, same pa rin naman yung lineup natin, kasama niya pa rin si PBD. Mataas yung potential. Ulitin ko lang ulit, mataas yung potential ng team ng DR Esports na sila ang manalo for this best of 3. Pero nagulat na tayo, mga nakaraan.
Na with Bren Esports, tandaan nyo, out of all the matches na kinas natin, isa talaga sa very memorable yung naging match ng Org Not Found last week against Bren Esports. Sa pinakaunang match pa yun na kinas namin ni Taylor last week. And at the same time, gusto ko lang idagdag, while Hashira naman ngayon is at their peak, talagang maganda yung naging performance nila. And sino ba kaya yung makakalaban ng ArkAngel later on sa ating semifinals? Is it gonna be Hashira ulit? Or kaya
isa na lang yung kulang no? Isa na lang yung kulang natin para sa semifinals. 'Di ba? Yung una nating bracket is between the First Order tsaka Oasis Gaming ulit. Sila na naman yung magkakatapat. Tapos, on this time around, sa Hashira versus DR Esports, malalaman, gaya na sabi ni Ray, malalaman natin kung sino yung makakapasok papunta sa ating semifinals. Tapos, pagdating na semifinals, syempre, susunod dyan, grand finals, di ba? Yung susunod dyan, grand finals, and malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang ating susunod na magiging parte ng Masters, Valorant Masters. Umikot ka na ba sa mapa ng Valorant? Sa Ascent?
Bakit?
Meron ng mga poster ng Masters. Yung billboard, yung Valorant Masters doon, guys.
Kayo ata kasi nag-Valorant kayo kagabi.
Oo,
kami di ako nakapaglaro kaya sabi mo, di ba? Hindi kami nakakapaglaro dahil din sa Valorant.
Ganito kasi kikwento natin sa mga viewers natin. Habang hindi pa naman nagsisimula, wala pa tayong picking, no? Pag-uwi namin kahapon, anong oras natapos yung mga matches natin kahapon?
Siguro, maximum nakauwi kami sa mga bahay, 11 or 10.
11. Ako, mga 11:30 ng gabi.
11:30.
Tapos pag-uwi namin, naglaro pa kami ng Valorant. No?
Diba?
Kasi gano'n na kami ka-deprived na hindi kami nakakapaglaro. Kakaaral ng Valorant, hindi na kami nakakapaglaro. Pero this time, naglaro kami. So, pagod na talaga kami. Tinry namin yung Astra. Pinanood namin yung gameplay or kasi yung kaibigan namin yung naglaro eh. So, tinry lang namin, tinignan lang namin yung mga smoke niya, tapos sobrang daming skills. Nagiging complicated na. And itong bagong agent na to is very complicated.
Complicated yet kailangan maging smart ka. Parang si Yoru lang eh, 'di ba? Yung labas si Yoru, very complicated in a way na ano ba yung magiging magandang agent lineup or agent picking kapag kasama mo si Yoru. And nakita nga natin kahapon sa mga matches natin, may nag-pick ng Yoru, 'di ba? So
kaso di gumana.
So, kaso medyo hindi talaga siya na-utilize kahapon sa Ascent map. But then, tignan natin, ano kaya yung best map ni Astra? Mali mo, Icebox pala, di ba?
Oh, with the smoke, with the... Sa tingin ko, wala pa. Hindi ko pa masasabi. Hindi ko pa nakikita ang ginagamit ng mga teams eh. But mukhang nakapag-pick na yung mga players natin. Looking at the side, para sa Hashira, meron silang Cypher, meron silang Brimstone, and also Phoenix Jet para sa kanilang duelist at isang Sova. Sa kabila naman, sa DR Esports, anong meron, Ray?
DR Esports, almost the same lang talaga. Pinagkaiba lang talaga nila ay yung second duelist, which is gonna be ang Raze versus the Phoenix ngayon. So, good set naman for the bind map, di ba? Pero titignan natin, sino kaya ang pumili ng mga agents na to, most likely?
Yun ang gusto ko makita. Yung lineup ko, sino ba ang kumuha ng mga agents natin right now. But, siguro kung hulaan natin sa DR Esports, si Cypher, feeling ko.
Si
Nasmi. PBD, baka siya yung sa Sova. Kung di ako nagkakamali. Silipin, makikita naman natin yan maya-maya lang. Huwag kayong maglala. Kung ang mapa natin bind, sa nakikita nating pickings ngayon ng ating mga agents, sino sa tingin mo yung mas may lamang?
Para sa akin, siguro sa Hashira when it comes to may flash sila, yun yung advantage nila kasi may Phoenix sila. Pero at the same time, yung information na ibibigay ni Sova and ni Riz, yun yung napaka-importante naman sa parte ng DR Esports. Especially ngayon na ang Hashira nasa defending side, ang advantage naman ng ngayon na meron ang DR Esports is that, ayan, kita nyo naman, magpapaka-aggressive sila, especially may Riz na nga sila, may Jet pa sila ngayon.
This is the very first round para sa ating best of 3 match. Hashira versus DR Esports. Teleporter na agad ang mga players ng DR Esports. Vision goes down sa kamay ni Hatred. At Hatred gusto pang umisa. Is he gonna go for a double kill? Yes, he does. Para naman sa pangatlong kill ay nandiyan na rin. Pero Jeremy getting that one. Hatred goes down sa kamay ni Disrupt. At 4 versus 1 situation. Sa tingin mo, tama yung desisyon nila Ray na mag-teleporter papuntang B lahat.
Medyo sayang kasi naabangan na sila kagad. Napakabilis ng pag-respond ni Hashira, especially with bind map. Nakita natin kung gaano sila kabilis mag-rotate sa defending side nila. And that fact itself na na-predict nila kagad na mag-rotate sila. So, putahan natin kagad. And with the flashes, tinapag kagad ni Jeremy. Also with the cage coming from 2766. But looking naman sa... Ayan, si PBD, nakita na expect natin. And mukhang yun yung lineup na inabangan talaga natin para sa DR Esports. But going back, nakabili kagad ang Hashira ng kanilang mga Specters.
Shorty para kay Vision. Pasok na sila ng lang. Jeremy holding down the fort. Pati na rin kay Envy na nakakuha ng 2 kills towards Lamps at going for the third pa. Nag-iisa na lang ang natitira, which is yung naka-shorty na nag-aabang lang kung may papasok papuntang Lamps.
Right here.
At alamata ni Envy, most likely aabangan namin ni Vision. Pero ang importante dito, siguro kahit isang frag lang si Vision. Kaso tinamaan siya ni Envy nung pag-cross niya kagad sa deep ng wall. At inaabang lang.
Walang gustong lumapit. Walang gustong lumapit dahil nga naka-shorty.
Ngayon, sino ang lalapit sa akin? Sino ang magpapa-audition? Pero Vision, inaabangan lang siya. Nandiyan na ang mga pulis. Hindi ka makakagalaw dyan. Sabi sa niya ng Hashira.
Lumabas ka na! Napapalibutan ka na namin! Lima! Lumabas ka na, Vision. Napapalibutan ka na namin. May shotgun. Meron pa.
30 seconds
Nilabas
left.
mo yung Steam Beacon.
Lahat ng angles, nakakatawa naman to. The very first. Kitang-kita nyo. Parang ano no? Mga larawan bago ano.
Larawan bago ang sakuna,
Sakuna.
mga kaibigan. Very low on HP and syempre, tagged by Jeremy getting the kill. Tumatalon-talon pa sila.
Okay, so throughout the rounds, kita naman natin na yung kanina isa lang round, sa second round naman, flawless round for Hashira. Great start para sa kanila, kaso nga lang ngayon ang DR Esports nakabili na ng kanilang mga Spectres and Vandals, kaya ito na yung start for them. Most likely, if na-execute nila ng maayos ng mga utilities nila and naka-entry kagad sila sa B, makukuha nila tong round na to against Hashira.
Recon ball towards long B. Walang nakita, walang naspatan. DR Esports, kung kanina nakikita natin na aggressive lang, sumusugod lang sila. Itong round na ito, hindi natin makikita yan dahil nga full buy round na at kailangan systematically nila mapasok yung mga sites ng Hashira on this map.
Uunahan na ni Vision dahil alam nilang merong isa sa elbow na nakakamera pa. It's just 2766. So, slowly but surely. Kaso, kita ka doon. Kitang-kita ka doon. PBD. So, ine-expect talaga nila that they will be coming here at Bilong. Pero at the same time, Hashira, naghihintay lang sila eh. Kasi kung nagpaka-aggressive sila, sila din ang makukuha sa traps ng meron ng DR Esports against them.
Waiting game para sa teams natin. 2-0 ang score. DR Esports, gusto nila pasukin yung side B natin. Pero with a tripwire, ready sina Jeremy at Hatred. Hindi gumana yung kanyang Bucky. Sobrang daming na blind. Jeremy getting a triple. What a good shot coming from Jeremy. Isipin mo, isang maling whiff lang or isang whiff lang mula sa kanya. Hindi niya makukuha yung shots na yan. Pero on point lahat at muntik pa nga siya maka-ace. Pero Envy securing the kill. Now at 3-0 para sa side ng Hashira.
Look at that. Yung flash talaga yung napaka-importante. Great advantage ni Hashira yon against DR Esports. Imagine, wala silang flasher ngayon. Nag-risk sila to go with Kelly's and Vision tandem. Pero let's see. But throughout ngayon, walang choice ang DR kundi mag-save sila. 3-0. Wala pa sila nakukuhang rounds yet. Pero kailangan talaga nila to step up. Yun lang kailangan talaga nila ma-utilize yung mga abilities nila against Hashira.
Early shock dart mula sa DR Esports para lang mas sure. Kasi minsan meron nagpipeak dyan eh. Alam naman natin si Jeremy nakaabang lang sa mga corners natin. On the backside naman, our star player mula sa Hashira, Jeremy, just waiting.
Pero,
shock dart? Hindi siya tinamaan. Hindi nag-connect. Wala nang natirang shock dart para sa ating Sova. At ang kaya na lang niyang gawin ay mag-antay. Kasi, bakit mo nga ipipeak?
Defending side naman.
Tempting i-peak, pero bakit? That's discipline mula sa side ng Hashira.
But then, Vision, alam na niya na merong nga sa likod, pero molly hit coming from Jeremy. Nakapag-dash in pa nga ngayon si Vision. Most likely, he will be getting that Vandal. Nakapasok na sila kagad. Na-excite si Jeremy. And Hasmi, nakuha pa nga si Hatred. Tatlo na lang natitira sa Hashira. And makakapag-plant na si Disrupt. At hihintayin na lang nila ang retake coming from Hashira. But remember, nakakuha na sila ngayon ng baril. Meron na silang kanilang Vandals. But ito, si 2766 sprays on with PBD with his Phantom in.
Envy securing the kill doon sa Cyber Cage natin from Cypher. Vision on the other hand, nasa loob ng ating smoke. 3 versus 3 situation. Na-plant na yung ating spike. At si Rabbit gusto niyang i-defuse.
Oh no! Nakalahati na. Pero nag-aalangan kasi ngayon.
The lineup hindi nagko-connect. Pero Orbital Strike finally. It's too late, unfortunately, dahil na-defuse na yung ating spike. DR Esports, they need to keep their head in the game. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung nangyayari with that, kung ano yung nangyayari on that round. But the pressure mula sa Hashira, binibigyan nila ng pressure, especially sa post plant, para lang hindi masilip. Alam nilang nasa garden, huwag niyong palabasin. Alam nilang nasa long B, huwag niyong palabasin.
And ngayon, si Hatred ng Griscrab to buy his Bucky. Maybe kasi most likely, kailangan niya mag-operator the next round. Kaya siya nag-Bucky muna, nag-settle siya sa Bucky. While then, nakabili naman si Fission. At least nakapag-save siya ng kanyang Vandal earlier on sa kanyang round. And now, Rabbit with oh no! Masyadong nagpaka-aggressive si Hatred. Kaya si Fission natamaan na naman siya. At 5 pa para sa DR Esports. And kung si Envy na taken out ngayon, most likely mag-i-side sila. But Rabbit with Sova, I'm impressed na si Rabbit. Napaka-flexible na player. Nakita natin siya usually nag-Omen, if not Omen, Breach. Ngayon naman, nag-Sova siya. So, nakakatuwa naman na may mga players na tayo ngayon na nagiging flexible sa picking ng agents sila. But still, DR Esports, kanina pa natin sila nakikitang napaka-slow pace ng gameplay nila against Hashira.
But don't you think na ang gagana is yung mabilis na pagdesisyon ng team ng DR Esports na gusto nilang i-push kaso prepared lahat ng players ng Hashira dito. Run attack, ginamit na rin ni Jeremy pero walang nagko-connect na shots kahit kanino. Kellyes goes down sa kamay ni Rabbit. Envy naghahanap ng kalaban. Rabbit gets another kill on that. Pero he goes down and has a vision. Curveball mula kay Jeremy. Walang nakita. The fake diffuse is in. Pero the pressure mula sa Hashira ay nandito na naman. Ito yung sinasabi kong pressure na binibigay ng Hashira. Paano ka makakalabas sa post plant mo kung ayaw kang padaanin ng team na to?
And kanina pa pangalawang round na to ng Hashira na hindi sila nagpe-fake diffuse. Hindi naman naka-line up ngayon. May isang Ramirez back against sa last guy ng DR Esports. Kaya hindi sila, kaya parati silang nade-diffusean ng Hashira. Imagine, naka-plant. Isa na lang ulit ang matitira sa DR Esports. Gusto niyang abangan sana yung mga nagde-defuse. Pero may isang member from Hashira na inaabangan lang surely ang remaining member na nakaabang sa current lineup ng Spike. But then, still 5-0. Wala pa ring rounds galing sa DR Esports. But then, nag-wash this na ngayon si Hatred. Walang tinamaan. At nahuna pa nga si Fission against Hatred.
Rabbit with the Hunter's Fury. Walang tinamaan. Kellyes gustong pasukin yung hookah. 2766, naipit siya o na-sandwich siya ng DR Esports. Baka ito yung momentum na hinahanap ng DR Esports towards Hashira. Isa na lang ang natitira and he goes down. Disrupt, getting the kill. Finally, 1 round para sa side ng DR Esports.
Na-observe ko lang kanina within sa mga first rounds ng DR Esports. Parang inaantok pa sila. They're like,
nagpapainit.
Oh, nagpapainit pa na in a way na ano kaya yung magiging parang nagtitimpla pa sila ng kape kung ano yung kailangan na timpla.
Kung baka sa kape, iniinit pa lang yung tubig, guys.
And that's it. I think ito na yung time na mag-step up ng DR Esports. Kasi kanina throughout, ano sila, may gusto silang itimplang plays, may gusto silang itimplang na sets. And now, I think yung earlier na yun, around na yun, that's it. Nahanap na ng DR Esports yung kailangang kape para sa team nila ngayon.
That's still 1 round. Ang isa pa sa mga kailangan ng DR Esports is the race. Si Kellyes, kailangan niyang maka-push para sa team na to. Siya yung duelist natin eh. Siya yung initiator natin eh. So, dapat makapasok siya para makapasok din yung ibang miyembro ng DR Esports toward B kung saan man nila gustong side pumunta.
But then, Hatred, nabawasan na siya with 2 agents spraying against him. Pero, bibigyan pa rin siya ng smoke ng kanyang kakampi.
Smoke niyang bukas pa matatapos. Sobrang tagal.
Hindi ko mas talaga yung set up si 2766. Oh, sige.
Alam mo,
sige, picturean niyo ako.
Hindi na uso dito yung kiniklik yung sa camera eh. Ng Cypher eh. Harap-harapan, Vision gets the kill onto 2766. Now the plant mula sa DR Esports. 5 versus 2 situation. Envy. Nasa elbow. Pero maraming nakaabang towards the garden. Kumpleto na rin hanggang hookah. City lang ang ayaw nilang lagyan ng tao. PBD secures the last kill or the second to the last kill. And Jeremy, nag-iisa na lang. Paano niya tatapatan yung 5 players? Kailangan niya makakuha ng mga frags kahit papano para mabawasan ang team ng DR. 1, 2, 3, labas! Sabay-sabay. Yung meta ngayon, pagdating sa Cypher, yung sa camera nila, hindi na nila pinipress na yung dart, parang ida-dart. Lalo na kung isa pa lang, tapos hindi pa nakakapasok lahat ng mga teams, lahat ng players. Kasi sayang yung camera. Mababa rin lang yung camera, and then in the end, mag-aantay ka ng ilang seconds. The Cypher camera is such a big use para sa isang team ng Hashira dito. Or kahit mismo ng DR Esports. Yung information na kayang ibigay, it's through the roof. Alam mo yun?
And that shows us na even if kanina pa nanalo yung Hashira, hindi pa rin nagpapatinag ang DR Esports. But at the same time, the fact na nag-lead ngayon ang Hashira is very crucial sa parte naman ng DR Esports. But let's see, Hatred, nakabaki. Will he be able to take out anyone? Walang pumipik. May nabawasan na siya. He goes with 1, he goes with 2.
Nahanap niya yung pangatlo, nakita niya with the Vandal shots pero hindi siya makalabas dahil nga with 12 HP, isang bala lang, mapapatay na siya dito. Sayang yung kayang gawin ng Bucky niya, especially kapag nag-push na yung mga players ng DR Esports. That Bucky shot, Hatred just loves it.
But Nasmi takes out Rabbit. Nakita niya na kagad.
Cage triggered.
Sa behind ng boxes, kitang-kita na kita. And now, nakapag-set na ngayon na si Nasmi with his cage in. But then, nabaka pa na kagad ni PBD ang kanyang teammate. Takes out Hatred. 3v3 ngayon ang sitwasyon natin. At remember, meron ngayong Hunter's Fury. Si PBD na pwede na lang gamitin. Kaso nga lang, medyo late ang Moli natin ngayon. Now, just trades happening. At si 2766, aabangan niya ngayon sa tower ang mga miyembro ng DR Esports. But hindi ba siya malilikayan? Okay, nakita niya kung nasaan si 2766 ngayon. At i-sprayan na lang niya ngayon behind the boxes. Pero mag-recon bolt pop to get some good information. Kaso time is ticking. Kailangan nila magpaka-aggressive. And now, speaking of Jeremy, takes out PBD. At last guy na lang, galing DR Esports. And that's gonna be disrupt. Takes out 1. Low pa siya. 5 HP si 2766. Nagbabuy time na lang ngayon. Very smart coming from disrupt. And na-clutch niya against sa 2766.
Wala nang magagawa si 2766 kundi tapatan. Yung only chance na meron siya kanina, which is the Phoenix, si Jeremy, namatay during the trade or the duel rather, doon sa ating short A. So, no choice. Pero kailangan ng tapatan. Hindi niya rin ma-defuse dahil nga nagbabay na lang ng time yung ating DR Esports. On the other hand naman, 5-3 ang ating score. Still in favor of Hashira. Maganda yung pinapakita nila on the defense. And sa post plant lang sila nagkakaroon ng problema Once na parang nababay or nabibila ng oras ng team ng DR Esports, that Hatred. Alam niya, sasabayan niya lang yung Owl Drone ni Sova. Once na merong bumarel, it's the same way kung paano merong sumisilip sa boombot.
And napaka-smart move yan. Yun usually maganda gawin sa mid Pipikan mo yung kalaban mo kasama yung Aldrone and that's it. Skelly S taken out kagad. But then PBD starts also with his Aldrone. Alam niya na merong behind the tube, which is Jeremy. Ngayon, slowly but surely ulit ang plano ng DR Esports. Isa-isa lang tayong pupunta. Para ma-take out tayo, makakuha tayo ng good trades. Yun yung parati na lang goal to get that refrags as much as possible para sa teammates nila. Pero nga lang nabawasan na sila ng isang duelist. Pero may smokes pa naman sila galing kay Brimstone. So pwede nilang ma-take ang pag-plant sa site
30 seconds left. Revealing.
Beacon Bolt mula sa Sova. Shock Dart na rin para mabawasan si Hatred. Pero ang ginawa ni Hatred, sumilip siya. Triple kill. Going for the fourth. Hindi na nakuha yung ace. Disrupt getting the kill on that. And now, onto the smoke. Rabbit securing the kill. And to 6-3 na ang ating score. Hashira takes the win again on this round. Amazing, amazing play mula sa team na ito. Ray, ano sa tingin mo yung dapat gawin ng DR Esports? Kailangan, isa sa mga, para sa akin, my opinion is, Kelly S, sa tingin ko kailangan niya talaga makapag-perform kahit pa paano for this team. 072 KDA on a duelist, that's gotta be tough. Kasi siya yung kailangan mag-initiate kaso namamatay agad siya. So kailangan merong suporta din from his teammates para sa mga duel na meron siya or sa mga duel na tatapatan niya.
Oo nga kasi usually sa nakikita natin kay Kelly S, siya lang mag-isa, wala siyang backup at all. Hinahayaan nilang he does his things muna. Pero ang importante kasi dito ay hindi lang yung si Kelly S ang makikipagdulan, yung defrag galing sa teammates niya. But ngayon, hinayaan ng DR Esports magpaka-aggressive ang Hashira against them. Now, Hashira lost their duelist already, nawala na si Jeremy. And din yung kailangan ng DR Esports is to, kalmahan lang nila in a way na they need to set up properly. Kailangan nilang makapag-trades as much as possible. Sama-sama sila. Ganun din na nangyari against Brand Esports, diba? Nung sama-sama lang sila, slowly but surely sila. Ganun na ginawa yung 2-1 na overtime.
May mga mistakes din ang team ng Hashira na kailangan i-capitalize. The showstopper, walang kinonektan. Yung shot ni Kelly S. Vision gets a kill. Hatred with that Bucky. Hatred, my man. Lagi na lang siya nagbabaki. Kahit by round yan, wala akong pake. Basta Bucky gusto ko.
And si Vision, instead of kinoutburst na lang niya, very smart move coming from him. Mas mabilis kasi yun Hindi ka ma-out sa open. But then Hatred? What? Against Nasri, 25 HP. Ngayon, nakapag-higit na siya ng kanyang... Oh no, Rabbit takes it out. Pero may lineup si PBD ngayon. At nangalahati pa nga. Kaso, hindi pa rin. Talagang i-risk ngayon. Kaso, naka-half na.
Pressure mula sa Hashira once again, paulit-ulit on to other rounds as well. Yung pressure after the post plant, kailangan nilang ibalik towards the side of Hashira kasi sila yung nagplant So dapat yung pressure is nagde-diffuse na hindi nila magalaw yung spike natin.
But then, alam mo kung anong iniisip ko lang right now, Taylor, is that ang DR Esports kaya, kahit winning ang rounds ng Hashira, may goal kaya sila na kahit maka 4-8 lang sila? So, let's see if yun yung plano nila. Dahil maganda rin naman ang kanilang agent lineup for the defending side. But then, let's see. Ganito rin, knowing DR Esports, ganito yung halos yung naging performance nila sa bind against Brand Esports. But then, kitang-kita out in the open si Vision bago pa mapag-smoke.
Dry peek ba naman gawin mo for a jet? Ewan ko na lang kung walang mag-aabang kung kailan ka papasok. Pero ready na mag-smoke ang Brimstone towards A short. Na-stuck na naman ang DR. Aatras ba tayo? Iikot ba tayo? What's the peak?
But then ngayon, ang Hashira, inaabangan lang sila. Very careful gameplay coming from them. Pero Jeremy, smart dry pick ka. Talaga ni-risk niya yun knowing na, syempre alam niya may 2 or 3 galing short. Pero ngayon, haharangan muna nila ang pagpasok ng DR Esports with that smoke. Pero KLAS, talagang patient. Slowly but surely in. Pero may nakaabang sa kanya. We have Rabbit and together with Jeremy na talagang slow lang ang kanilang pag-push. But then Kelly S, he will take over ngayon sa lamps. Uunahin nila kung sino pwede mapitas at ngayon walang nandyan. So makakapag-orbital strike yun. But the blind helps so much. Kaya so na-trade off long. But Nasri takes out 2 kagad.
Nagkakagulo na yung DR Esports. They need to plant. Nasri for the triple. The Cyber Cage ay nakaharang sa mga players. Hashira, Rabbit gets the kill doon sa nagplant ng spike. And now, even with the Bucky, sinusubukan ni Hatred makapatay. And he sees one. Kelly S with the support. at trade mula sa kanya, ito ang kailangan ng team ng DR Esports. Kailangan mapagana si Kelly S. Kailangan makapag-online si Kelly S. Pero the whip. And now, Rabbit securing the kill. 3 kills on this round. The defuse, nandiyan na din. The positioning ng camera ray nung Cypher natin from Hashira, iniiba-iba niya every time. Kung nakita mo kanina, nung pinush ng DR Esports, yung A-short, sinubukan na nilang barilin yung camera. Pero hindi doon yung nakapwesto. By that, nung yung gusto na mag-plant ng Brimstone, na-dart na siya nung camera natin. So, paano pa makapag-plant yung tao kung ang daming smoke pero kita ka pa rin dahil sa dart na yun.
And at the same time, although si Nasi did a good 3K, hindi nila in-expect si Rabbit together with Jeremy coming in from their backs. Pero nga lang kamuntik na okay na makaklatch na sana ni Kelly S yun eh. Pero nauna talaga si Rabbit sa pag-pick sa kanya na whiff lang.
Pumasok siya sa loob ng teleporter after lagyan ng owl drone. And now, abangan lang ni... Okay. Big brain. Big brain moves dito si 2766. Nilagyan ng camera kung meron mang dadaan ng hookah. At ready lang siya sa teleporter natin.
At kanina pa yung mga angles na meron si 2766 na hindi na-expect ng DR Esports. And right now, ghihintay lang siya na parang okay, bala kayo dyan. Kukuha ko ng magandang information kung nasaan kayo and at the same time, safe pa ako. Pero ngayon, wala. Inugaw-ga niya pero wala na pupunta sa short. Instead, they will be going right now at inside.
Basically, info lang din yung binibigay ni 2766 dito. Alam niyang walang nasa hookah. So, most probably, the smoke binaba na dito sa ating A-side. Agad-agad na makakalipat ang iba. He's stuck doon sa teleporter natin while waiting for the spike to be planted. Vision. Shotgun sa shotgun ang gustong labanan ng ating mga Jet sa mga teams natin. Bladestorm is up para kay Vision. Naghahanap ng kalaban, 2766, siya na lang ang natira. Mula sa teleporter, biyaheng antipolo, hanggang makarating ng A-side.
At ngayon, with him remaining at last round na, at inaabangan na, tingnan mo yan, sa kaliwa, sa kanan, nakaabang at 2766, pinagsabay na nga at Vision finishes him up with the Bladestorm, 8-4 from DR Esports.
Switching sides.
Even if lamang ngayon ang Hashira and we all know na ang ganda ng performance nila, sa tingin ko lang knowing yung naging performance nga ng DR Esports, satisfied na sila sa naigib nilang 8-4.
Can be, but kung iisipin natin, other players or may mga times na naguluhan talaga sila. Hashira has just a defensive stop para sa kanila eh. Rabbit clear shots on every corner that he has. Depende na lang kung merong makakauna sa kanya.
There.
Ngayon, nandito na tayo sa ating second half. Paano babawiin ng DR Esports sa mga points na yan na galing sa Hashira? 4 na rounds naman. 4 na rounds. Main shells, and nilabas na rin yung ating curveball. Pero Vision, ready para sa trade. Ready smoke din para sa ating hookah.
But then, inahabangan na lang magtitik sa kanila. And we have PPDP na siya sa Rabbit and together with Indy. So, 8-5. Ito yung kailangan ng DR Esports para makuha nila ang tie against Hashira. But then, it's just the start. Hashira still has the advantage when it comes around points. And syempre, with Jeremy in with the flashes, yun yung napaka-importante para sa Hashira right now. But then, alam mo, unexpected to. This is the first time na ikakas ko si Rabbit na Sova. And knowing na he's at top frag, ibig sabihin nito, napaka smooth ng mga angles ni Rabbit. And kita mo naman kanina, nakakapag-trade siya.
This guy, ito yung kanilang in-game leader. So, most probably siya ang nagko-call ng mga plays natin from team ng Hashira. But DR Esports, kailangan nila makuha yung first few rounds na meron para sa, and that's a start momentum-wise para sa kanila. Pero that headshot, kills off Hatred. Kanina, ikaw yung nambabaki sa amin, bawi-bawian lang.
ng judge. Bucky
Mas
versus
mahal
judge.
to. Mas mahal tong akin.
Right now, si Nasmi naman. Kung kanina ang nakita natin mga camera setups ay galing kay 2766. Ooh! Good angle coming from PPD. Takes out to kagad. Dalawa na lang natitira. At ngayon, si Indy pa. Tapos low na low pa right now. Ang isa nilang member.
Nagpa-plant sa harap mismo. Surprise para sa'yo. Hashira goes down in the hands of DR Esports that second round. Well, obviously, may handicap naman dahil nga with an eco round para sa kanila. This time, sila naman ang mas lalamang sa DR Esports dahil makakabili sila ng kanilang mga Vandal.
But then, ang kailangan gawin ng Hashira dito is to take this round dahil kapag nag-force buy sila, they need to eco round sa next round naman against DR. But at the same time, ang advantage ng Hashira against them is that magaganda yung weapons nila. At ang, syempre, ang DR Esports, ang gagawin nila dito is just to use paano man yung nabili nila ever since the previous round.
Hashira, gusto nilang pasukin yung ating B-side. Nandiyan na yung drone natin to check kung meron bang tao sa ating mga corners. Aldrone to Aldrone para makakuha ng information from the teams. Ready yung ating Cyber Cage. At Tripwire, curveball, dash in, sinabayan, Hatred gets the kill. Naghahanap pa siya ng isa onto the backside ay nakaabang si Kelly S. Makakakuha ba siya o mag-whip? Hatred just on point with his shots. Pero next on the line ay si PBD. With triple right now and Envy getting the trade. Nakakapag-plant na ang Hashira. 1 versus 2 situation. Alam na dito kung nasa disrupt. And kill secured. Smokes mula sa Brim. But 2766 securing the kill para tapusin ang round na ito into a 9-6.
Bilis ng response ni 2766 doon. Kumuntiga na siya. Yun mo na-finish siya with 46 HP. Nangalahati siya with that shot coming from the Brimstone. But then, 9-6, great lead. Nakakuha na rin ng round at last ang Hashira against DR Esports. And Disrupt, kamunti ka na niya makatch doon. Pero right now, the real battle begins dahil parehas ng teams na to. Nakabili na ng magagandang weapon nila. Phantoms and Vandals are coming in. At mukhang gumamit na kagad ng Blade Storm here. Si Jeremy rather. Ang jet ng Hashira. And now they're just waiting for them to come in. Ooh, good one-way smoke coming from DR Esports. Just in case, baka may mabait kami. Hihintayan lang sila. Pero gusto maging aggressive. Kaso nga lang si Pisha nakita agad si Jeremy pero natignan ni Rabbit. Trades lang ang nangyari. 3 na lang natitira sa Hashira pero si Hatred. A Blade Storm na. And he sees out, PBD sees him out, pero bumalik si Hatred at hihintayin niya ang pwedeng mag-pagin siya na punish hands. But then, once again, trades happening, pero baka malikuran sila. And speak of, spotted siya kagad, and he takes out PBD. Disrupt na lang against the remaining member, which is 2766. But then may orbital strike pa na pwedeng gamitin right now against Hashira kapag gusto nila mag-plant. At pino-crossfire na lang siya parehas. Pinaglalaroan na lang siya. Naka-steam beacon pa ngayon. So most likely magpapaka-aggressive sa showers. But then, he will be prioritizing in planting this spike. Hindi na siya papabayaan ni Nasmi right there as he takes him down. And it's gonna be a 9-7.
Akala ko magtitipi pa siya doon eh. Akala ko lang naman magtitipi pa. Pero DR Esports is just doing a great job na pagka-close ng gap nila or closing the gap sa Hashira. No? Ito yung kailangan nila eh. Kasi once na dumating sa point na nakakuha na ng double digit yung team ng Hashira, yun yung mga time na yung mga rounds na susunod, wala ka naman pwedeng gawang mali. No mistakes na, kumbaga, para sa mga matitirang rounds. So, ito yung time to close off that score na kahit yung mga maliliit maliit na mistakes na magagawa, pwede pa rin makabawi, pwede pa rin makakuha ng mga points. Pero Nasmi just receiving the damage para lang masecure yung kill na yan. 37 HP, the trade mula kay Hatred with the frenzy. Naghahanap pa ng isa sa harap mo mismo. Kelias gets the kill. 4 versus 2, Hashira. May orbital strike. The bomb is planted, the spike is planted with the sheriff as well.
Last player standing.
Siya na lang ang naiiwan. Pwede niya pang magamit para sa post-plant yung kanyang orbital strike. Pero stuck in the zone na siya para sa ating. Grabe naman yun!
Grabe naman, pero hindi niya binibitawan. Pero nakapalama pa!
Is he gonna go for the... Oh no!
Na-defuse! Hindi na binitawan ni PPD. Pero ang ganda na sana. Could have been a good clutch.
Grabe. Envy the one-tap man.
Looking at the brimstone ng parehas na teams, Taylor, napakaganda ng step up ng mga players na to. At the same time, their agents, pero mo disrupt 18 kills and si Envy second frag naman sa Hashira with 13 kills. Incredible coming from this brimstone.
Kung iisipin natin na ang ganda nung KDA ni Disrupt dito, no? Nakakakuha sila ng kills. DR Esports, nakukuha nila yung connection na yan. Pero at times, hindi pa rin nila makuha yung rounds against Hashira. Kailangan mabasa nila yung team na to para makabawi sila agad-agad at makabawi sila ng mas mabilis. 9-8 ang ating score. Just one more para magkaroon ng tie.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Guard back.
Kukuha siya muna ng information as to ilan kaya yung makita natin, i-expect natin right now. But then, namulihan siya. And now, they will start it with a good orbital strike. At binawian pa ulit na isa pang orbital strike. Pero no one was taken out. Except for Jeremy, pero Hatred was able to take out his teammate. Kaso na-risk out niya ang nag-aatay sa kanya sa Bihol. And now Kelias has been taken out. Tatlo na lang galing sa DR Esports with Fission at elbow at Hatred behind the tube. Pero remember, they haven't planted the spike yet. Napaka rapid their rating.
Nasira yung Recon Vault. Alam nila yung information na bigay na merong tao sa ating hookah. Rabbit. Gustong mag-plant. Pero Nasmi, nasa hookah, nag-aabang kung merong papasok, merong dadaan, Disrupt securing 2 kills, and finally, securing the defuse sa ating spike. The connection is there, finally. And it's just that wala eh. City-sided talaga eh. Defender-sided talaga eh.
And looking at that, we've seen their Disrupt taken out the 2 members ng Hashira with the Bulldog. Sobrang di natin in-expect yan earlier. And now Hashira has no choice but to just go with the broken vice right now. Kita nyo with the Vandals and half armor in. And kanina kita natin from 8 to 4. Now we're down with a 9-all. Shows us that these teams talaga are really on par with each other when it comes sa lineups and sa skills na meron sila right now.
At this point, sa laro na to, sa match na to, hindi natin masasabi kung sino bang mananalo sa dalawang teams. It's a tie. Kumbaga, kung iisipin natin, the only difference is yung duelist natin with the race towards the side ng DR Esports. And once na mag-online si Kelias, trust me, DR Esports is gonna be on fire.
But Hashira, kailangan nilang dito mag-control sa lamps para makapasok sila sa A-site.
Nowhere to run!
Ito na nga yung great start.
Para lang mapilitan, lumabas si Disrupt, nilabas na yung Hunter's Fury natin para ma-secure, pero DR Esports defensing or doing the defense para sa A-site. Ang ganda panoorin. Pinipilit ng Hashira na palabasin si Disrupt para matago, makuha. But hindi. Ready yung ibang players ng DR Esports.
Sinabayan nila ng Hunter's Fury, pero ang halang si Disrupt lang napilitang lumabas and still na-sidestepan lang sila. So they wasn't able to take him out and at the same time nag-hold lang ang DR Esports. Actually, kung ano man yung pinakita ng Hashira earlier on sa first half, that they're just waiting para pumunta ang DR Esports sa pandem. Ganun din yung exact na ginagawa ng DR Esports against them. And knowing na nasa defending side sila, it has all come sa DR Esports leading a 1-round difference against Hashira.
Hatred with the Blade Storm. Gusto nilang mag-B. Most probably, dahil na-realize nila na kahit pilitin nating palabasin si Disrupt sa A site, hindi pa rin natin mapatay o hindi pa rin natin matake yung site na yan. Isang updraft at isang dash ang nagamit na ni Hatred dito. Wala na siyang pang dash in. At ready yung ating Cypher camera.
Hihintay lang niya. Actually, pagbaba na ay meron na siya.
Oh,
1.
no.
Meron pang 2. 2. Alam na kung saan sila nakaposisyon. Kaya meron pang lineup ngayon ng mga shock darts coming in. Bumaba na din si Hatred at di pa nila kuha yung camera. And speaking of, trapwire has been activated. Alam na nila kung saan nanggagaling. And now, PPD space him up. Goes with a second kill. Pero natrida ni Rabbit. But Nasmi also gets Invi out. At isa na lang natitira which is gonna be 2766. Pero Kelly is stepping up already with the game. 2766 has been finished off by him. And now, DR Esports, what a perfect retake against Hashira.
Once na nataranta na yung Hashira dahil sa mga trapwire or tripwire na meron ang Cypher natin, tapos nakuha pa yung impormasyon na yon without na hindi na detect yung camera sa taas sa ating garden, yun na kumbaga, para sa team na to. Para sa team ng Hashira. So, kung magsasecure ka ng site, sa dami ng traps na merong hinahanda ang DR Esports, mahihirapan ka talaga. Dahil yun yung sinasabayan nila Lahat ng masisirang tripwire, yun yung sasabayan natin. Once na pumasok sila, meron tayong boombot, pwede natin sabayan.
And yun yung kailangan nila gawin against Hashira. They just need really to just face them off. Pero at the same time, Hashira, kailangan nila makuha dito kung ano man, kailangan nila makapag-trade. Yun yung kailangan nila, dahil yun din yung performance na binibigay sa kanila right now ng DR Esports
Though malaking problema dahil nga pagdating sa A side, andun si Disrupt. Pagdating sa B side, andun yung traps ng Cypher. So saan kami lulugar? Saan kami pupunta? Yun yung tanong. 4 versus 4 ang sitwasyon ngayon. Shock dart para sa ating lamps at isang recon bot para malaman kung sino ang nasa A.
Great start coming from Hashira. Makakuha sila ng information as to where kung sino ang nasa A site right now. But then, instead of going sa A, mas i-risk nila ngayon sa B, which is okay naman din dahil isa lang. Kaso nga lang, may bumack up kagad from DR Esports going into B. But then, we have the smokes coming in from Hashira already. Disrupt, pupunta na kagad ng elbow, pero Jeremy sets up with his flashes. Naka-steam beacon din. Isa pa! Magpa-flash din ako, pero natamaan ni Disrupt. Kaso, good trade coming from Invi. 3v3 pa rin tayo right now, pero low na ngayon si Invi coming from Hashira. Pero papasok sila ngayon inside the site. And now Rabbit sees out with his recon bot. Makakuha ng information kung nasaan ang mga taga-Hashira, but time is ticking for DR Esports. Kailangan nila humabol dito dahil most likely kinaban overtime. Pero here it is, papasok na sila inside. We have the satchel coming in. Kelly takes out 2766. Also Fission takes out the head of Rabbit. And Invi na lang natitira, 30 HP. And they are able to do with a good retake against Hashira. And now already, a match point para sa DR Esports.
Kung kanina, nag-iinit pa lang tayo ng tubig para sa kape, mga kaibigan, may kape na po, pang 10 tao pa. Ganun ka-online na ang ating DR Esports. Aside from that, bumabawi na rin si Kelly S on the defensive side ng map na ito or ng game na ito. And Disrupt is just basically doing the job aside from Fission. Na si Fission, as a duelist, yun ang trabaho niya talaga, makakuha ng mga kills, makakuha ng picks.
Scanning ahead.
And he's doing a great job.
But Rabbit, may magandang lineup right now. Gets a good info. And Hatred, nakita nga lang ngayon ng Aldrone. But remember, meron ngayon Meron ngayong Hunter's Fury si Rabbit na pwede nilang gawin as an opener or kaya sa post plant against DR Esports. But remember, meron din tayo ngayong Orbital Strike for DR Esports. But right now, looking at Hashira, very careful sila knowing na match point na kagad. Isang mali lang na maliit ay mapupunta na to sa kamay ng DR Esports.
Ready para sa ating shock dart. BBD. Walang kinonektan.
No more charges left.
The camera, merong nakita. May neural theft pa na pwedeng gamitin on the side. Pero vision with the angle. Hindi nila ina-expect.
Welcome back here at Valorant Challengers Philippines Week 3 at kami ang inyong shoutcasters. I'm Ray Ray and I'm with Taylor.
Hello sa inyong lahat at kung kakatune in nyo lang, guys, best of 3 match natin between DR Esports at Hashira. 1-0. Uy, bumubukas ha. Chill lang ha. Okay. Eto. 1-0 na nga ang ating score. DR Esports ang lamang. Guys, kung nanonood kayo sa YouTube o napunta kayo bigla sa Facebook, huwag kayo mag-alala, naayos na natin yung technical issues or technical difficulties natin on our YouTube stream. Kaya dito na muna kayo sa Facebook. Sali na muna kayo dito sa amin. Tapos sumali na rin kayo sa giveaway. Diba may giveaway? Ano ba yung kailangan nilang gawin dun?
Kailangan nyo lang check, syempre, yung pinned comment natin for the full instructions. Pero right now,
kailangan nyo lang i-check.
Kailangan nyo lang i-check. Pero at the same time, kung gusto nyo maka-do it, syempre, ang Lomi Cakes natin na si Caster Azuray ng
Kung gusto
English
nyo maging shoutcaster, guys,
diba?
kung interesado kayo maging shoutcaster, itry nyo na. Kasi yung way para manalo ng natin, value points, is i-do it nyo yung pagsha-shoutcast ni Azuray. Marami akong mga nakitang interesting na, na mga clips, tsaka mga pangalan na username ng mga nag-tiktok.
Ano
Merong isang Simply Taylor at Simply Taylor. Shoutout sa'yo, no? Shoutout sa'yo.
Shoutout sa Simply Taylor.
O hindi masamang yung pagiging simple, pagiging mabait lang na tao. Diba, guys? Diba? Diba? Sana okay lang kayo dyan. Anong oras na ba? 2:53. So, tapos na sila mag-lunch for sure. Or kung hindi pa, kumain na kayo dahil mainit ang bakbakan na meron tayo dito sa ating Valorant Challengers Philippines. Best of 3 nga, gaya na pagkasabi ko sa inyo kanina. Ito yung natin, yung sa bracket natin, DR tsaka yung Hashira, sila yung naglalaban para makapasok sa semifinals.
And at the same time, sa mga nanonood pa lang, sino na po yung nakakuha ng very first round? That is DR Esports. But syempre, sa mga big fans ng Hashira, don't lose hope dahil best of 3 series to at maybe, malay nyo, matuwan pa ng Hashira against DR Esports.
Hindi natin malalaman yan. Pero, ang masasabi ko sa inyo lahat, guys, ang unang mapa kanina na bind ay pinili ng DR Esports. Itong second map natin para sa araw na ito ay pinili naman ng ating Hashira, which is ang ating Haven. Haven ang ating mapa. Hashira looking at the pics.
Looking at that, Jeremy with the Raze. Nakita na natin si Jeremy here at Haven as Raze. Envy. Omen, Hatred, syempre with the Jet Steel, 2766, syempre with the Cypher. And so, for Rabbit, same goes ang kanyang Sova pa rin. So, great pick pa rin coming from Hashira. Well naman sa DR Esports, Taylor, ano naman yung kanilang agent pickings?
Para sa DR Esports, which is will start on the defending side natin, Cypher para sa Nasmi. Para sa Nasmi. Wala. Si Nasmi para sa Cypher. Baliktad, guys. Si Fission, sa sobrang galing niya mag-Cypher, si Cypher yung nagiging si Nasmi, diba? Fission still para sa Jet natin. Disrupt ay ready na para sa kanyang smoke with the Omen. At PBD still on the Sova. Importante ang Sova sa mapa na to. So I guess parehas na team pipili ng Sova. At Kellyes, nandito pa rin sa duelist role natin on that race. Waiting na lang para sa lock-in ng mga players.
And looking at the pickings na meron ngayon, parehas. Actually, look at that.
Muntik na maging magkamukha, guys.
Magkamukha na ata ngayon si Jeremy. Tsaka si Raze. Baka magkamukha na. At the same time naman, nakita nyo naman ang Sova nila ni Rabbit and kay PBD. So, very equal pick ngayon ng DR Esports versus Hashira. Pero ang magiging tanong na lang dito is paano sila mag-execute, lalo na nasa defending side ng DR Esports, while on the other side naman we have the attacking side ng Hashira.
Isa sa mga kailangang isipin ng team ng Hashira is sana hindi mangyari yung nangyari kanina. Na pagdating sa post-plant, nahihirapan sila. Pagdating sa pag-defend ng bomba na pinlant nila, nahihirapan sila. Well, ganun din naman nung time na DR Esports yung nasa attacker side. So, pagalingan na lang bumarel, pagalingan na lang mag-post plant para sa mapa natin na susunod, which is ang ating Haven. 3 sites ang meron tayo, A, B, C. Pinili ito ng Hashira at magsisimula sa defense side ang DR Esports.
Let's see if ano naman ang papakita nila. It's been a while since we casted Haven. And here it goes, Rabbit kagad with his recon bolt. Titignan ng good information. Meron ba nakastack kagad sa A? Dahil most likely, they will be going towards A side. And now, Kellyes, inside the shadows. Uy, mukhang nililikuran niya. At napansin kaya nila, ba't nakaabang si 2766 pero hindi na magpapayari ngayon ang frenzy in coming from Kellyes. Now, he's gonna be using his boombot to take out anyone. But the spike has been planted. Pero tatlo na lang ang natitira ngayon sa Hashira. Good lineup coming from Hatred and Jeremy. Kaso nga lang, isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Jeremy in. And Kellyes finishing him out. And
Buhay na si Kellyes. Ito ang hinahanap na raise natin para sa DR Esports. Kellyes with a triple on the very first round ng ating second game. Kanina ko pa ito inabangan eh.
Feel ko ngayon, kanina na. Nakita ata natin si Kellyes, nakainom na ng tubig together with Nasmi. So, mali mo, nung nakainom na siya ng tubig, yun na ata yung point na...
okay na. Ito na to. Gina to. Yung next game natin, balong-balo na ako.
And makita natin to. Jeremy and Kellyes as is very exciting sa mga rounds na makita natin. But then, syempre, nasa pressure din right now ang Hashira, knowing na match point kagad ang DR Esports right now. But still, it's gonna be a long rounds right now sa Haven. Hatred sees him out kaso Disrupt destroys Jeremy in with his Bulldog. Hindi pa si Disrupt kasama ang kanyang Bulldog. Ito na ba yung bagong meta ngayon? Naka-burst? Let's see.
Nagduduel at gustong magduel ni PBD at ni Hatred pero nakita siya nung ating Aldron at natag. PBD securing the kill. Kanina pa sana may open shot si Hatred towards the Sova. Kaso nga lang, nakaligtas.
Now it's gonna be going with the Shackled Pair of Fusion.
Oh my God!
Oh no! Isa na lang natitira. Si 2766.
Kung gaano kamahal ni Hatred yung Bucky, ganon kamahal ni Fusion yung judge natin. Parehas na jet users, parehas na gustong nag-shotgun.
Kanina pa to si Fusion. Kitang-kita naman natin yan, Taylor. Fusion in with his judge. Earlier on sa bayan, nakita natin yung take out actually 3 from Hashira. And right now, it took out 2 sa early rounds. Pero second round pa lang kanina, Taylor, nakabili na kagad siya ng judge. Now, Hashira, what will be their answer ngayon sa pinapakita? And now, Jeremy, great start coming from them. Good control ngayon sa Silong. They took out Kellyes together with Disrupt. Open right now ang C-side. But then, Rabbit gets a good information kung nasaan ang ibang membro. And now, nakaparanoia si Envy. Takes out Vision. 2 left na lang para sa DR Esports. But Nasmi takes out Jeremy in. 20 HP nga lang siya. May spray na siya ng Phantom right now ni Envy. And we only have the last guy remaining. That's gonna be PBD.
Hashira, Hatred, planting the spike. Ito na yung post plan. Paano pa mariretake ng isang member ng DR Esports ang C-site natin? Smoke mula sa Omen. Andyan yung dark cover. Nakakuha na siya ng isa. Is he gonna go for the second? May recon bolt pa siya. Hatred, inikutan lang. He has no idea kung nasaan yung isang player natin, which is si Hatred na nasa tabi lang at ready para patayin siya. That is a cute spray.
Ang cute. Kita mo yung spray. Alam mo, gusto ko din yung mga animals na spray ng Valorant. Ang cute talaga. Ikaw ba? Anong favorite mo? Oo, okay sa yung mga...
Gusto ko yung jet na may question mark. Yung sa Battle Pass galing last act. Yun yung gusto ko eh. Parang kapag nag-whiff ka, tapos lalagyan mo ng spray na ganon.
Para lang, pasama ng note.
Question
pang
mark.
highlights yan.
Yun? What was that shot?
Scanning ahead.
But then, looks like good coming from Hashira once again. Talagang kailangan nila. Good info lang kung nasaan. And that yun yung magiging decision nila to go and take on to that site. But then we have Nasmi and PPGL. Nakaabang lang kung saan nila pwede makita. Ayan, talagang pagalingan namang picture. Pero Rabbit goes on with this Aldron. tries to take out if meron man, pero PBD naghihintay lang siya ng perfect timing.
Parang ano pala, no? Photographer pala tong mga to.
Oo, magagaling kumuha.
Kanya-kanyang picture.
Sana maganda kapag ako pinicture na nila. Sana maganda yung picture ko dyan. Yung brimstone na pagod na dapat yung kukunin nila sa akin. But then, we have Nasmi, looking out sa Hashira. Talaga, hinayan. Sige, dyan lang kayo, ha? Sige. Hindi niyo ako pinapansin. Alam namin, dyan magagaling. Speak of Nasmi will be spraying already, pero akit na kagad siya. And now, he's really low, but Jeremy nabangan niya agad. But good lineup coming from Vision and Disrupt. Takes out 2. 3-3 tayo right now.
3 versus 3, dalawa sa mga players from both teams. Cypher at Omen, very low on HP. Nakakita ng isa si Disrupt.
One enemy standing.
And Kellyes, nakakuha ulit ng isang kill. 2 versus 1. Si Rapid na lang ang natitira. 55 HP remaining. And Kellyes, for the final shot, 3-1 ang ating score in favor of DR Esports.
Di nila in-expect actually si Disrupt and together with the Fiction coming from that silong. And ang ganda ng info na binigay ni Nasmi diba? Sabi nga ni Taylor kanina, di na nila ginagamit pa, di na nila pinipicturean pa, hinahayaan lang nila yung info na manggagaling sa camera ng bawat cipher na meron tayo right now. And even if Nasmi and 2766 are at the bottom front, yung information na binibigay nila sa teammates nila ay napakalaki.
Hatred ready para sa ating Blade Storm. Nakalabas na ang ating knives. Ibig sabihin yan, oras na para mag-shuk-shuk.
Shuk-shuk. Ikaw, shuk-shuk. Ako, wash this.
Yung sinasabi pag maghuhugas na ng pinggan. Wash this. Aywan ko, corny. Anyway. Anyway, andito na tayo sa ating pang-limang round. Saan papasok ang Hashira? Nakita na agad si Jeremy. Hindi na nagamit yung kanyang barel at hindi na naputok dahil ready ang DR Esports para abangan sila towards B mid. Neural Theft, ginamit na din ng ating Cypher. Nakita na kung nasaan si Hatred. Blade Storm is still up. Gamit niya pa din to. At alam niyang merong tao sa Heaven. Pero very low on HP. Nag-connect yung Shock Dart ni PBD dito. And the spy cam pa, hindi niya alam kung ano bang gagawin dito ni Hatred sa sobrang daming info na nakukuha ng team members ng DR Esports. Nagkaroon ng recon ball team na kailangan niya magtago, may smoke. Tapos pagdating niya sa loob ng site, meron pang Cypher camera. So saan? Saan siya pupunta? Sayang yung Blade Storm niya, although unfortunately, mahirap Mahirap talaga.
With the camera setups na meron si Nasmi, seems like ang ganda ng map control ang meron ngayon ng DR Esports. Although Hashira picked this map, ang mission kasi ngayon ng DR Esports siguro is makapag-igib ng maraming rounds as much as possible. Dahil pag nag-switch ang sides, sila yung mahihirapan going up against Hashira. But now we have a tactical pause. Seems like kailangan nila pag-usapan, especially sa part ng Hashira, kung paano ba tayo makakapasok. Kasi ang most likely ang iniiwasan talaga right now na meron ng DR Esports is the post plant. In short, yung retake. Kasi doon sila natatalo ng Hashira
Tama ka dyan, Ray. And aside from that, kailangan ma-realize ng team ng Hashira na saan ba nakalagay yung mga traps? Nasa A, nandun yung Cypher natin. Nandun yung camera. Andun lahat ng trap. Yung tripwire. Pagdating naman sa B, sino yung nandun? Parang ganun diba? Pero right now, looking at kung paano pumwesto ang DR Esports, Sova ay nagsistay pa rin sa ating A site at yung mga tripwire natin ay nakasetup na para sa ating mga link. So, ibig sabihin, kapag pumasok ka ng B, wala nang labasan.
Diyan na kayo, stay. Stay, ano parang aso. Stay. But now, Rabbit once again goes again. He still tries to go for it sa diba? Kasi napaka-open area na to. At di makakapasok kagad ang mga taga-DR Esports if nakapag-set sila ng ayos. But then, PBD is just waiting for them at A tower. Napakalang ng information na bibigyan niya. Pero Fiction kagad, makakapag-backup sa kanyang teammate. Hinintay na nag-fake A lang. Sorry, wait lang po. Hindi pa kami mag-A. We're just really going on with the smooth transition kung saan kami makakapag-plant. And that's what Hashira is planning to do right now. But then, slowly but surely, Envy starts the party in. Pero uunahan siya kagad ng recon bolt dito ni PBD. And now, Jeremy has been taken out. Open area ngayon sa angle ni PBD si Jeremy. But then, Vision, alam na niya na meron nasa kanan niya and that's gonna be hatred. Pero good plan coming from Hashira.
The camera. Pinapanood lang si Nasmi. Ni Nasmi rather. Now the plant is here. Hashira, kailangan nilang i-def yung post-plant nila.
Nowhere
The
to
fall.
run!
And now the Hunter's Fury. Mula kay Rabbit, meron bang madidikitan na Rabbit gets vision? Hatred and Rabbit, namatay na nga. And that last back secures the kill on Rabbit. Now, naghahanap ng last player. The show. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Showstopper.
Showstopper did not connect. Disrupt para sa suporta, para kay Kelly, yes.
Out of charge.
But then, great
Sumabog
clutch.
yung spike. Yun nga lang, sumabog yung
Kinulang
spike.
sila ng
Oras.
1 second. Actually, yung very perfect timing yung ginawa ni Envy. Talagang hinintay niya out sa angle niya. And that was a great clutch. Coming from Envy.
7-1-2 KDA para kay Kelly, yes. Kung kanina ay hindi siya nagpa-pop off, this time around, siya na yung ating top fragger para sa side ng DR Esports. Ngayon, gusto nilang subukan. Hashira, gusto nilang subukan na pumunta sa silong. Hindi pa nila natatry makapag-C. Paano nila papasukin itong site na to? Disrupt, may paranoia, smoke, nilabas na. The TP, pwede pa siya makapag-TP papunta sa ating attacker side spawn. Pero Jeremy securing the kill dahil dyan sa showstopper niya. Bulldog firing out pero walang tinatamaan. The spike is now planted. 2766.
No more charges left.
Perfect camera.
Perfect spike coming from him. Tatlo na lang ang natitira. And ito yung iniiwasan ni DR Esports na magiging kainahan nila most likely pag nakapag-post plant na ng maayos ang Hashira. But then 2v3 pa. But the time is ticking para sa spike. Envy, hinahabol na kayo ni Vision. Nakapag-cloud burst. Alam na meron pa. And now he will be using his cloud burst and finishing up Rabbit. 1v1 tayo ngayon. But then, once again, time is ticking. We still have 2766. Kailangan na hindi bitawan ng spike. Pero 2766, naku po, akala na fake. And good clutch coming from 2766. Kaso nga lang, yes, hindi siya natama. Muntika na nga siya doon. A great start from Hashira. Tinanggalan na nila ng momentum ngayon ng DR Esports. And now we are down to 4-3 as the gap keeps on getting shorter once again para sa dalawang teams na to.
Maganda yung mga M3 kanina na nakuha ni Jeremy. Aside from that, 2766 doon sa double doors na nag-aabang lang siya. And tinitingnan niya kung merong magpa-flank towards the mid. And meron nga siyang nakita. So that's another one tag, diba? So wala na tayo, mawawala yung duelist natin na nagpa-flank. And on the same time, kahit na yung naka-blade storm na yung jet natin at nakuha yung ibang mga players, yung discipline na huwag putik agad-agad at ubusin talaga yung oras na meron yung meron yung DR Esports or yung Hashira, yun yung ginawa nila basically.
Kita naman natin right now, Hashira is getting into good start. Pero Envy, hintay lang right now sa may silong. But Kelly S, lumalim na. Kabi na siya ngayon. Just in case lang mapupush at silong ang mga taga-Hashira. But then, kukuha lang ngayon ng information. If nakakuha ng information ng Hashira, doon nila i-risk out against sa DR Esports. And now, Nasmi, inayaan lang niya papasukin mga taga-Hashira at B-site.
Cypher sa Cypher ang labanan towards B mid. At inalisan na nga ito ni Nasmi. Nagpunta na lang siya sa C dahil nga merong papasok na smoke mula sa ating mga players from DR Esports or rather Hashira.
30 seconds left. There.
Pero the rotation mula sa team ng Hashira, gusto nilang pumunta ng A site. Sova is on to short. Si PBD ay laging nasa heaven. Alam ko na alam na nilang nandito si PBD. Kelly S gets a kill para kay Envy, yung ating smoker. PBD nakakita ng isa towards short. Shock dart, baka sakaling matamaan at isa ang nasa hell. 5 versus 4 situation.
But then 2766.
The flank.
Oh no!
The flank!
Star remove.
Yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, hindi nila
Last player
in-expect.
standing.
Kaso nga lang, si Nasmi na lang natitira going up against 3 members of Hashira. Nasmi, what will be your plans? Dahil inaabangan ka na yun once again, nakapag-plant ngayon ang Hashira. Okay, takes out one.
Frag. And getting another one. Gusto niya pang umisa dito, pinulot niya yung Bulldog going for the third. Nasmi, inabol niya pero hindi niya na naabutan. Exit frags na lang para mawala yung mga barrel at makasakit sa economy na meron ng Hashira on this side. Pero that round goes to Hashira. 4-4 ang ating score. Pantay pa rin ang laban. These two teams talagang on par sila sa isa't isa. You never know kung sino yung makakakuha ng round. Depende na lang talaga sa mga picks na makukuha nila on the first few seconds.
But then remember, throughout the rounds, we've seen from 4-1, we're down with 4-4, and Hashira, napakaganda na ng performance nila, especially with the post plants. Kanina sa bind, yun yung naging problema nila ay pag-defend ng kanilang spike. But right now, mukhang they've learned from their mistakes kagad. And they will be stepping up their games against DR Esports. But ang key dito is, ano naman magiging plano ng DR Esports, knowing na nakuha na kagad ng Hashira ang kanilang mistakes. Naagapan na nila kagad. But then Jeremy, good bots, shock darts coming in. Talagang hinaya nila mag-utilities ngayon ng DR Esports. But good angle coming from Kelias. Isang pick lang dyan. Kaso, good smoke coming from their Omen. Kaya ito makakapag-entry sila going into garage. Pero may nakabang ngayon which is gonna be also disrupt. And now, speaking of, here it is. Kelias magtatapon na ng pain shots. Alam niya may nakapasok na. Kaso meron pa. Baka malikuran siya. Speaking of, Hatred will be taking him out in. But Disrupt gets to get some good trades. And now, Hatred finishes him up once again. Dalawa na lang para sa DR Esports. 2766, tas pata na niya kung saan magagaling si PPG. And now, malilikuran niya si Nasmi most likely. And a 1v4. Napakala niya dasalan. Kaso hindi na maaari yun dahil Hatred takes PBD down at leading na ulit ang Hashira against them.
Hindi na kuha ni Kelly S or hindi niya na-defend yung C-site at hindi niya na alam na meron nang nakapasok doon sa garage natin. Kulang sa information ang naganap para sa DR Esports dahil nga hindi alam ni Kelly S na meron nang papasok at o meron nang nakapasok rather, hindi siya naka-atras. Hindi sila naka-atras, hindi siya nakaplano for the retake. Kasi usually, Ray, kapag gano'n na yung nangyari, kapag pinasok na yung site, a-atras ka na lang kapag ikaw lang mag-isa. Para lang bigyan ng space, bigyan ng time, makapag-retake yung teammates mo, nakasama ka pa. Yun nga lang, hindi niya nagawa yun, kaya napatay siya, na-pick off na siya. Pero Envy, nag-line up sa harap niya, PBD, para sa trade. Hindi sila napatay dito. Muntikan lang. Muntikan lang.
But ngayon, nakakuha na ngayon ang gamit. Ang Phantom nakuha rather ni PBD. But then, Hashira nakapag-open na space right now at B-side at hihintay na lang ang retake coming from... Oh! Vision takes out one! Kaso, na-trade ni Nasmi. Dalawa na lang natitira para sa Hashira. But then, we have the Brainstorm right now. Ang meron si Hatred. But then, nakapasok na kagad ang tatlo.
Okay. Deliver ng mga barrel si Nasmi dito Pero the tag is there para sa ating Jet. Nasmi goes down. Sa harap niya na mismo. Hindi niya pa. What? Kahit isang knife lang. Hindi niya kinlik.
At 1 HP?
What? It is what it is. Na-defuse pa nga ang ating spike. DR Esports, nakuha yung round na yan na dapat hindi.
O nga, na dapat na nasa kamay na ng Hashira. Knowing na 50 round yon, nakapag-save pa halos na mga barela mataga DR Esports. And looking at that, meron ng operator si Vision pang hold sa mga sites. Kaya kung susubukan nyo pumasok ng silong, that's gonna be impossible. Pero PBD goes with a good shock darts from him to avoid lang ang pupunta ng garage. Hatred goes out to sewers. PDD also with a good camera, makakapag-identify ngayon. Kahit ine-exhaust ng DR Esports ang kanilang mga resources, nakakuha naman sila ng good info. Pero masakit yon dahil tatamaan isa-isa. Pero nga lang walang nakuha si Rabbit doon. Red push. Pero Dasmi takes him down. Nasprayan pa nga sa loob ng smoke right now. Si Invi Vision takes Jeremy out with his operator. Tatlo na lang ang natitira para sa Hashira. And remember, di pa sila nakakapag-plant.
Swap muna daw sa operator at cash. Sabi ni Fission doon, PBD with the op. And waiting game para sa mga teams natin kung saan pupush ang merong hawak ng spike. May tao towards heaven. Narinig niya na may pumasok. Fission, ready to support sa Sova na nag-ulti. 2766. Pinatay yung ating nag-Hunter's Fury, Dr. Fission. Dr. Fission. DR Fission, guys. Hindi siya doktor, okay? Nilabasa ko yun sa kill feed eh. Okay, anyway. Fission dies on that spray down at Kelly is ready to defuse the spike. Post plants talaga ang nagiging issue pagdating sa Hashira. Hindi nila na yung sistema o yung system na meron sila when it comes to post plant.
Last round in the half.
Hindi all covered yung pwedeng pasukan.
And kahit nagpa-flank si 2766, kahit ine-expect niya na meron siyang makakaltas, DR Esports make sure na makikita nila yon. Kasi usually sa attacking position talaga, mga sentinel ay goes for i-flank. Talagang yun yung mga angulo na hindi mo sila ini-expect. Mga areas na hindi mo ini-expect kung saan sila manggagaling. Pero syempre, as a DR Esports, kailangan na maging response nila. And that one is to take them out. But then, goes for Fission with a good headshot. Oh, sasaksakin! Sasaksakin ni Kelly's! Akala ko sasaksakin na lang. Okay, thanks.
Hello, kamusta ka? Kamusta ka din? Ito, headshot para sa'yo. Anong ginagawa mo, guys? Anong ginagawa mo? Babalik yung meme na yun eh.
Ginagawa mo? Okay, akala ko sasaksakin na pero kasi sumakto na sa wala ng choice. Kundi pa-take out one, but then a good shot coming from 2766. Wala na din si Disrupt. Kaso remember, 4 pa ang meron ngayon para sa DR Esports at buhay pa ang kanilang Bladestorm na si... But then, let's go back to Hatred. Talagang... push nila tong B-side most likely. But we have there maabangan lang with this operator. Pero hindi pa niya kayaan.
30 seconds
left.
left.
To prevent them from planting pa. Nakapag-retake tuloy ang di nila hinahaya makapag-plant pa. But Hatred will be firing on and Kelly's will be finishing 2766 out. Leading ngayon ang DR Esports into 7-5. But then, magandang start pa rin to sa parte ng Hashira dahil nakapag-give sila ng 5 points.
Nag-iisip na lang siguro si Kelly S o saka si Jeremy, no? Anong... Oh, sige. Dikit ka ng konti. Oh, hello! Kamusta ka? Showstopper connects 2 kills agad for Kelly S. That's why you have to check corners, guys! Kaya kailangan chine-check yung corners. Papakamot ulo na lang si Jeremy muna dun. Okay lang yan. Mistakes happen. Tao lang din. Player lang din. Next round na tayo.
Siguro din niya ina-expect dahil may hold na sa silong, di ba? Di ba? Meron din kanina si Vision. But then, we have them going to A site most likely pero nakahiwalay. Starts also with the boom bots. Kaso, kukuha sa information. Alam nilang mayroong isa. Babawian naman nila ngayon ng boombots din sa parte ni Jeremy. Sasabayan niya kanyang boombots para alam kung sino unahan. Pero sa kaliwa niya, hindi niya posible yan. Takes out 1. Good start para kay Jeremy. Nakapag-empty.
Nakabawi siya kay Kelly S. Nakabawi siya kay Kelly S doon sa shot na ginawa sa kanya towards Cubby C kanina. Pero mabilis na push mula sa DR Esports. Heading towards C. Plant na agad ng spike at ready na agad for the post plant.
Medyo na-debate sila nina sa A. Nakaikot sila kagad going to C side. So, PBD, makakuha pa ng information. Kakas na kayo. 4 na pulis!
Apat yung nasa base! Papasigaw ka na lang siguro. Hatred. Nasa backside. Nice support mula sa ibang team members. DR Esports. Jet versus Jet. Asan yung spike? The defuse is coming in. And now, Hatred secures the kill. And pati na rin yung spike defuse natin. The smoke. Ano na lang.
With the spray coming in. Pero sana yung Jet na question mark. Ginamit niya dahil sa dalawa ni Vision ang natira. But then, great start for Hashira. Pero muntik na sila dun from DR Esports. Ang ganda din ang naging fake nila doon. Nag-fake A sila and went to Silong up until C side. But then, ito na yung specialty din ng Hashira. Ang kanilang defending side going up against DR Esports.
Not bad though. Not bad. 7-6 ang ating score para sa first half. Ang tanong na lang is sa second half ba natin, magiging pantay pa rin ba yung scoring natin?
Spike carriers down.
Hatred. Nakapitas na nga ng isa towards mid. PBD goes down. Malaking kawalan yung Sova dahil sa informasyon na kayang ibigay nito with the recon. And also, kung may shock dart man siyang binili kanina. Nasmi, as a Cypher main, alam niya na merong camera itong site na to.
But then, spotted na ata. Pero at least they were able to take it down. Pero Spectre in para ay 2766. Kaso, di sila nagko-connect na ng
Salisigang! Yung nasa double doors. Salisigang para sa ating garage. Naka-pick off na nga rin ng isa ang ating DR Esports. Wala na rin sa side ng Hashira si Jeremy.
And
there.
Si Kelly's, alam niyang meron, pero di ba siya malilikuran ngayon ng 2766? Oh, yung talino. Big brain energy. Pero speaking of, hindi pa na nakuha at alam na nila na nasa window lang siya.
Dami ko ng problema. Dumagdag pa to. Vision secure sa kill para kay Hatred. Jet to jet ang labanan. The Sheriff para naman sa side ng Omen natin. Nakaplant na yung spike sa ating C. Paano magre-retake ang Hashira? 3 versus 4. Isa na lang agad. Wala na rin si 2766. Disrupt.
Easy na lang natitira. Pero na-tradean lang siya right now ni Vision. And DR Esports leads the way with an 8-6. Taylor, natawang-tawa talaga ako kanina dun sa naging salisigang sa garage.
Ewan ko ba. Sabi ko sa inyo guys, marami na ang problema sa buhay. Dumagdag pa to. Okay? Hindi talaga eh. Sasakto. Timing lang, kumbaga, para sa mga players natin. Na timingan lang, na dumaan na, bumalik pa, tapos dumaan pa ulit, pero hindi ulit nagkakakitaan. Well, nakita nyo naman si Cypher o si Nasmi nung time na yun eh. Kaso, isa lang yun.
Nagka-crouch sa angulo ata, nagka-crouch sila para di sila makita. Very smart din naman sa DR Esports. Pero sayang lang yun sa angulo angulo kanina ni Jeremy. But then, you have Kelly S. Started, pero alam niya kung ano mga gamit nyo. Naka-shorty kayo Di na ako mapupulis ngayon, sabi ni Kelly S. But then, nakaabang lang. Slowly but surely coming from Hashira. Total defending sila. Hindi nila kailangan madaliin ang mga bagay-bagay. But right now, 2766 goes for a full burst most likely kapag may dumaan sa harapan niya. But Hatred, nakabaki naman ngayon. Ito na ba ang ganti ni Hatred against Vision when it comes din sa Baki?
Paborito! Kaso, the dash in mula sa ating Jet. Nag-smoke si Hatred pero hindi na enough yung time para malabas yung kanyang Bucky at makareact sa pag-dash in ni Vision. Pero ito, ang reaksyon ni Vision pagpasok ni Jeremy, a headshot mula sa kanyang Stinger. And the Sheriff to do a one-tap.
With one tap coming from 2766 and expect ko may mababurst siya and that's gonna be Vision. Pakaso nga lang planted right now ang spike sa A at naloka sila sa B side ngayon. Na-fake na naman sila ng DR Esports but then still we have 3 pa from Hashira but then ang advantage kasi right now nang meron din ng DR Esports at may mga baril din sila na nakuha nila earlier from the previous round. 276 still has his Spectre in. But then Kelly's was able to trade his teammate out. And then it's gonna go for a 9-6.
That was an eco round para sa side ng Hashira. Walang tripwires mula sa ating 2766 dahil hindi siya bumili. Wala din yung ating mga smoke. This time around, kumpleto yung buy ng ating Hashira. Tingnan natin kung ano ang setup na gagawin nila dito. Looking at it, si 2766 nagsisetup siya towards C, no? The tripwire, nandun lang sa entrance, and also kung saan yung default plant natin. Smoke. Smoke towards C long. Omen na iiwan sa ating attacker's side spawn. Pero yung ibang mga players, yung duelist ng DR Esports, umaabante na sila papunta sa ating mga sites towards A-long at sa ating short. Isa na nga sa napitas, si Hatred, hindi niya ina-expect na meron na rin pumasok towards A-long. Napasok na nila ang A-site at ready na rin ang Sova with that recon. And also, the plant for the spike, narinig na, and the shock dart is in. Line up lang towards the default.
Kapag plant na ngayon ang DR Esports, hinihintay na lang nila ang retake coming from Hashira. And looking at that, trades lang ang pangyayari, and now Kelly's was able to finish out 2766, and now double digit na ang score ngayon ng DR Esports.
Crossfire nga yung nangyari during that time of the retake ng Hashira. If you check out the replay, PBD na blind siya ng paranoia. Fission, nagtago lang dito sa ilalim sa ating hell. Tapos, meron na ring nag-abang sa ating common, no? Para lang i-secure yung mga shots na yan. Hindi nila alam, hindi sila nakapag-communicate na napatay na nila yung nasa common area. And pagpasok nila, doon pa rin sila nakatingin. Hindi sila nakatingin kung nasaan yung ibang players na nasa hell. Communication is key, guys. Communication is key.
Now, Hatred, kailangan nila i-prevent ang pag-push na naman galing DR Esports. Pero Nasmi, uunahan na si 2766. Mahirap pa tuloy magkaroon ng cage in ang mga taga Hashira. And speaking of, it's really open na sa parte ng DR Esports. But still, we have Hatred with this cloud burst, pero di nila hayaan. And now, Jeremy, the last guy remaining from Hashira, is taken out by PBT. And nasa pressure ngayon ang Hashira kasi isang point na lang at match point na ang DR Esports, but at the same time, at least makakabili na sila ngayon. Look at that, Phantoms and Vandals in already, i-equip na nila, and Hatred. Mag-hold siya ng longs ngayon most likely with a half armor and an operator. Pero ngayon he'll choose sa mid dahil alam niyang makakalta siya most likely if may pipik sa kanya here at mid window.
Ready for the operator peak si Hatred. Kung meron man gustong mag-dare dumaan, ito na yung chance niya maka-pick off ng isang kalaban. PBD with the Alt Drone, wala siyang makikita towards A-long. 11-6 ang ating score. Nahihirapan ng sobra ang Hashira pagdating sa post-plant na kayang gawin ng DR Esports. Crossfire to crossfire yung nangyayari, and hindi sila makapasok. Lalo na kung walang nanggagaling sa flank. So maybe, yun ang solusyon.
Pwedeng ito yung magiging gamit ng Hashira against them. Siguro if mas nag-flank din siguro right now si 2766 is pwede na, which is ginagawa naman niya usually. Kaso nabebait lang talaga sila sa mga pagkunyaring sets ng DR Esports against them. Like,
kaya,
for example,
kagaya ng ginawa ni ng Omen ng DR Esports, nagsasmoke siya lagi towards Silong. So, syempre, yung report niyan is may nag-smoke towards Silong. Wala na agad idea kung meron bang pumapasok o wala. Basta i-set up mo na yung smoke dahil after ilang seconds, magre-refresh din naman yan. Rapid na kapitas ng isa. Pangalawa pa nga para sa Nasmi. And now, Hunter's Fury, inilabas na rin niya. Fission is inside the site. Hinahanap ko sino man yung nag-Hunter's Fury na yan. The Rapid goes down in the hands of PBD. Hatred secures sa kill mula dyan sa operator niya. 10 seconds para makapag-plant ng spike. And it's successfully planted by PBD. Now, Paano
No
mo
more
hindi
charges left.
papapasukin ang tatlong players ng Hashira? Nang mag-isa ka lang, wala kang vision sa heaven, and that's it para sa side ng DR Esports. 11-7 yung magiging score after the spike is defused. And of course, the infamous cat spray.
Every time. Hatred. Talagang ganun yung spray na meron siya. Pero kita, cats. Kasi ako, love ko yung cats. Kahit meron akong alagang aso, cat ang
Hindi sila nag-aaway.
Hindi sila nag-aaway. Yung ano.
Yung cats and dog.
Hindi, dog. Kahit cat person ako, meron ako aso sa bahay. Kasi ayaw ng parents ko yung cat. Gusto daw nila aso. Walang choice. Pero mahal
Share
naman
lang
yung
namin,
aso.
guys.
Share lang namin.
Share lang. Share lang namin. Wala mo naman eh.
But then, medyo nagmamadali ang DR Esports dahil kailangan nila to take that match point advantage against Hashira before the gap closes in. Pero remember, may showstopper right now. Meron pa tayo right now, theft coming from Cypher. So, great information, especially with 2766 na nakakapag-trade siya as possible. But great advantage talaga ginawa ni Rabbit doon. Talagang ni-risk out niya lumabas ng sewers para maka-take out ng dalawang agents ng DR Esports.
Double doors. Kilapaga ng Aldron. Walang information na nakita. Tatlong players ang nasa double doors natin heading papunta sa garage and smoke para sa ating window. Ay, nandyan na din. A blind shot para kay Hatred pero walang tinamaan. 2766 bumaba na din and now the showstopper from Jeremy nag-connect sa isa pero 4 versus 2 ang labanan ngayon. Sova at Omen na lang ang natitira. Never mind, gawin mo na lang. Si Envy na lang yung naiwan and now stuck in this hole. Yung nangyari kay Envy, 12-7. Going to match point na tayo.
Match point.
Para sa side ng DR Esports. If they win this round, makakakita tayo ng 2-0. Matatapos na yung ating best of 3 match at sila ang makakapasok o sila ang makakatapak sa ating semifinals. At ang makakalaban nila ay walang iba kundi ang ArkAngel.
And sa mga nanonood dyan, this is the last already ng ating quarterfinals. Next na ikakas natin sa next series is gonna be the semifinals. But then, let's see. Malay mo, makahabol pa ang Hashira right now, 12-7.
Sa sobrang bilis pumush ni Envy, hindi na siya nakita nung recall. Hindi ina-expect ni Kelly S na nandoon na siya. Now, they have to go back. That was a good push. A good start para sa Hashira natin na hindi na-expect na makakapag-push sila dito sa ilong.
And now, ang DR Esports, undermanned na sila. Wala pa naman si Kelly, ang kanilang duelist din. Kailangan nila maging careful if they want to win this badly. Kailangan nila pumitas isa-isa at go with a good set ng smokes na meron tayo ngayon. Now, Rabbit. Hintayin lang niya yung footsteps coming from sewers and makakapag recon bolt na siya ngayon to identify kung saan kaya yung apat pa ng DR Esports.
Recon, walang makikita. Alam na nilang nakapasok ng sewers. Envy has a clear shot, pero Fission gets the tag first. Rabbit gets the trade. At para sa nagpa-plant ng spike, he is now safe. Neural Def, ginamit na rin. Nakita na yung location ng mga players natin from Team Hashira. But the flank is real. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Ray, na kung lahat sila dadaan papunta sa A-link, kagaya na ginagawa ngayon with the Bucky, nasaktuhan lang na si Hatred ay hindi handa na nasa right side. The fake defuse, and finally, DR Esports getting that second game. Congratulations sa DR Esports. Sila ang nanalo para sa ating semifinals. Fist bump muna. Virtual fist bump muna para sa mga players natin. Amazing, amazing play. And Ray, if you wanna talk about what happened sa match, ano nangyari?
All I can say is that ang daming great potential coming from these teams. And at the same time, throughout sa dalawang matches na kinas natin, napakadikit eh. Pero ang naging thing dito is that the amount ng information and at the same time, kung paano mag-retake ang DR Esports early rounds and at the same time, kung paano sila mag-post-plant, yun talaga yung nahirapan si Hashira into retaking over them.
Speaking of retakes, no, yung post-plant is the key para sa mga players na ito. But obviously, mas malakas talaga yung post-plant na ginagawa ng DR Esports, which gained them the advantage. At aside from that, hindi nakakapag-flank yung Hashira. Wala akong nakikitang flank. Nakita ko lang yung flank nung huling round na. Yun lang yung nakita kong flank. And sayang kung siguro sinubukan nila on earlier rounds. Baka sakali makahabol sila. And that's basically it, no? So, DR Esports ang makakapasok para sa ating semifinals at sila ang tatapat sa ArkAngel. I'm very excited. Yung susunod na ikakas mo at Nivel, kayong dalawa magkasama, ay semifinals na.
Semifinals na. Actually, sa mga nanonood dyan, this is
TFO, di ba? TFO tsaka
Oasis Gaming. So, Throwback Thursday ulit, di ba?
Throwback Thursday, nagkatapat na sila.
Nagkatapat na sila. And then, next naman na ikakas na after ng kakas namin ay magiging ArkAngel versus DR. So, very exciting din yung magiging set ng mga matches natin right now. But still, congratulations to DR Esports and at the same time, kay Hashira.
Kudos sa Hashira, no? Maganda pinakita nila sa run nila dito sa VCT. And big shoutout sa mga viewers natin. Sana nakabalik na yung YouTube natin, no? So makakanood na ulit sila. At alam mo ba, Ray, good luck sa inyo, Nivel, no? Ako magbe-break muna. So maya-maya magkikita-kita ulit tayo. Iwan ko muna kayo kina Vil at Ray. Kami pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. Kasama ko si Ray. Huwag kayong alis because VCTPH will be right back.
A person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from?
Lost enough.
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body. Move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. One I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
another surprise here where we saw Hashira go 0-2 up against none other than DR Esports in a game that we thought would go the extra mile, just didn't. And Hashira ended up falling a little bit short and looking a little bit flat up against the veteran team DR Esports. My name is Ilstrado, and we're going to be talking about that game, and breaking it down with you is going to be the panel. Liminal and Trix, how are you guys doing? Oh.
How's it going?
How is it going? So we just saw Hashira just absolutely sort of stumble, and what happened was they seem to have put the pieces together for the defensive side, but they absolutely struggled a little bit later on, though. I'm going to get your opinion in just a second, though, because we do have to go straight into into the interview. Excuse me, guys. We do have the winner of this game. It's PBD from the amazing lineup of DR Esports. He just came over from ArkAngel, and now with this new squad, they're looking stronger than ever. PBD, what's up, man? Oh. Cannot hear you, sir. Hello?
Hello, what's up?
Yo. Okay, so, first of all, congratulations. That was a really good 2-0. People were expecting a 2-1. People were expecting, some people were expecting Hashira. A lot of people were expecting you guys to come out. How does it feel to crush all those doubts and come out as the victor and go to the semifinals?
Actually, medyo nag-struggle kami nung first map sa bind. Medyo nahirapan ako i-read yung place ng Hashira. Then, tinry namin i-reset para maka-comeback namin yung bind sa first map.
Yeah.
Pero sobrang lakas ng Hashira, ang hirap din nila kalaban. Pero, yan, buti hindi nagpatinag yung mga kampi ko sa depensa.
I saw a lot of composure on your squad. It was really impressive to see that, even after losing quite a few rounds on bind, you were able to put it back together. It seems to just work. You guys are so good at working together as a team. It seems like you have a lot of trust. Why do you think that is? And, where does this all come from that you guys seem to have such good synergy and chemistry with each other?
Siguro, thank you na rin kay Coach Carter na nag-guide sa amin. Then, yung mga kids namin, mga batang member namin, talagang nakikinig sila sa akin, sa amin mga tanda. Na, yun, talagang tiwala sila sa amin. At nantiwala na lang din kami sa kanila.
Yeah. It clearly shows. Like, you guys look like you have a lot of trust, especially on your offensive side. It just looked so clean. Very, very impressive play. One of the best we've seen all tournament long. Honestly, well-deserved. One more question. You talked about Coach Carter. As we know, the legend himself, si Mr. Retrak. Tell me about sort of his effect on your team. How has he been helping you guys?
Sobrang laking ng impact ni Coach Carter, lalo na in terms sa discipline, sa mga tulungan ng team namin. Talagang tinulungan niya kami para mag-grow. Inuunti-unti niya step by step. Sa ngayon kasi hindi pa kami naka-bootcamp, so talagang verbal lang muna yung mabibigay niya sa amin. Talagang di pa namin natututukan.
That just goes to show that when you have a really good leader and a coach like Retrak, there's so much you guys can do. One last thing before I let you go. Anyone you want to give a shout out to and thank you to? And what message do you have for ArkAngel in the semifinal?
Shout out sa DR Esports, kay Coach Carter, sa manager namin kila boss, sa boss DR, sa wife ko, kay Yana, and sa family ko. And sa mga sumusuporta sa DR, maraming salamat sa inyo. And shoutout nga pala kay AA Yong, Tepok Lamok. Good luck, brother. Good luck and have fun.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations. I'll see you in the semifinals later on. Very good job, PBD. And looking forward to seeing looking forward to seeing more from you later. All right, so that has been our interview with PBD. Thank you guys for tuning in. Now let's break it all down with the panel themselves. I introduced them a little bit earlier, but now we're going to be bringing them back. So let's talk about that match. There's just so much to dissect here, and I need your help to do this because, oh my God, what a game we just saw. Little bit of a curveball. It was a 2-0. A lot of us were expecting a Hashira or a DR 2-1. No one, I think, saw a 2-0. But you just saw how good DR looked. Honestly, they looked amazing. And I think everybody will agree with this.
Yeah, definitely. They did struggle, as PBD mentioned earlier, they did struggle during that first map in Bind on the first half. As when DR was looking really good on the defensive half, Hashira was looking very good on their defense as well. So it was really the key here is the discipline on DR Esports.
Yep. Definitely, you could see their discipline shine when it came to the retakes during the defender side. They're able to force the opponents and box them into a certain area, and from there just basically keep them until they're ready to fight. So that was one of the other factors why Hashira was unable to really get the rounds that they needed, was because DR played it in a way that was, okay, we're giving them the site, but we have everywhere else surrounding them, so we're just going to retake them.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, I feel like they nullified the plays of Hashira simply because of their patience. They shut out Hatred's Bucky a lot of the time because of how aware they were. They shut out a lot of the plays that, a lot of the map control that Hashira was trying to get with sneaky plays like this as well. And it was just an all-around victory, I think, for DR.
In many aspects, yes. But also, on the attack phase of DR, they were not afraid to play out the entire clock. Let it wind down and basically utilize every second. And, every second counts in a round of Valorant, and they weren't afraid to utilize that.
Yeah, it was such a good game. What do you think were the shining points here for DR? What do you think was the best thing that they showed us here today, and why they took really this victory against Hashira?
Angle awareness, retakes, being able to know really exactly where they're open and how they can support each other. I saw that especially in Haven, when there was that one angle where they're able to walk up into garage, right? All the way into Seaside. And I feel that comes with a lot of time in the game as well.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge when it comes to map geometry, and of course unison and timing, blocking with the rest of your squadron.
Yeah, and honestly, there were a lot of good reads on the side of DR. I feel like Hashira gave them a run for their money. The first map definitely could have went their way, Bind.
Yeah.
But DR seems to just snapped out of it and just took that victory. I feel like Hashira could have done the same. I feel like a tactical timeout or two would have definitely helped their case. And as you can see right now, look at this. Brimstone, Disrupt, 2.5 KDA versus Hatred's Jet with a 1.0. And it's not a good sign when the enemy Brimstone is doing better than your duelist.
Absolutely. But then again, we were highlighting the fact earlier that the ability for DR to adapt on the fly is very, very important, that malleable aspect, and that's what they showed.
It's unfortunate to see... It's unfortunate to say this, but we see Hashira's newness in this matchup that we just saw, in terms of the discipline of also just clearing every single angle, of making sure all your corners are safe, of understanding the timing of everything. I felt, although Haven was their map pick, it felt to me that there's still work that needs to be done on that map.
Well, for this week, we tried, and this may be, and I will admit, my fault as their coach. We did try the new lineup, switching over things from 276F. We put him on that Cypher, and we put Envy actually on the Omen. And I think it may be a sign that they did struggle on those new agents. So this might have been one of those factors. But at the same time, I do realize that Fission was actually just crazy on that Haven game.
Fission was able to get that timing right.
He the way that Fission played, it just seems like he had a great read on Hashira, like no matter what they try to do. There were some sterling examples of great reads as well and great executes from Hashira, but it seems like every time they get 1 point, it seems like DR got 2 in response.
It's that adaptability, on the fly adjustment, and their ability to just get a read. Just like you said, Fission knew exactly where to be at the right time.
I agree completely, but let's take a look and see who actually was the MVP of the series. Who took home the golden gun, I guess is what you would call it here in Valorant. And the MVP of this series, is, none other than Fission. Really no surprise, I guess, to everybody here, who just was phenomenal in both maps. Really was able to shut down Hashira time and time again. Even when Hashira had the upper hand, Fission was able to bring it back single-handedly a lot of the time.
I think he really shines on an agent such as Jet. Previously, he was playing a lot of Reyna I do believe. This definitely suits him more, and we see a much bigger impact coming in from Fission.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a breather from the game itself and talk about the tournament overall. We've got the bracket coming up for you. See exactly where we are right now. We're at the semis. It is going to be 2 semis today after this final quarterfinal. TFO versus OG and ArkAngel versus Dreamfire. Sorry, excuse me, DR. Dreamfire is eliminated. They were much earlier on, but this should definitely be. This is probably the most interesting semifinals we've ever seen here on VCT Philippines, and I expect these to go all the way 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, check out these 2 semifinal matches.
They're like blood matches, like
blood matches.
Blood feud between the both of these teams. 4 of these teams actually.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's why it's so exciting. This is really interesting.
I feel like both games will be both teams reading each other based on how they understand each other to play.
Yeah, both games will be like
it's-
super cause and effect.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you because, you know, it just seems that the rivalries that we're starting to see are all manifesting here today.
Yeah.
But before we talk about those teams, let's talk about you. How can you be a winner today? It's all going to be about the giveaways because we're giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And all you got to do is this. Stitch and Duet Azurize TikTok Video Casting Week Challengers Week 2. Post it on PPGL Facebook page and post the video either on YouTube or TikTok with the hashtag PPL. Just do it. Make sure it is public so we can see it. We'll be selecting 10 winners at the very end of the day and get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/PPGLGG, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's going to be bit.ly/PPGL-YT, or just search PPGL on YouTube. And also a big thank you to our sponsor, of course, Globe, who has made this all happen. Globe's virtual hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as virtual hangouts goes esports. Brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the virtual hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And let's not forget to also thank our partners, Predator. We'd like to thank Acer Predator, who is our official gaming PC and laptop partner. So if you want to play like the pros, make sure you get on that Acer Predator. Now, back into the discussion segment, I'm going to welcome back my panelists here as we do talk about the rest of the games here. The next semifinal is, of course, going to be a very interesting one. It's got to be TFO versus OG. It is a rivalry that has been going on for a very long time now. So let's open it up and talk about this matchup. How do you feel about this, guys?
I'm excited, definitely, to watch TFO perform again. They have seemed to improve, but if I may be honest, it felt a lot like Atlas being lackluster in that quarterfinals match. So I'm thinking that OG's got the upper hand here, especially with that mentality set.
Yeah, again, these 2 teams know each other very well. And time and again, they have faced off in the past. OG would usually, more often than not, come out on top. And with the growth that we've seen from OG, I really do believe that they have a very good chance at taking this against TFO.
Yeah. And speaking of Oasis, we're going to pull up their roster right now. And I know you wanted to talk about this a little bit more, Viminal. Oasis Gaming, they've been looking so much better lately. You got Beats, Brain Freeze, Godors, Ripper, and Worship. We're sticking to the core 5 lately. Haven't seen much of Young Pork. Maybe we will later on. But how do you feel about these guys, especially lately?
Yeah, here's the thing. You know, they have been in the boot camp, and it's a mix of those tiny factors of them being all in one space that I do believe is leading to them becoming much more coordinated. And of course, their coach, Ekoshiba, is also very hands-on. Young Pork, although we didn't see him yesterday, he has been a very consistent performer for Oasis Gaming. Definitely huge value add to the current roster. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see him later on. But they're definitely looking a lot better. They just keep growing.
I appreciate how it doesn't seem that they're as reliant as they have been before on Godors. They're working more as a team now and doing a lot more refrags, and I enjoyed seeing that. So I do feel like OG can take the win for today's matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a very good chance either team goes through, but You know, for me, I'm leaning a little bit towards OG today. They just seem to have everything a little bit more polished. But let's talk about TFO. All right, TFO, they're a team that has also been improving quite a lot as we take a look at their roster. And I know you're quite familiar with these players as well, Trix. You know, Coco, Curtisi, Mark, Zerv, and your other...
Is it just because I'm named Trix that I'm more familiar with them? But no, I have been given the pleasure to play with Trix. He is a very great player. We love him on the duelist, but as we have mentioned last time in their quarterfinals, we're not so certain about his pick with the Sentinels.
Yes.
We did all notice they were able to come back after sometimes they were getting picked off, a little bit of the odd angles, but then they did a mental reset. They were able to come back into the game, much like we just saw earlier. So I do think they have a good chance of giving a good fight, but I'm a little wary in saying that they have more in their kit than what Oasis has right now.
Yeah, well, taking a look at my notes really quickly, I just had to go over them. And, you know, the last time these guys met, it was OG coming out on top yet again.
Yes.
In a 2-2, I think it was a 2-1 victory.
It was.
The very last time in the last week. This time, however, they're looking a lot better. And TFO is poised to strike and take down who I believe currently is the favorite, which is OG. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like this could be the week TFO actually takes out Oasis?
I mean, TFO, they're definitely a team known to do a lot of homework on their enemy. So it really depends on how much they've prepared this time around, if they're able to learn from their previous mistakes from the previous encounter. But if we're going to go from previous stats, unlikely.
Well, I think I'm going to agree with you there. But let's take a closer look at the head-to-head. We have it up right now as we're going to take a look and see which of these players are going to be on our spotlight for the players here today. It's going to be a closer one. And if I'm going to make a call, I think it's going to be, Curtisi and Gadors. Pretty much straightforward. Both of these guys were amazing yesterday. Gadors as well. He's always in the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm very... really good to notice that Gadors is not just on the radar. He's playing a lot of different agents now.
It's good.
And this is a very welcome change.
I do enjoy also having a Raze on the team just because I feel she gets a lot more information than Reina can. Reina's a great agent and the sustain is amazing, but it just doesn't feel as much of a team agent as a duelist like Phoenix, like Raze, especially with the clearing of the corners, or that hard entry that Jet has.
Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, this Reina, having her on her team is sort of indicative of the growth of the team. The fact that they're playing more team-oriented duelists just goes to show that they're relying on Gadors less to be the sort of carry on the team.
Yes.
And I think it's really a sign of their growth. But speaking of where we're going, it is going to be the map veto up next. It is the battlefield of choice for both of these teams. Now take a look, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Ascent. It's going to be the first map here. Selected. This is ballsy, if I'm going to say so myself. If you're picking Ascent against OG, this is like a straight up, you know, this is going to be a brawl.
Isn't this the same as last time?
I think it's
probably. This is a repeat of
They
a
started
previous
with
encounter.
Ascent as well.
You're going to be like, okay, let's run it back, guys. Let's run it back. Let's see who wins this time.
Yeah, well, pretty much the same picks here, but will the outcome be any different this time around? There's only one way to find out, and that's by going straight into the game itself. But before we do, I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think is going to take this one?
It's so hard to say.
I think OG will.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be quite close. I do believe that TFO has what it takes.
Can I play devil's advocate this time? I think TFO did their homework. They're prepared to take on OG this time. I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of First Order.
Okay, wow. I think 2-1 OG. I just think that they have it in them right now. This is, and I said this before, OG's time to shine, now or never. Let's see if any of us are correct at all. Casters, what about you? What are your predictions in this one? The floor is yours.
At kami ay nagbabalik din sa Valorant Challenges Tours. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vil. syempre kasama ko si Ray dito, and we're gonna cast the next game, which is Oasis Gaming versus the First Order. Well, alright, tinanong tayo ni Ilustrado kung ano yung magiging verdict natin dito. For me, it's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Oasis Gaming. How about you?
Ako actually, pinili ko din ang Oasis Gaming. Pero, sabi nga ni Trix, this is gonna be a close fight between these two teams. So, especially ang first map natin, it's gonna be Ascent.
It's gonna be Ascent though. We've seen how OG played in Ascent. And sa mga nakaraang really superb. Sobrang ganda talaga ng performance nila though. Well, we are now seeing the First Order right now. Apparently, kinast natin itong, itong dalawang teams na to kahapon. And really can't wait kung sino bang mananalo dito. Because the winner of this match will head on to the Grand Finals. Tomorrow, it's gonna be best of 5. And then later on, meron pa tayo semifinals. It's gonna be DR Esports versus ArkAngel. Isipin mo ang mga anghel laban sa mga dragon. Sobrang solid talaga makita yon. Pero upon checking Oasis Gaming right now, sa totoo lang, isa to sa pinaka mainit na laban din kahapon. And we've seen all these teams na naglalaban-laban din back then, simula pa nung una. Maganda yung performance nila, pero yun nga lang, sa semifinals, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. And hopefully, makakita tayo ng bagong mga teams talaga na pupunta sa Grand Finals. Emperor Esports yan kasi lagi na yan sa semifinals tsaka sa Grand Finals eh. Well, so, sure nga talaga tayo na it's gonna be a new one.
And at the same time, itong Oasis Gaming at the First Order, marami na sila nakuwang defeats on the previous weeks na nakita natin, di ba? Maraming nung semifinals, kaso di sila nakaabot ng Grand Finals. Pero still, inaabangan ko kung ano kaya yung naging improvements nila throughout yung 2 weeks ulit na nangyari ever since on the second week. And tandaan nyo, kung maraming teams ang nag-improve, sure na sure ako na Oasis Gaming and TFO, meron silang ihahanda ngayon sa Ascent.
After how many weeks already, we've seen their improvements. We've seen how they played. Pagaling sila ng pagaling every week. So apparently, this is like the third week already. Pangatlo na natin to. So on those 3 weeks na nagdaan, I mean, the practice that they had, all the scrims that they had as well, tsaka all the experience that they had dito sa tournament na to, really gave them that boost of experience para sa mga susunod pa nilang laban. Well, upon checking the brackets, yun nga talaga, sobrang hirap din talaga malaman kasi yung mga mananalo dito though. Semifinals, 4 teams left from 100 teams na sumali dito. More than 100 teams sumali. It's now down to 4 and I'm actually super excited who's gonna win tomorrow. Pero dito naman, how about you? Sino nga ulit yung pipiliin mo?
Ngayon, magti-TFO ako
TFO.
ngayon.
Yes, TFO. Ako OG. Sobrang sakto natin doon. Sa'yo 2-1. Yes. 2-1 in favor of TFO. Sa akin 2-0 in favor of OG. Why? Kasi we've seen them play yesterday. Grabe yung sobrang solid nung momentum nila yesterday talaga. We all know, pag online na yung mga key players ng OG, they're really unstoppable though. And syempre, ang TFO, ganoon din naman. Pag online na sila, pag na-activate nila yung spider sense nila, I mean, it's gonna be over for sure. Pero sa team fight na to, yeah, I'm rooting for OG. You for TFO. First map, it's gonna be Ascent. We have a lot of things that can do dito sa Ascent, mga kaibigan. And that is a really tricky map though. I mean, para sa akin, this is my most favorite map. Pangalawa na ang Icebox. Well, bakit Ascent? Kasi, I mean, you can do a lot of lineups. You can do a lot of lineups. So, Shock Dart, sa Molly. Sobrang nag-excel dito sila Killjoy and sila Sova. Lalo na si Brem, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a lot of agents din kasi na medyo hindi angkop sa isang mapa, sa totoo lang. Well, apparently, like this, you're not gonna use a Viper in this map though. I mean, sa mga iba't ibang mapa rin, you're not gonna use a Viper. But I have no idea nga lang din kasi if ever malay mo, meron silang mga packet strategies or anything. I mean, like dito sa Ascent, to be honest, sa rank compe, competitive, lagi ako nakakita ng Yoru pick, to be honest.
And looking at ngayon sa Ascent, alam naman natin na either kung sino man ang team na pumili, sa OG's pick for Ascent, alam natin na parehas na teams na to ay familiar na with it. But at the same time, looking at their agent lineups, most likely ito yung gagamitin nila. Looking at the defenders, we have Worship as a bridge, while sa attackers naman, kitang-kita naman natin as expected, their key players, si Trix, going out with his Reyna as a duelist. Alam naman natin na we're going into the patch 2.04, kaya we're expecting that mga plays coming from this team.
This is the play that OG did yesterday, mga kaibigan. No duelist lineup at all. Ito yon. So let's see kung anong gagawin na sagot ng the first order. The first order already will watch this game, so for sure.
And at the same time, biruin nyo, Oasis Gaming, they took down Empire Esports kahapon. Isa sa mga awaited teams din na inaabangan ng lahat at maraming fans ang Empire Esports. But then, Oasis Gaming got it with a 2-1 against them.
2-1. Lagi sila naglalaban, diba? Lagi talaga sila naglaban Oasis Gaming and ang Empire Esports. Lagi sila nagkakatapat sa mga iba't ibang tournaments, and I'm actually happy na Oasis Gaming ang advance dito sa semifinals though. Actually rooted for Empire Esports back then. Actually rooted for them. Pero I'm actually surprised and happy as well na Oasis Gaming naman ang kukuha ng trono dito sa semifinals. So palitan lang talaga. We can say na mahihirapan talaga tayo kung sino pa talaga number 1 sa kanila. I mean, sino yung mas magaling or anything. Kasi to be honest, dito, ito yung week na to. Ito yung pinakamahirap na week sa totoo lang. Kasi this is like the battle of 50-50s. Everything is 50-50s, ladies and gentlemen. So it's gonna be so hard for us to know kung sino pa talaga ang mas angat, sino ang mas pogi at maganda dito sa team na to though. Well, dito sa Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan, this is the map na gustong-gusto ko rin na composition rin nila, kasi ito nga talaga, nagulat yung kalaban nila kahapon na they don't know how to react on this kind of lineup though. Gadowers with this Sage pick, they know already. Sa Ascent din yun eh. Sa Ascent nangyari to, mga kaibigan. Dito nangyari yun. So, they're really dependent sa Breach and sa Omen for initiation, and
right there.
Susunod na rin dito syempre yung mga information na pwedeng gamitin din ng Killjoy and Sova for sure.
And alam naman din natin na Oasis Gaming also works with their aim-wise din. Napaka-smart nila pagdating sa mga pag-hold ng mga angles. But remember, TFO, napakalaki ng potential ng team na to. On the previous weeks, nakita natin how they slowly improved and they head on at last sa semifinals against Oasis Gaming. So Throwback Thursday to sa mga audience natin ngayon. OG versus TFO, nakita natin na 2-0 by Oasis Gaming nung naglaban sila. But this time, is it gonna be an OG win ulit? Or kaya makakahabol na ngayon ng TFO at sila na makakuha ng ticket going on to the finals. But right now, meron tayong technical pause, so let's just wait. Alam ko naman nandyan kayo right now. And sa mga nandyan, sa mga gustong duet si Azuray, syempre, check out the pinned comment. And meron na kahapon, in-announce na ni Ilustrado yung mga teams mga tao na nanalo ng 1,650 plus Valorant points pang Prime Battle 2.0 din yun. So, make sure to just check out the pinned comment and syempre mag-duet na kayo. At ninamalay nyo, di ba? Kayo na ang next caster ng Valorant, diba? And at the same time, sa mga nanonood dyan, looking at the teams once again, balik tayo. Best of 3 series to. Ascent ang pinakaunang map sa mga ngayon pa nga nag-stay tuned. And also, like and share the live stream. And comment down your favorite teams, syempre, kung Oasis Gaming ba kayo or the First Order. And also, cheer nyo yung favorite nyo na players.
Speaking of PPGL Just Do It, I've actually watched a couple of videos kagabi and kanina na habang papunta ako dito. I'm actually super impressed though. Yung mga may mga lalaking sumali, may mga babaeng sumali. Meron akong na-impress ako sa isang babae na nag-send. I mean, she is super professional. Later on, hindi ko sabihin. Pero later on, papakita ko yun sa Ray. Pero going back to this game right now, ladies and gentlemen, the game is now on here in Ascend. Once again, this is the semifinals of the Valorant Challengers Tour Stage 1, week number 3. It's gonna be OG versus TFO. We've seen Brain Freeze yesterday and he really popped off kahapon. And talagang binuha talaga niya ang koponan ng Team OG. Pero dito naman sa TFO, mga kaibigan, syempre andito yung mga pinaka-solid nating mga tropa. And let's see kung paano sila makakapasok dito. 1,000 nasa market though. We have Killjoy, but Brain Freeze there on the first blood, taking down Tricks. But the thing is, it's just that is a crazy trade-off na nangyari dito sa market.
Pero ngayon, open na kagad ng B-site. Courtesy, he will be planting behind the boxes sa default. Kaya abangan na lang pagpunta ng mga members ng OG. But remember, meron pa ngayong coming from Godowers with his Ghost coming in. Pero papunta na sila slowly but surely. Isa-isahin lang nila. Has a good headshot coming from Azure. Pero Worship will be finishing Courtesy out. And they are able to defuse the spike.
Okay. Ang OG, ang ginagawa lang nila dito is they don't have to overcommit sa isang site. Hindi nila pwedeng itapon lahat nung mga utilities nila sa A lang or sa B lang, because if ever lang na magpo-post plan sila, mahihirapan na sila because of lahat sila puro controller, puro sentinel. It's gonna be so hard for them to regain what they've lost if ever tinapon lahat nila ang mga skills nila sa isang site. So ang talagang ginagawa nila, hindi sila talaga lagi nag-overextend or nag-over-rotate para at least mababawi nila yung site na yun bigla. At let's see naman kung anong gagawin naman TFO ngayon dito sa round na to. That is a really big mishap for TFO. Nakuha na nila yung site, but it's just na-retake pa talaga ng OG yung point na yun. But look at that, it's just OG right now just trying to prevent TFO entering A side, ladies and gentlemen, which is a really smart thing to do. If ever kasi, ang ginagawa lang talaga ng OG dito, they just keep on delaying TFO na makapasok talaga. Inuubos nila ang oras ng TFO.
And speaking of that, with the good flash coming from Worship, dinedenay nila yung flank also coming from TFO. And speaking of, Godowers was able to take out Marky coming from TFO. At tatlo na lang remaining at di pa nila napaplant rather ang spike so far. Pero ngayon, they will be heading on to B-main. At makikita sila ni Beats out in the open. Good trades coming from Brain Freeze. Pero nga lang, dalawa na lang sila. At stuck sila ngayon because of Nanoswarm. Pinadali sila ngayon.
Which is a good thing actually. Ang ginagawa na talaga ng OG dito is they keep on trading all of the deaths ng mga players nila though. Like kitang-kita natin kanina, namatay ang Sova ng OG dito sa B. Well, tas bigla lang ita-trade off ni Brain Freeze dun sa taas ng market. Well, that is the best thing talaga na pwede natin gawin sa lahat ng games natin. Be mindful sa trade-offs. Be mindful if ever kailan kayo papasok para ready yung magte-trade talaga sa inyo.
And speaking of, just pag-usapan lang natin yung naging match before ng OG and Empire kahapon. Nakita natin kung gaano sila kagaling mag-trade. And ngayon na-apply nila so far sa first 2 rounds pa lang na pinapakita nila sa atin. Yun na kagad, especially with the retake earlier on, nakapag-trade sila kagad against TFO. And now, nandito pa rin ang kanilang mga barrel, meron pa rin silang utilities against TFO.
Trix, however, I'm just gonna deny that recon bolt though. Trix already knows there's someone right there in B. He heard that outdoor for sure, and that, I mean, sobrang daming binabato ng OG ngayon talagang they really want to push out B. Pero most likely ayaw talaga nilang harapin ang TFO dito sa B main, mga kaibigan. Pero Marky slowly and surely pushing in aiming, ladies and gentlemen. Walang tao sa A at all. Meron dalawa though. Ando naman si Ripper, ando naman si Brain Freeze as well. And that turret is a huge factor as well para malaman ba kung papasok na ang TFO dun sa A site. Nakikita natin yun si Beast and just trying as well and waiting for the right moment for him to pull that trigger off the recon mode. The TFO Marky went in already with that updraft to check the heavens, just to check heaven and the other part of the map. The brain freeze up from up top, taking down Coco, but Tricks with a refrag there, and Courtesy planted the spike already. 4-on-4 the scoreboard right now. Serve looking cheeky in that corner of A side as well. Tricks, mga kaibigan, we're not gonna be able to push that point of the map because he will kill all the players dito sa may A-short, mga kaibigan. Push it to a 4v1 now. Beats the only man remaining. Mababawi ba ng TFO ang pagkatalo nila ng 2 beses dito sa map mo to?
Pero remember, si Beats, siya na lang mag-isa, and Marky will be finishing him out, and our score ngayon is 2-1. At kita naman natin ang ganda talaga ng post-plants ng TFO, and yun yung something din na iniiwasan ni Oasis Gaming. And if that happens, patuloy yung momentum ng TFO, mahihirapan sila. And especially kanina on that part, nandun lang sila sa may 3, gusto nilang manggaling sa doors going in towards A side, and na-sandwich na sila kagad ng mga angles na nakahold ng TFO against them. But great start for the both of the teams. Kita naman natin na lugi rin kasi sa weapons right now ang Oasis Gaming. Naka-Spectres lang sila versus Vandals and Phantoms.
Beats will not gonna be able to deal damage dito sa side ng TFO, mga kaibigan, but still Marky will just gonna do the same thing all over again though. He will take down Gado. We're trying to go with a second one though. Worship slowly peeking, hitamang jiggle peek lang, just gonna flash out the players of TFO. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema dito, walang pwedeng mag-trade because there's someone right there up top, which is Ripper though. And Worship being that aggressive, we're gonna be able to spot Marky and will kill him as well. 2-1, still 2-1, and kinda slow movement para dito sa mga players natin and teams natin, yes?
Oh, pero nga lang nahuli sana ng pagiging aggressive ng Oasis Gaming also. And tignan mo naman ang baka ni Brain Freeze. Pero they try to check out if meron sa logs. Pero unfortunately, wala. Kaya nag-back sila sa Speedway. But good leer coming from Trix. Pero nga lang sumabay din ng Nano Swarm. Very perfect timing galing kay Brain Freeze. And now, titignan natin if makakuha ba siya with this Bucky. Knowing that, yes, speaking of, nakuha na kagad si Courtesy. At stuck sila ngayon, di sila makapag-Speedway. But great trades coming from Zerv and Trix.
Ripper, however, just waiting patiently on the side of the map right now. But the thing is, Coco is right there waiting for him. The Worship taking down Coco. The spike has been planted already. 1v2 situation. Dalawang tao dito sa boathouse. Pero ano pa ba ang merong skills ni Worship dito? Medyo kulo na rin siya ng mga, wala na siya yatag after shock. Well, apparently pwede pa siya mag-fault line though. Pero yun nga lang mag-cool down pa. Pero that sandwich of these two players of TFO made that impossible for Worship na ma-trade off nito. Well, yun yung sinasabi ko kanina, it's gonna be so hard. Kailangan talaga nilang magtipid dito ng mga utilities dito for OG because apparently sobrang utilities dependent to sa ng utilities yung mga teams natin, and the score is 2-2 already. I mean, yun nga, ulitin ko, 2-2 na tayo. So, it's just, pwede natin sabihin na medyo pantay lang talaga yung mga teams natin to. Like what I've saying a while ago, medyo utilities dependent yung point ng OG. Well, kailangan nila ng flashes, kailangan ng paranoia and stuff. Unlike dito sa kabila, they can just literally dash in na sobrang bilis because of that leer and everything though. Pero, what do you think?
I think marami pang pwedeng mangyari between these teams knowing na tie pa sa level. So, I think we'll just be taking a short break. We are your casters. I think, okay, wala. Sorry guys, mayroong mga technical problems lang on our side, but okay na pala, Bill. May tumunog kasi sa headset namin, so pasensya na po. Tuloy pa rin ang usapan namin tungkol sa Oasis Gaming and TFO.
Okay, gusto ko lang sabihin sa'yo na if ever you want to watch out the English stream, ladies and gentlemen, kasi live din tayo sa Twitch, you can check out the English commentary at the twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. And syempre, Filipino commentary if you want to still watch us and the other games here in the PPGL page. You can do that as well. And don't forget to like and share this stream, ladies and gentlemen. G lang kayo doon, of course. Just sit back and relax. And pag-uusapan ulit natin yung dalawang teams natin. Yun nga, to be honest, medyo nawala ako dun sa tanong ko sa'yo kanina kasi iba sinabi mo sa totoo lang. Pero, this team, TFO, we've seen them play this round. They're really waiting to go inside A side sa totoo lang. But the thing is, nababato na ng OG yung mga skills that, yeah, they can wall out A main and the worship will do a follow on that flash. Pero yun nga lang, it's really that enough for them to take down the whole side of TFO. Well, meanwhile, dito naman sa kabila, actually si Brain Freeze, kung mapapansin mo, he will stick at B. Hindi siya aalis sa B, mga kaibigan. The placements of the Nano Swarm grenades and the alarm bot of Killjoy dun sa B is really on point. Actually, ang kakombo na dyan is si Sova. Well, tuloy nga nang ina-explain ko kahapon. Actually, kay Eliza ko ina-explain kahapon though. They are just actually wait for Killjoy and Sova. Inaantay lang ni Sova na mag-Nano Swarm grenade si Killjoy and itatrap nila ang TFO doon sa may corner ng B-main.
And at the same time, gusto ko kung gano'n sabi mo nga, in addition lang kay Brain Freeze, kung gano'n siya nagko-commit, ba? He makes sure na he gets those frags na pag-e-entry nila. Make sure to also use his nano swarms para makapag-hold. And at the same time, gusto ko lang i-commend yung both teams na to. Alam naman natin na pagdating sa Ascent, parehas silang familiar with it. Lahat ng teams familiar with it. Kaya kita nyo nga yung pinakahuling scores natin is 2-all. Nabangan natin later on kung ano kaya yung magiging score ng bawat isa.
Okay, I just want to ask you, what do you think is the best thing for Team OG for them to get back in this game? TFO is trying so hard for them to win this, but the thing is they got that momentum already. What do you think is the best thing for OG to do para makuha ulit yung puso ng isang champion? What do you think?
Sa akin lang siguro, the perfect timing to use your abilities. Kasi usually nadadali sila ng 0.2 seconds para to go on with the flash, with the stunts coming from their bridge. Especially ngayon, wala silang duelist setup. So yun yung kailangan nila eh. Perfect timing ng mga abilities na isa-set ng controllers nila and sentinels.
In terms of abilities though, well, yeah, perfect timing, yes, pwede. And syempre, they have a lot of agents to get information from. Number one, they have that Sage, of course. They have that Sage para lang at least pag narinig na niya wall off na. They have that Sova, Recon, of course, Owl Drone. Next is number 1, Killjoy. Sobrang mahirap din talaga ang isang game with a Killjoy as their opponent. It's gonna be so hard, to be honest, and it's really up to you kung paano kayo magpa-pop off. But the thing is, it's gonna be round 5 already, and we're gonna start this game right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen. Going here in this game right now, and tamang change lang ng pace dito for TFO, and most likely they're just gonna manage to push out B instead or A, or it's actually depends for them kung anong gusto nila, pero B is the way to go.
But then, looking at that, sinabayan ng lockdown. Pero good trades coming from them. Lalo at wala na si Brain Freeze. Pero Beats nakaabang lang ngayon sa corner ng B-side. Pero now, they're fighting against him sa Speedway. At kailangan niya mag-reload. Kaya natamaan na siya ni Zervidus. Vandals in. Pero 2v3 pa. At pwede pang mag-revive right now ang Sage ng Oasis Gaming.
Yes, indeed. The revive is now up. And the 3v2 now on the board, but Ripper is trying to rip out Surf, but Courtesy is out there just trying to trade him off. Oh, look at that Courtesy though, with a 3K! Just still securing that round, waiting patiently doon sa likod ng box na yun. They've got pwede pang mag-revive dito si Gadowers eh. Pero kung nag-revive lang siya, sana makakuha pa siya ng isa. Like, kunyari, makapag-bait lang talaga. Pero it's gonna be so hard for them. Siya rin yung sayang, kung sana nag-revive siya, nirevive na si Killjoy doon, that could have been a win for OG. Well, pwede nang sabihin na they really want to push out TFO. Well, nakadepende pa rin sa strategies nila yun. Kung anong gusto talaga nilang gawin.
But then, Worship at 5 HP. Pero nakapag-heal pa si Gadowers. Wala nga lang natamaan right now. But he only has one agent para sa TFO. Naalis na siya nga right now. Going back, TFO, Coco. Ang mga Coco talaga na pangalan, napakaswerte niyan eh. Kaya tignan natin kung maybe he's really gonna be performing well. Nakita naman natin how his performance really brought well sa team niya. Now, Brain Freeze with the Bucky in. They want to go for the takeover sa market. Pero slowly but surely naman sa parte ng TFO.
Jet, however, just waiting patiently there sa may top mid. Pero yun nga lang, inaantay lang niya na pwede mag-peek dito. Baka kasi bigla siyang ma-flash ni Worship. On that point of the map already, Brain Freeze is waiting patiently here in Market Zone. Meron naman tayong turret doon. Pwede naman yun yung mag-peek out. Pero yun nga lang, syempre, nakadepende pa rin yun if ever they really wanted to shut down all the players of TFO. Though, the lockdown has been set here in B. And kung napapansin mo, the discipline of OG is right there. They're not rotating agad-agad mga kaibigan because they just want to make sure kung nandito pa talaga ang team TFO. And OGB's been killed already by Courtesy though, but apparently there's gonna be a 4v3 situation and the retake is now on for them though. Brain Freeze sees one with a head two. Tricks from behind, sobrang sayang lang. Kayang-kaya pa sa sana if ever meron lang siyang gear or anything, kung nabaka pa siya na maayos. But the thing is, OG, medyo sayang talaga na round for TFO though. That is a thrifty round. Meron na online yung mga ultimates dito ng TFO, pero medyo hindi na talaga kinaya nung time na yun.
And the fact na OG actually gives them the plant and sabi mo nga, hinintay lang nila, that means na alam nila kung paano sila mag-retake, what will be their plans, kahit ba dalawa na lang sila natitira, kahit tatlo na lang versus 5 ng TFO. They know what angles they will be picking up on.
Take flight.
Courtesy trying to start off everything with that Al Jones though, and we're gonna spot someone here on A, but not gonna release that Hunter's Fury because he wants to make sure kung ilan ba talaga ang tao dito sa A mga kaibigan. Ripper waiting patiently dun lang sa may corner ng boxes mga kaibigan. Can kill actually yung lahat na mapapasok dito. So apparently, ang pinakamagandang way dyan is start off with a near or anything, or kahit isang recon man lang para at least makita mo na meron talagang tao dun sa corner na yun. A very slow push now for TFO. Sobrang lapit ng laban mga kaibigan. Marky, what a nice reflex. They're just smoking that part of the map just to pick that guy na nag-aantay dun sa may corner mga kaibigan. Curtis will not gonna spot someone with that shock dart though. Coco, however, nandito lang dito sa may short mga kaibigan, pero wala na rin wall, so kaya-kaya na makapasok dito. Courtesy will spun out one, but hindi na matatamaan dito si Gadowers mga kaibigan, but Coco is right there waiting patiently. We're gonna be able to take down Sage and Ripper, but OGB saves the day.
Nice bait ng pag-revive earlier on ni Gadowers, pero nga lang we have seen their bits. Sabi nga ni Will, saves the day, just watching over them. But at the same time, look at that hold coming from OG. And alam na lang nagko-commit kasi usually ang TFO sa mga pagpasok nila ng sides. So what they can do is just wait for them to come in, go with the dry pick kanina, especially with what Gadowers did there, pick out 2 coming from TFO. But then,
sorry. Go.
But then we have here, Courtesy. Ano yun din?
I think that's not a bait though. I think that's not a bait. Because medyo mahaba yung oras eh. medyo mahaba na yung oras. Hindi lang talaga nila alam na meron na nandun pala talaga si Coco dun sa short, kaya talaga sila na pick off. So apparently, going back to this game right now, OGB is waiting patiently here in short though. He's gonna use that recon bolt to spot out the players of TFO, but the Hunter's Fury from Courtesy will gonna be able to damage one and will kill Worship as well. The main flasher of OG is now down for pushing this to a 2v4. Killjoy mga kaibigan, wala siyang lockdown. Pero meron siyang turret, pwede na ilabas yung turret niya. Pero ba't dito naman sa OG, wala ring abilities at all dito. Ang tropa nating si Sova, which is si Beats. Pero this is going to be a big problem for them for sure. Sova, however, very, very low on HP. It's really up to them on how will they retake this. Both of them are here in heaven. They should go most likely sa short or anything. But the problem is sobrang clumped up na sila dito sa A. All the corners of A are really so hard to push on. Coco, however, out there from hell. Beats super low. With a wall bang, Coco 3K, really flawless round for TFO. Sobrang linis no pagpasok nila sa A. Alam mo yun, wala silang any second thoughts or anything. The confidence of TFO is really not outstanding sa pag-push nila dun sa A na yun.
It matters na lang dito kung gaano, actually these teams are both smart at ascent, sabi ko nga. But it actually matters na lang dito is how you will set it perfectly. And gaya nga ng nakita natin doon, very perfect. Hindi pa nila ginamit yung lockdown, hindi pa nila ginamit yung ult, ult ngayon ni Omen. So, marami pang pwedeng gamitin right now para makapag-push sa site ang TFO. But then,
B-main is now on and again. It's just TFO, which is gonna do the same thing. Kung anong ginawa nila kanina, the Worship will take down Trix. Wala na rin isang main fragger. Main fragger ng TFO, which is Reina Marky pushing in as well. Meron pa siyang tatlong smoke. He can still use that or could just conserve that though. The problem lang dun sa trade-off na yun, kahit naka-crouch ka, mas pinakita mo yung ulo mo kay brain freeze mga kaibigan. So kaya ikaw ang unang namatay. But OG beats with that Aljun, seeing two agents here in B again. But the problem is Coco getting a 2K, trying to pop off, but Tripper says no to him. Okay, this is the second time that they did this in this map right now. They tried to put that lockdown dito sa may B main, and it's gonna go dito sa may boathouse for the second time already. Parang naubos sila ulit ng Team OG. For sure, hindi nila pwedeng gawin ulit yan for the third time. You need to learn from your mistakes. That is the second time na na-retake yon, and most likely we're just gonna expect that the TFO will do a lockdown here in A. So, tingnan natin. Pero there's a huge possibility though that they're gonna do that again.
But then, remember, meron ding magandang lockdown right now ang OG. And now, speaking of, Godovers will try to be so aggressive. And speaking of, takes out Marky at sumunod na si Worship. But then, Worship is at 87 HP. Ang balak talaga ngayon ng OG is, dito lang tayo sa side. Hayaan natin silang pumush. Safe naman tayo. But remember, si Trix ngayon, 2 HP na. Di na siya nakakuha ng trades. So, di siya makakapag-overheal. And Coco takes good information, katulong ang kanyang sentry gun. Pero knowing na tatlo na lang sila, ng kanilang duelist ay low, kailangan talaga nila mag-step up with Coco.
Turret is now down for medyo matagal-tagal pa, ilang segundo pa, more than 30 seconds pa yan bago sila makakuha ng mga bagong information onto that turret. Though ang gagawin lang dito ng ni Trix is hopefully makakuha siya ng isang magandang trade or isang magandang pick. Tipong he needs to catch someone off guard for him to get a devour up para at least mapuno ulit yung buhay niya. But Tripper, again and again, meron magiging makakuha pa siya ng isang kill dito. He has the smoke. He got one more smoke as well. Paranoia is now up for his serve, and Wolf's gonna blind out Ripper right here. OG Beats, however, trying to deal someone here with that shock dart though, and he will deal damage onto Coco. Wala tayong lockdown dito. It's all up to that turret. 1v3 situation. The smoke is right there already, but Coco denying Ripper right there. Two men from up top from heaven. He sees two. Try to kill over the third one, and Coco there with the 3K Brain Freeze is now down. The score is tied again with 5. Sobrang dikit lang talaga ng laban ng dalawang teams na to.
And looking at that replay, talagang ang ginawa ni Coco, hindi siya nagmadali. Inisip niya kung ano yung kailangan niya gawin. And now, look at that. He will be starting off. Inisa niya muna. And iniisa kasi siya ng mga taga, OG eh. Speaking of, open pa right now si Beat sa kanya. And he finished it out with the brain freeze. Very smart play coming from Coco himself. Slowly but surely nga ang magiging key ngayon ng TFO into beating Oasis Gaming.
Like, it's all about the patience though. They have the turret na online dito kay Coco kanina. So they got a bit of information para at least makapag-peek out dito si Coco dun sa may A site. But again, someone will spotting out Marky dito sa may dito lang sa may mid. But look at that. It's just OG trying to be really disciplined. Hindi sila gumagalaw at all dun sa mga spots kung nasan sila. But Marky will be spotting out Breach. So, one less initiator na sila mga kaibigan. Wala na dito si Breach, which is yun ang pinakakailangan ng Team OG. They need that flash para at least makakuha ng magandang trades dito mga kaibigan. Drix will be taken down. Ripper as well. So, this is gonna be so hard for OG para manalo mga kaibigan. But however, Marky, half HP. Let's see if he can kill someone there. And trying to be really aggressive with that tailwind. But ang maganda rin dito is at least si Brain Freeze, si Beats, meron silang lockdown. Hunter's Fury is now up. And let's see if meron mang makita yung Rico na yan, there's a chance na pwede nang gamitin ang kanyang Hunter's Fury. At pag ginamit na yan though, inaantay lang din talaga natin, which is yes, ginagamit niya yung Hunter's Fury mga kaibigan. Marky will be down, trying to go with the second one though. But can he spot out Blair? And no, hindi na siya nakakita mga kaibigan. And that is the answer of TFO, ladies and gentlemen. That is the lockdown coming from him. 2 more orbs para kay Gadowers para at makapag-revive lang. But Serve will be taken down, Gadowers as well. 1v4, but Trix finishing everyone off. 6-5, still in favor of our friends from TFO.
Last round
Would have
before
been
the switch.
a great help already para sa Hunter's Fury earlier on the bits. Pero nga lang sinabayan ng lockdown and also with Trix using that Empress against them. And perfect execution coming from TFO sa post plant. Hinihintay na lang nila ang OG. And knowing it's a 5-3 with also ults coming from Coco, I think OG had a hard time with that retake against them. Pero still, dikit pa rin ang laban between these two teams. Coco uses sentry gun para to prevent someone flanking from B main. Now, the doors, naabangan lang nila ulit. Just sakali makakuha ulit sila ng kill sa mga thirst rounds na gusto sa kanila gawin ng TFO. Now, good nanoswar coming from Brain Freeze, pero with the back in again. Tignan nga natin kung may mabibiktima ba ngayon si Brain Freeze sa kanyang police gun.
Police gun indeed, sabi ni Ray mga kaibigan. But Beats is right there, waiting patiently here up top, here in Market though. If ever lang ang kailangan gawin dito ng TFO is they need to take down is yung mga players and yung mga agents na nag-flash and yung mga nag-initiate. Number 1, we have Omen. Number 2, we have Breach. That is the 2 key players of OG right now. You need to eliminate those players in order for you to get in a site flawlessly though. Look at that. That is the layer up for Brain Freeze, pero hindi siya tinamaan mga kaibigan. Nag-whiff ang kuya mo. Sobrang sayang hindi natamaan yung Reyna, but it's still push this to a 5v3 now. Buhay pa si Omen, buhay pa si Breach dito. They can still retake this though, but the problem is, it's just TFO, we can say na they're just really too much in this round right now. Sova, however, waiting patiently. Tamang umiikot lang siya dito sa may market mga kaibigan. 4v1 situation. Beats the only man remaining again and again, trying to go on with that 2K, but not gonna be able to take down Courtesy and Trix.
Switching
Brewing na nasa walang duelist lineup ngayon ang Oasis Gaming. And now, leading pa rin ang TFO against them. It's gonna be harder for them right now. But then, with good sets lang coming from Worship, good flashes, good stunts coming from him when it comes sa pagpunta sa mga sites, that can be the key ng Oasis Gaming para to go with a good tie against TFO.
They've watched this game already nung nakalaban ang OG yung match nila kahapon. Well, we can say na nabasa nila yung counter dito sa no duelist strat na ginagawa ng OG. Dalawa lang naman ang gumagawa nito sa buong VCT. Number 1 OG, pangalawa Bren. Sa Bren, ginawa nila yun sa Icebox. Ito OG, lagi sa ascent nila ginagawa. But look at that, Brain Freeze. Will be that as well. Tricks with a 2K already. Gador's trying to go on with a 2K as well. Karinga Reserve says no to him. Beats is the only man remaining again and again. It's just, it's really up to Killjoy in the Jet dito mga kaibigan. OG Beats, however, trying to get a perfect angle here. Nilabas na Hunter just to get more advantage. Beats will take down Coco, but Marky then will trade onto that Frenzy. And will secure that first round of the second half. Well, we can say na talagang in terms of economy, of course, nasa side na to ng TFO because of that Spectre setup plus that Bucky onto Marky. For Marky, he will try to be aggressive for sure to catch someone off guard. And for Team OG naman, just gonna settle on that Sheriff setup and hopefully meron sila ma-one-tap dito daw. Brain Freeze. However, nakakita na siya ng isa. But apparently, yun nga lang, hindi tumama rin masyado ng mas malaking damage yung Bucky ni Marky. Bucky ni Marky Iceman. Pero Trix, however, is just waiting here. That nice recon right there. Coming from Silva. Trix there with a follow-up kill. And wala na si Godovers dito mga kaibigan. Courtesy dealing so much damage here. Trix kailangan na makalis dito mga kaibigan, pero he will not gonna be killed with that aftershock though. That near is really intense. And Brain Freeze, 60 HP left from him, but Courtesy there with a shock dart kill, taking down Brain Freeze. 2 vs 5 situation. But si Reyna dito, half HP left. Serve needs to take down all the players together with the Ripper as well. Sobrang laking damage ang ginagawa dito actually ni Sova. If not dun sa shock darts na ginagawa ni Sova dito, hindi mamamatay dito si Brain Freeze, hindi mamamatay rin yung ibang players. It's all about then dun sa information na nalalabas dito ni Sova. And we all know that Valorant is really an information game. You need to know the whereabouts of your enemies before you go in.
And looking at that, 9-5 na in favor of TFO. But then, kailangan dito ng OGs that they really need to step up sa game nila right now. Good paranoia si Trix ngayon. Blinded with that paranoia, pero wala pa rin. The door's in. So far, they need to step up sa magiging performance nila right now. But then TFO is just waiting for them to come in. And then looking at that, most likely magko-commit sila sa A if this continues. Pero nasa mid-league pa rin ngayon na si KJ together with their Sova na hawak-hawak na lang spike. Just one frag coming from the Dowers and it's gonna be a stepping up game para sa Oasis Gaming.
They need to step up for sure. Pero apparently, this is the time na pwede makabawi ngayon ng OG. They've got better guns, of course, because of the economy that they have. Pero Serve waiting patiently. Her Brain Freeze will initiate everything though. Plus the flash of worship. Will gonna flash out someone dito sa side ng mapa ito mga kaibigan. But again and again, that shock dart of Courtesy is really that annoying. But the spray of TFO will take down 3 players of Team OG. Beats planted the spike. Godowers, meron siyang wall, meron siyang isang slow, meron din siyang heal, pero it's gonna be enough for them to take down TFO. Beats again and again for the 3rd time in a row or 4th time na ata mga kaibigan. Siya na lang lagi ang natitira and OG is in a lot of trouble right now. TFO knows what's up already. TFO knows that if ever Ascent, there's a chance that they will do a non-dual setup, and they've already known as well the counter on that strategy.
Alam mo, Vin, isa lang din ang masasabi ko dyan. Someone did their homework, and that is the first order. Reno 10-5, and may advantage din earlier ang Oasis Gaming on the first half during their defending side. Pero ngayon, it seems like with the TFO having the momentum at the same time, nasa state sila ngayon ng they have this duelist na nagko-commit parati with tricks coming in, and also their marquee with the Jet. Yun talaga yung nag-up ng playstyle ng TFO going up against Oasis Gaming.
10-5 on the scoreboard right now. TFO is on the verge of becoming the winner of this first map. How will OG break the momentum of TFO right now? In terms of ultimate, yes, pwedeng mag-pick. Actually yung mga ganitong time ganito yan eh. May revive ako, pwede kang mamatay. Pwedeng mamatay. May revive ako. Yung mga ganyan. Kasi syempre sa rank, laging ganito lagi sinasabi, no? May revive, pwede kang maging aggressive ng konti. But Marque will take down Brain Freeze out of the bat right now. Ang thing dito sa OG, kahapon si Brain Freeze ang nag-pop off talaga. Siya talaga ang bumuhat dito. Getting a 35 kills ata ang nakuha niya. Or more or less 35. Pero ngayon, hindi ata sila makagalaw dito. It's really hard talaga. Pag wala kang duelist sa composition mo. And again, look at that. Worship is only man remaining here, just trying to get that spike, mga kaibigan. Masasave ba na to? Mananalo pa siya dito? Makakapag-plant pa siya ng spike? It's really up to him on how will he do this though. 55 seconds left at the clock. Aftershock is right there. Fault Lines is up too, so he can mess up the strategy and the placements of TFO right now. Pero yun nga lang, because of that wall bang na ginawa ng isang player from TFO, he already knows kung nasan ba yung mga players and trying to reposition his plan. Pero one thing is for sure, lalabas itong tatlong ton ng sabay-sabay, mga kaibigan. You need to take down Worship. You need to get that operator again and again. He sees one, but Coco there with a trade. 11-5. On the first thing, we really thought OG will get this because of their performance yesterday. Because of that, we thought na Brain Freeze will pop off again and just gonna do the same thing all over again. But the thing is, TFO just literally shut down the players of OG. Look at Ripper. Ripper is one of the highest fragger dito sa liga natin, dito sa tournament natin. But just getting 6 frags.
And this is yung kailangan gawin ng OG right now. They need to pop off, especially with Ascent map, di ba? Alam naman natin how perfect or well executed they are. But I don't know, maybe they're trying to put up with something sa current agent lineup nila right now. But then, it matters din kasi sa agent comfortability mo eh. Kung comfortable ka ba within using your agent. But then, throughout that, this round is gonna be crucial. 12, if this is gonna be a match point, wala na, di na makakapigil ang OG sa momentum na meron ngayon ang the first order. But this is Aldron tries to take up if anyone is at his side. And speaking of sa 3, meron na kagad that's gonna be Zerv from TFO.
3 ultimates from OG is now up. We have the Rolling Thunder, we have the Lockdown, and we have that Hunter Spirit dito sa OG. Let's see if they can make this thing work, mga kaibigan. Lockdown, we're actually waiting for that Lockdown, pero yung nga mahihirapan dito. Tamang post-plant lang yung Lockdown na yan for sure. But that is the answer, mga kaibigan. Double Hunter's Fury para dito sa dalawang to. But Beats will take down Courtesy, mga kaibigan. Alam niya yung pwesto dito ni Courtesy, kaya na to agad napatay. Serve sees one and will take down OG Beats as well because of the ultimate, mga kaibigan. And nice flank actually dito na pinapakita ni Serve. Pushing to a 2v3 now. Tamang post plant lang. Hindi na nakapaglakad doon, mga kaibigan. Marquee there with that, the Blade Storm, Worship. Tamang kinakasalan niya yung Rolling Thunder, mga kaibigan. At then nila pa sa Rolling Thunder, pero they have no idea at all. And there's someone there on your right. You need to pick from your left as well. Because andun si Sir, mga kaibigan. Oy, na-ArkAngel nga. Time to go with the second one. But Coco there with an aim. Will take down Worship. Match point for TFO.
And TFO very dominating against Oasis Gaming. At ito yung what have been expecting also from our panelists na merong something si TFO na ipapakita against Oasis Gaming. That's something very strong and unstoppable. And speaking of, we already have it. A match point 12-5 against Oasis Gaming.
OG Beats, let's see if he can start something off here in mid though. They need to make something new. They need to make up something para at least makapasok dito sa side ng TFO market. Being that aggressive will take down Gadowers, mga kaibigan. That is the main fragger as well. Yan yung isa sa pinaka-top frag din dito sa tournament, which is Gadowers using that Sage. Yun nga lang, na-counter na talaga ng TFO ng mabilis ang ginagawa ng OG, mga kaibigan. The lockdown is still up from him. Brain Freeze will Sage 1. Courtesy is now down 4. Trying to set up that alarm bot, pero yun nga lang, naspatad rin siya. Pero alam pa rin talaga ng TFO na may tao pa rin outside market. Beats, however, trying to check some flanks but not gonna be able to see one though. And yun si Serve, mga kaibigan, slowly and surely trying to push out that point of the map, and kaya pa na pumunta dito sa may top mid para at least ma-pick off niya yung mga dalawang players, but they need to take care. At kung nakikita mo sa mga minimap, mga kaibigan, hindi sila tumitingin sa likod at all. Laging sa harapan, laging sa kanan, and there's a chance that Serve will take down Ripper. Yan ang sinasabi ko, mga kaibigan. You need to check your 6 because a flank is actually possible dito sa game na to. TFO, andyan pa. Meron pa tayong lockdown dito kay Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan. The spike is not yet planted. Inaantay lang nila makapasok sila dito sa may B side. And yes, that turret will be able to spot out the players of Team OG for sure. And now that the lockdown trying to stop the plant and the diffuse, or kung ano man ang gagawin ng Team OG, mga kaibigan. Coco will see one as well. 1v2 situation. Brain Freeze also is the only man remaining here. He will take down that lockdown and will be able to check out Brain Freeze, and Coco with a 3K onto that ghost and will win game number 1.
That is a quick performance coming from the first order and the semifinals na to, tandaan natin. And the very first match, we have TFO taking over Oasis Gaming here at Ascent Map. Kita naman natin sila. Very relaxed lang, but at the same time, they are very smart pagdating sa mga retakes and sa mga post plans against Oasis Gaming.
Alright, going back here in this game right now, that is actually really devastating for Team OG though. They've know already for TFO, they know already na there's a chance they're gonna do a non-duelist setup. And tulad nga na sinabi mo, Ray, someone did their homework and just trying to scout out yung mga ginagawa ng Team OG doon sa game nila kahapon. And there's a chance talaga na gawin ng OG to, but na-counter agad. Sobrang safe picks actually. Sobrang safe pick ng TFO na pwede mong gamitin to sa kahit anong composition, pero it's all about the strat. It's all about na nauunahan din talaga ng TFO ang Team OG dito in terms of picks, in terms of everything, in terms of rotation. Nauunahan ng TFO ang Team OG. For Team OG, at least you've learned your lesson today, and if ever na you're still gonna use this strat, at least makagawa nyo ng paraan next time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the game number 1 of the Valorant Challengers Tour from OG versus TFO. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is going to be the game number 2. See you after the break.
Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing. Show the whole world. Nobody should know. my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
kami nagbabalik dito sa game number 2 ng The First Order versus Team Oasis Gaming. The First Order getting that first round and the first map actually, which is Ascent. Napigilan yung no duel setup ng Team OG. And that's all the people who's watching right now. Hope you guys are really enjoying because you are watching the Valorant Challengers Tour presented by PPGL. Kami yung mga casters. Ako nga pala si Vil at kasama ko ngayon si Ray. And I'm trying so hard to speak Tagalog, swear.
Oo nga eh. Na-feel kita, Bill, kapag nagkakas talaga minsan. Napapay pagsunod-sunod. Pero at the same time naman, shout out sa mga nandyan. Second match tayo here sa Best of 3 series between TFO and OG. Bill, konting gusto ko lang maglagay ng highlights sa maging performance ng TFO. TFO, ito yung isa sa mga teams na list natin ini-expect yung magpa-pop talaga. And earlier sa first match natin between these two teams, nag-pop off talaga sila kahit no duelist lineup ang meron ng Oasis Gaming. They made sure na yung mga pathways na harangan ng TFO against them ay malalagpasan nila.
We all know naman kasi syempre, diba, tulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, once na nag-pop off yung mga key players ng TFO, it's gonna be over for Team OG. And that is the same thing as OG as well. Once the key players of Team OG really popped off, and medyo mahihirapan din talaga ang TFO. Pero yun nga mga kaibigan, we've seen this already, and they actually won their match yesterday, and napigilan lang talaga ng TFO itong ganitong strat, which is a really good thing as well for TFO, just securing that match point dito sa ating best of 3 series. Once again, the winner of this will be heading on to the finals tomorrow mga kaibigan, and will face off the winner of the match between DR Esports versus ArkAngel. So Dragon versus Angel. So I can't wait for this. Going back to this game right now, we are now seeing Worship again and again will be picking that Sage, and Beats will gonna pick that Jet as well. Kahapon ang pinili dito Beats with that ang pinili ni Beats dito is as far as I know, still Sova in Worship. Pinili na dito is Breach. Si Gadowers, oo nga tama yan, Raze. The reason for this picks actually for Team OG is medyo as the same dito for TFO. Pwede natin sabihin na yes, mirror match. Magkakaroon na naman tayo na mirror match dito. The best thing na pwede kong masabi dito, kaya nila pinili yung mga agents na yan, because of Jet number 1, alam naman natin na maliliit lang yung mga entry points ng split mga kaibigan. Kilalang sa mga sobrang late or anything. Pagdating natin sa A tsaka B, pwede tayo mag-up after 2 beses and like medyo makapag-pick off dun sa Heaven or anything. And dun sa wall na yan, alam natin, tulad nga sinabi ko, diba, medyo masisikip yung mga entry points, and that wall will literally siguro black out 1 entry point dito naman sa dalawang teams natin. What can you say about this?
Sa akin naman is that, alam naman natin dito sa split, very complicated yet so small map para sa 2 teams na to. And looking at their agent lineups, they pick out yung best lineup nila na for the defending and attacking side. So both of these teams are not just thinking na, defending side tayo, so ito yung dapat magiging lineup natin. Pero hindi. They risk out yung both sides. So ibig sabihin, it's gonna be a close-knit match once again here in Split.
It's gonna be close. Well, comfy picks, yes. And it's gonna be safe ba as defenders and attackers? Yes, there is a really safe picks para dito sa dalawang teams natin though. And it's game already. Game number 2 for OG and TFO, ladies and gentlemen. 1 point now for TFO. Let's see if OG can still push this to a 2-1 or 1-2. It's really up to them kung ano mangyayari though. Kung meron pa naman a third round is still open dito. But going back to this game right now, Trix sees one Worship there with a trade-off. There's someone there in Heaven that's trying to use the tailwind just to back off dito sa Heaven mga kaibigan. Gador trying to deal damage onto Heaven with that pain shot, but not gonna spot anyone here. 3v2 situation. TFO, tatlo pa naman sila dito mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, and Gadowers we're just gonna use that Roomba para lang at least makapag-check out dito sa mga corners ng mga kaibigan. Pero for TFO, they have the smoke. Meron pa silang smoke though. Tamang satchel lang naghahalto pa dito. But Gador will spot out 2 players already. But Worship on the other hand will take down someone as well. 2v3 with its fight. And OG finally getting a hand dito sa match na to. Nakakuha rin sila ng lead for TFO. And pwede na lang gawin talaga itong stepping stone para manalo dito and push this to a 3rd round.
And knowing OG, marami na silang crucial matches na ipanalo sa split. Definitely yun yung gagamitin na lang strat against TFO. But at the same time, Worship and Gadowers, unti-unti na sila nagpa-pop off. And if this happens, this can be crucial sa side naman ng TFO.
Marky, really aggressive stance there onto that point of the map right there. And at least, that is a really good backup apparently. Magandang backup yon na ginawa ng TFO sa totoo lang para at least kung hindi man sisilip si Marky yung turret na lang at alam ni Marky na merong dadaan dito mga kaibigan, just waiting patiently. Wolf's gonna miss that buggy as well, pero yun nga lang, try to tailwind on the left, pero kung ako sa'yo, sa likod na lang sana para at least makapag-back off ka ba and pwede mo pang lagyan ng smoke or anything. 4v3 now, ladies and gentlemen.
Weapon here.
And the OG has the upper hand right now. Courtesy, however, andito lang sa heaven. And one thing is for sure, he already knows there's someone right there on the ramps. He can see it, he can hear it. Courtesy sees one. Brainfeast now down for 3v2 situation. Ang problema dito, yung isang player, Courtesy, very, very low on HP. But Repper waiting patiently with a 2K. Taking down the 2 remaining players of TFO. What a good take there for OG here in A. And just trying to change the pace and just gonna go to B instead or mid. Alam na kasi, we all know that split if yung team mag mid or anything, yeah, you can do that. Pero anong problema doon? Because once nakuha mo na yung mid, mahihirapan talaga yung mga players, yung mga kalaban nyo to retake that point of a map.
But going in, look at that angle coming from Trix na unan niya. Si Brain is, we don't have any nano swarms left para sa side ng OG. But then, slowly but surely, they're gonna come most likely from mid to B. But Coco just waiting for that push coming from duelist ng OG. But then, kind of hesitant pa ngayon. Hintay lang niya mag-close sa kanya ng mga throwables and pick up yung pinchels. Nakapag-execute na. Now, Reaper goes up with his paranoia. And nice control coming from Beats and Gadowers. Good headshots. But then, tatlo na lang ang natitira coming from TFO. Beats also finishes up one here at Rafters. At a spike has been planted.
Serve, however, trying to go slow dito. Point of the map, mga kaibigan. Screens though. Coco, however, dito lang sa taas. And just most likely, mahihirapan lang talaga sila makapag-retake dito. And Ripper, wala na rin talaga siyang smoke or anything. Meron siyang isa though, but it's not that enough for them to do a retake here. But apparently, Serve is right there. And Worship finishing him off. That HP. OG, ladies and gentlemen, 3-0 now. OG doing everything for them to win this game. They really want to push out this match to a 1-1. And apparently for Marky, sayang talaga kasi hindi nag-work out yung baki niya. Okay na yung in-starteran siya ni Trix eh. It's all good. Pero hindi lang talaga tumawa. Once na tumama talaga yung baki dito kay Gadowers on that time, TFO, malaki ang chance nilang manalo dun sa match na yun. But for Team OG, we all know na paghawak na ni Gado ang Raze or ang Duelist, and lalo na it's gonna be so hard for their enemies to get back in this game. But for Team OG, we all know naman, parang napag-uusapan na rin natin yan dati, na pag pag nagpa-pop off si Gado, they're like literally leeching off the energy of each other. If they can leech out the energy of Gado na on getting on that top of the food chain doon sa ating leaderboard, it's so easy for Team OG for them to win a map.
But at the same time, looking at what OG has been doing, yung experience talaga nila sa map na to, yun yung nagpa-pay off for them. And so far, hindi makagalawang TFO eh. Makapag-plant sila even if we all know na defender-sided din to. Just OG doing their reset against them. It's definitely working upon TFO. But then, Coco takes out for sure.
I really can't say na defender side. It's really up to the composition and dun sa team play na pwede nyo gawin. Though you can actually easily if ever sa totoo lang dito sa split, actually mas gusto kong mag-attacker dito. Wala lang, depende talaga yun sa if ever sobrang comfy tayo sa compositions na binibitaw natin and sa mga strat na ginagawa talaga natin, saan pa tayo pupunta muna? Sa A ba or sa B or talagang mag-mid muna tayo, mid-control muna tayo? It's really up to you guys. There's a lot of possibilities here in this map. We all know na kahit sobrang sisikip na mga map, sobrang sisikip na mga entry point na yan, you can actually go with a Sage plus Satchel play. Just gonna go inside A. There's a lot of possibilities here. And that is the thing na kinakapitalize ng Team OG ngayon, mga kaibigan. Marky, however, will get that operator again and again, but will not gonna spot out the players of Team OG because they're just gonna back out for sure and just gonna find a perfect spot for them to hold on to. Courtesy, however, will gonna be able to spot si Worship dito. Gadowers, mga kaibigan, will be down as well. Tricks waiting patiently. Is this gonna be the round for TFO? That's gonna be a huge question for them though. Hindi pa naman tapos ang mapa natin, hindi pa naman tapos ang round natin. So there's still a chance for Team OG to do a comeback here at mabawi nila itong 5th round, mga kaibigan. And for sure, narinig to ni Killjoy, mga kaibigan. Narinig niya si Ripper dito. Brain Freeze needs to be very cautious because there's someone right there at that point of the map. Andun lang sa corner and just trying to delay the possible push of that guy, which is si Coco, mga kaibigan. He already knows, narinig niya, and Brain Freeze will take down Coco. Courtesy with a follow-up with that that showstopper here. Brain Freeze up there in heaven. 2 versus 4 situation. Beats will be taken down. Courtesy right there. Brain Freeze will gonna be able to spot out Serve as well. 2v2 situation, mga kaibigan. Lockdown will be placed here at this point of the map right there. 10 seconds there on that lockdown. Kailangan gawin ni Trix at ni Marky yung kanilang mga strat dito in order for them to go inside B side already.
But remember, may lockdown pa si Trix na pwede niya gamitin against them. Tignan natin if magko-commit pa rin sila, but Marky at just tower picking. Pero kasi may hold ngayon na magandang angle, knowing na naka-operator right now ng isang taga-OG. But then, a good retake coming from them, but the time is ticking. Good ult coming from Pits, and dalawa pa, magiging 1v1 pa nga. Malilikuran ba ni Marky pero doesn't have enough time left, and it's gonna be a good clutch coming up from OG, and Marky has been finished out. Clean 5-0 pa rin para sa Oasis Gaming.
He tried na makapasok dito ng sobrang maaga, but that lockdown really gave them that delay dito para diffuse nila tong bomba na ito, mga kaibigan. Pero TFO, that is actually a 3v5 situation. 5 pa ang TFO dito, 2 ang na-take off nila sa OG, but still managed to win this round. And this is a really good thing for them though. Godover is trying to do some satchel play. Let's see if he can spot out someone. And let's see, not going to be able to spot out the players of Team TFO here. Coco, no damage at all dun sa showstopper na ginawa ni Godovers mga kaibigan, but be able to spot out Marky trying to go on with a double kill, pero yung nga hindi nila pinuntahan, but Worship just gonna block out screens mga kaibigan. Coco trying to deal so much damage onto the side of Team OG because of that bulky courtesy. Meron pa siya isang satchel dito. He can still jump, but hindi na niya pwedeng gawin yun kasi dalawa ang nakatingin dito sa ramps mga kaibigan. Serve, however, nandito lang sa may screens with that stinger. I think that's gonna be so hard for him to win that point of the map right now. For courtesy, he tried to be aggressive, but like we've told you, dalawa ang tao nakatingin sa ramp, so it's gonna be impossible for him to take down those two players if ever man magsisatchel siya.
And at the same time, looking at what the TFO bought earlier sa round, they all have Buckies in nag-half-buy lang sila against OG, and the advantage na meron ang OG when it comes to a weapon, yun din talaga. And every time that they're gonna be going sa ramps, they're gonna be going inside a certain site, nagko-commit talaga sila. And the trades coming from Oasis Gaming, kung ano man yung naging mistakes nila earlier sa Ascent map, yun yung ginamit nilang improvement right now here at Split. And so far, throughout the rounds, kita-kita naman natin na wala pang naipapanalong round ang TFO. But now we have a tactical pause, so we're just mga nandyan guys, stay tuned and also like and share our live stream. But going back naman ngayon sa Oasis Gaming, they're now popping off. Kita naman natin ang ginagawa ng mga duelists nila, especially with Godovers. But Worship, si Worship din gusto kong i-highlight dahil this is what I can say, a defensive, offensive key player ng Oasis Gaming.
Beats, just getting that angle here sa B-main mga kaibigan. If what's to serve dito, he's gonna be over for sure, but just gonna take that safe side, just gonna smoke out this player. Tamang peek lang dito, jump peek lang, pero Marky almost mga kaibigan, almost a kill here onto Godovers dito. Half HP left from him, but that Roomba will be able to spot out Marky here and will give them a room dito na makapasok sa may heaven side, but Marky is right there waiting patiently. Pero yun nga mga kaibigan, that is a revive from Worship. We're gonna be able to revive Godovers there. Less than a minute left in the clock right now. Medyo kalat-kalat ang players ng TFO mga kaibigan. Some there in heaven, some there in heaven, some there in papuntang ramp or anything. And the Marky knows what's up already. Nakita na niya yung katawan dito na dito, will be able to take down the main offer of OG, but the brain freeze sees one as well. So this is a battle of no operators na rin talaga dito mga kaibigan. Pero now look at that brain freeze with a 3K already. 3v1 situation right now, courtesy being that aggressive, but the Ripper on that corner will be able to take down that guy 7-0. Okay, ito yun na. OG is doing it again. This is the same thing na ginawa nila kahapon mga kaibigan. That is actually a 10-0 on the scoreboard kahapon, pero ito, inuulit lang nila yung ginawa nila kahapon. This is actually a 7-0 na rin. It's so hard for TFO na makabalik talaga dito. Yes, parang na-counter ng TFO yung isang strategy ng OG, pero ang OG meron na namang nilabas na bago at hindi makapag-react ang TFO dito.
And so far, looking at that, ang meron ngayon ng OG, kahit they go with the post plans and TFO can't do anything about it so far. So let's see paano kaya magiging sagot na nila dahil nahirapan sila mag-retake against them. Defended lahat ng sides, lahat ng angles ang meron ng OG once na nakapag-plan sila. But right now, they're trying to control mid. We have here Ripper tries to get one, pero there are at least two coming from TFO na makakapag-trade sana. And now they're just crossing in, going up to be.
If ever mid-control naman, yes, you can do mid-control, but it's really up to the gun sa pwede mong gamitin do. But Service right there, waiting patiently here in default. We're gonna be able to take down Gadovers, mga kaibigan. Serve very, very low on HP. Trying to heal up as well. Pero yun nga lang, let's see if makakapag-ulti siya sa likod dito. He needs to know the information kung nasa na ba talaga exactly ang Team OG, mga kaibigan. Brain freeze, that Killjoy is planting the spike already. And the time of retake is on again. Ripper is just tamang backside lang. Beats going in! We're not gonna be able to take down Serve on that right click on that Blade Storm though. But Coco revived Marky, pushing this to a 4v4 again. Ripper! We're gonna be able to take down Trix and a 2k from him, but Brain Freeze finishing everyone off. Coco, we're gonna be able to take down Ripper, pero yun nga lang, nakapag-revive pa ng isa, which is si Marky, but it's not enough for them to take down the whole players of TFO.
And speaking of TFO, they don't have any money at all. Looking at that, pwede naman sila mag-half buy, most likely. But then, kita nyo naman ngayon ang Oasis Gaming, they still have that full armor, full sets ng kanilang mga barrel against them. And 8-0, and so far, wala pa ring score ang TFO. But still, just a little bit of a step up para sa TFO, and they can take the rounds against Oasis Gaming. Now, Marky, gusto talaga nilang magpaka-aggressive na against Oasis Gaming. And now, will he be able to take up ownership? Nope! As he takes him down with his Vandal Link.
They tried to change the pace here of them and being that aggressive, but it's still not working for them for sure. Mid is actually super closed up already because of the wall, because of the smoke na pwede nilang gawin. They tried to pick off someone dito sa may ramen, mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang hindi talaga nagawa ng paraan to ng TFO. We can say on this time, OG is really so much for TFO right now. Courtesy with that Sheriff. Let's see if ever meron pa siya pick off dito on that gun. Pero yun nga, medyo magtatagal-tagal pa tayo dito because papunta na sila dito all the way from sewers. They're gonna go to A. But look at that. That is Brain Freeze, ladies and gentlemen. Nag-aantay lang siya ng pick-offs dito. Trix has the perfect angle, pero meron ba siyang perfect aim dito na pwede magpatay yung mga players? Worship says no. He tried to went in. He tried to
30 seconds left.
to be really aggressive, but it's really not working for them for sure. Gadovers is up top here. He has the perfect angle to check someone there. If ever man merong dadaan dyan sa point of the map, if ever lang may magra-rasters dito, mga kaibigan, pero hindi siya kasya dito. Ripper is checking out that Sage of TFO. Brain Freeze sees 1, 2v5. Ripper really low on HP. That frenzy needs to work out so bad, and Serve will take down Gadowers dito, and it's gonna get that Vandal, but Beats just denying that round for TFO again. 9-0, mga kaibigan. After 10 rounds, after 9 rounds, hindi pa nakaka-score ang TFO. It's actually super unusual na makita natin ng ganito, ladies and gentlemen. TFO is a really good team, but being heavily stumped by Team OG, nakakagulat din talaga. Well, we all know that Team OG, sama-sama talaga itong mga players na to. We've seen how they fought against the bigger names here in Valorant, and it's actually, the practice is really working out for them so good.
And this is yung naging improvement nila throughout the past weeks. But kanina kung sa Ascent, ganito rin halos ang nangyari. OG is having a hard time. Ngayon naman, TFO is having a hard time against Oasis Gaming. Shows to us na meron talaga silang mga specialty after maps. At the same time, nakapag-reset ng maayos ang Oasis Gaming against TFO. But looking at Courtesy, we have him just waiting. But a good lockdown coming from their Killjoy is gonna give them a hard time retaking against Oasis Gaming.
Lockdown is now set, pero yung nga lang wala siya nag-retain dito, mga kaibigan. Wala rin, medyo hindi rin nag-working satchel dito. But now TFO, uy, this might be the chance for TFO to get a point from OG. Godot is the only man remaining right here, but Trix down there below, spotting out Gadowers. This is gonna be a return of the comeback of TFO. This is gonna be a Para tumatawag na no? Hello? Comeback? Israel? Hello, Israel? Comeback ba ito? Ganun na yun, nagkatawag-tawag na sila eh. So it's gonna be possible for TFO to do a huge comeback for OG.
And kanina pa yung momentum ng OG and happily ang TFO ngayon na at last nakakuha na sa nakapag-breakthrough na sila, but then marami pang pwedeng mangyari. And down to 4 rounds to go na lang at makukuha na ng Oasis Gaming ang second match. But then, they also went up with the aggressiveness. Yun yung kailangan nilang gawin eh. Sa parte ng TFO, they need to commit talaga sa magiging battle nila against Oasis Gaming sa mga angles.
Godowers. Andito lang sa may taas. Andito lang sa may andito lang sa may mid. Top mid dito. Godowers. And checking each corner na baka meron din silang ma-spot out dito, pero yun nga lang, for sure hindi alam ni Brain Freeze na dito pa si Marky, hindi siya tinamaan, sobrang lakas pa sana, taasan mo pa ng konti yung pagboto mo, which is pwede na matamaan si Marky, pero yun nga lang, Brain Freeze for sure he had no idea at all that Marky is right there at the corner of ramps for sure. Tricks dito lang sa screens. Godowers nakapasok na. Marky! Yun ang sinasabi ko mga kaibigan. Brain Freeze has no idea at all and will be able to take one player of Team OG 4v5. Nagamit na yung revive.
30 seconds left.
Ni Worship dito mga kaibigan. And Coco, however, not gonna be able to spot out the players na papasok dito sa A mga kaibigan. Worship planting the spike already. And that is the spike dito lang. Medyo open, planted for heaven or anything, but they need to secure heaven na rin ngayon na talaga. Pero Coco, andito lang sa taas. Killjoy, however, meron siyang tama, meron siyang dito, lineup dito, pero yun nga lang walang tao dun eh. Pero sobrang sayang eh. Pero Coco tried to do as much as he can to take down Godowers, but
round in the half.
And
it's
remember,
too much for TFO right now.
And remember, first half pa lang to, yet double digit na ang score kagad ng Oasis Gaming. And this is definitely yung nagising na rin sila kasi kanina sa asset talagang it's really hard for them. But right now, good comeback coming sa Oasis Gaming. Kita-kita naman si Brain Freeze nag-pop off na rin siya last with a Killjoy and together with his teammates. But now Coco, harangan na niya ngayon ng B-main. Ayaw na i-risk out pa. Every time kasi nadadali sila sa B-main. But good shot na naman galing kay Brain Freeze. Take out already si Marky at the racks. Okay.
Brain Freeze really low on HP. I hope he can do something about it. Kailangan. Just yun. Nahil na siya. Brain Freeze getting a heal here, so they need to play slowly and safely. Kasi 30 seconds pa walang heal. Si Worship dito mga kaibigan. The problem here on TFO, broken by sila. Some are just using some are using Vandals or anything. Yung iba Frenzy. Mahirap talaga to. Pero at least nakabawi talaga dito si Trix mga kaibigan. Got 2K already though. Worship spotting out that alarm bot. Trix, look at that. Ooh! Lovely headshots for Trix. But Brain Freeze with 3K already. Let's see kung sino man na dito mga kaibigan. 1 versus 2 situation. And Brain Freeze already knows na meron tao dito sa Heaven. Serve with that frenzy mga kaibigan. And this is the time for Coco. Bulldog lang ang gamit niya. And will be able to get the gun dito sa may screens. Pero is that gonna be enough for him? Uy, yun. Sayang. Diyos ko. Kung sa taas sana na nalagay yun, magkakaroon siya ng magandang pwesto dito para malaman niya agad kung saan ba yung mga ibang players ng TFO mga kaibigan. Brain Freeze will take down Coco, but Serve with just a frenzy says no to Brain Freeze and will get that 12th round.
And maybe ito na yung chance ng TFO getting that out of the 12 rounds of first half, they got
Switching
2.
sides.
And now we will be switching sides. Kung kanina, napaka-aggressive ng Oasis Gaming sa kanilang attacking side. Maybe ito na yung time for TFO. Kahit marami pa, it will be 8 rounds worth ng dugot pawis para maitay lang against Oasis Gaming. Baka ito na ang oras nila para makapag-step up. But looking at that, kung muntik na ma-sneak tricks actually eh. Muntik na eh. Took out with 1. Also may mga operators pa yung kanya mga kalaban pero he still risk that with the aims. Look at that. Reaper, sumunod pa nga si Worship. Kaso di niya in-expect na may backup doon si Worship, which is gonna be brain freeze. And it goes on 10-2. But still, Oasis Gaming side ang rounds natin.
And I'm just gonna pause this game. Syempre, kailangan nila makapag-usap-usap dito mga kaibigan. This is the best time for them to rethink kung ano bang pwede natin gawin dito in order for them to take down Team OG. If ever magkakaroon tayo ng comeback, if nag-switch na, that is actually, which is ngayon na yun, it's actually super good for TFO for sure. Pero yeah, let's see. If ever, ano bang mangyayari dito? Will OG, are they gonna shut down TFO? Or TFO will do a huge comeback and will be able to shut down Team OG din mga kaibigan. Tulad nga na sabi mo kanina, attacker side, sobrang lakas ng OG. Let's see if kaya bang tapatan yon ng TFO na sila na nasa attacker side. And ulitin ko, this is just this is like literally a mirror match. Same agents, same capabilities, same utilities sa lahat. And hopefully this is a comeback for TFO.
And although magiging mahaba ang mga rounds, marami pa ang kailangan gawin ang TFO. I'm sure na once nakuha nila yung perfect momentum, perfect snap ng tempo ng kanilang team, they can tie the game against Oasis Gaming. But right now, looking at that, Brain Freeze with his Killjoy. Ito yung naabangan natin talaga sa kay Brain Freeze na mag-pop off siya. And looking at the earlier, kita-kita naman natin that he's been topping sa mga chart boards when it comes to the sa KDA na meron siya.
For TFO, the score is 2-10. I think if ever hindi na sila kailangan magkamali. In terms of mistakes, kailangan yun ang number 1 na kailangan iwasan ng TFO dito mga kaibigan. For OG, of course, switch to. Kailangan nilang baguhin yung mga strats na pwede nilang gawin. Kasi this is like pwedeng maulit yung ginawa ng TFO sa kanila kanina dun sa Ascent. Well, ibang mapa naman yun. So, tamang adjustment lang talaga for Team OG if ever nahihirapan sila sa side ng defenders. And for OG naman, siya lang, pwede lang, meron silang like 8 rounds of room na magkamali. Sa totoo lang. Medyo marami silang pwedeng ibigay na round sa totoo lang. Pero if ever ako, hindi ko na panatagalin to. I will finish this and push this to a game number 3. If kaya.
And looking at that, kung mangyayari man ang Game 3, talagang mas lalong magiging bakbakan ang dalawang teams ito. Knowing na earlier on sa Asset, diba, natambahan with a 13-5. Ngayon naman din, 10-2. And most likely, if nanalo ang Oasis Gaming sa very first round ng second half natin, it seems like they already have the stepping stone into getting sa tie-breaker match. And let's highlight muna yung mga killjoys ng bawat teams. Looking at that, we have Trix also bilang top fragger din ng TFO. So talaga nagpa-pop off ang mga killjoys between these two teams. And now, we will be starting ang second half.
Like one of the reasons kaya talaga nagpa-pop off ang isang killjoy because of the information na nalalaman niya, because of the alarm bot, and syempre because of the turret din, the information that he can do doon sa isang match. Pero Marky, look at that, being healed up because of the damage na ginawa sa kanila Painsos, mga kaibigan. Pero now, all the way from heaven, they tried to puncture the fortress of Team OG here. Pero what a really good diversion para sa TFO mga kaibigan. They thought they're gonna push out A, pero yun nga lang, OG, they've really trying to manage to go to A, pero na-divert yung attention nila doon sa tatlong players, doon sa ramps, and they have no idea at all that Omen and Killjoy were gonna be settling here in B. Coco from behind tricks, however, nag-aantay lang, nakita si Brain Freeze, and first round on the second half, TFO has a chance, is still trying to get back in this game. There's actually a long way to go. That is actually 7 rounds for him. If ever sila ang manalo dito, this is like one of the biggest comebacks dito sa VCT.
And at the same time, looking at the TFO, nag-risk na sila. They need to go all in talaga para makakuha ng rounds as much as possible. Looking at Marky, meron na siya, nag-force buy na siya ng Vandal. But Brain Freeze na nakabaki. Meron kaya siyang mabibiktima. Especially right now, hindi pa siya identified. Nasa corner lang siya ng A-site, nag-iintay sa pagpasok ng TFO. But then, Marky here at ramps tries also to check up his corners kung meron bang lalabas on his angles. But ang Oasis Gaming ngayon, slow lang tayo. Hintayin lang natin sila pumush natin dahil tayo naman ang defenders. We have your Bakis naman for the short range.
Oh, but TFO spotting Worship and Ripper dito agad sa B mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, Beats will be able to take down Courtesy here. Beats trying to be that aggressive, which is yun ang kailangan ngayon ng Team OG for sure. Gadovers, however, andito lang sa may top man, we're gonna be able to spot out that player dito sa may sewers for sure, pero sa kanan nakatingin si Marky dito, pero he already knows, pero that second shot on that Bucky didn't manage to take down Marky. 3v1, it's all up to Brain Freeze. He has the Bucky still, but serve with that advantage, with that gun advantage all the way from backside, taking him down all the way from heaven. 10-4. Okay? Hindi medyo makakapag-full buy ang Team OG ngayon kasi medyo gumastos sila dun sa second round. So just gonna settle there with half armors and a Bucky, and hopefully something will happen na maganda dito for OG ngayon.
But then, VIL, looking at OG, nakabili na sila ngayon ng Vandals nila and Phantom, so maybe they can finish it out, but looks like Gadower still committed with his Bucky in, and they're just waiting for them to come in. But Marky sees out Brain Freeze out sa ramps at nag-slow orb na sila just in case na may magpa-flank papunta sa kanila, and that's gonna be Gadower's good expectations coming from TFO.
Slow push here na pinapakita ng TFO. They know already what's up. Alam nila na may pera dito ang OG mga kaibigan, pero they don't need to be really aggressive dito if ever they're gonna go inside the side. They need to know first kung saan ba yung mga position dito ng OG mga kaibigan. But Gadover's out there in the open trying to do some retake here and just gonna get that Vandal from Brain Freeze, which is at least makakatulong ito sa gun advantage for OG mga kaibigan. 40 seconds left in the clock. Beats with a perfect angle dito sa may corner ng heaven mga kaibigan. Beats will gonna be able to spot out one, trying to go with the second one though. Perfect paranoia dito sa Omen, which is a Ripper. 2-1. So it's all up to Beats. We still have Coco dito na buhay pa for TFO. Pwede niyang matulungan dito sa mga players ng TFO, but Coco tries to use that Blade Storm, trying to be really aggressive though, and will try to take down Coco, pero yun nga lang, it's just sa gitnaan pa lang ng animation, tumingin sa likod, nahuli agad siya ni Coco.
And looking at that, 10-5, and VIL, kita naman natin, the gap keeps on getting closer ever since yung start ng second half. And looking at that, walang choice ang Oasis Gaming ngayon kundi just go for the half-buy, Spectres in, tsaka mga Buckies against sa full Vandals and Armors ng meron ang TFO.
Gadowers, however, will not gonna be able to take down that player. Sobrang kunat ni Coco, mga kaibigan. Alam mo yung chicharon na chicharon na binuksan ng 5 araw. Ganun kakunat ngayon si Coco, mga kaibigan, and not gonna be able to take down that Sage from a TFO. Brain freeze, wala siya ditong utilities at all na pwede pang mabato. Lahat din kasi nakaset na, so hindi siya nagtira na isa pang nade na pwede pa niyang gamitin dito. Pero Marky trying to push out, nakita na yung barrel, he sees the barrel of Brain Freeze, pero Brain Freeze with a double peek taking Marky down. Nag-peek siya ng isa, nag-peek pa ng pangalawa, and what a huge damage actually for Team TFO right now. Si Marky pang nawala dito, and Brain Freeze doing the job done. Coco 3 seconds on that heal. They need to make this work.
30
and
seconds
worse
left
as well.
Remember, they only have 26 seconds left. At nasa ramen pa ngayon ang okay.
Nakasabit lang ang Kuya, pero Courtesy will be able to take down Worship as well. Pero pushing this to a 3v4 situation right now. OG has the upper hand here. Pero yun nga lang, Beats. Okay, yun ang ginawa niya. Patience from Beats. But Coco right there with a reflex. We're gonna be able to take down Beats. Pero Ripper, 3v1, mga kaibigan. You need to plant that spike. Pero yun nga lang, hindi na na-plant ni Coco yung spike. Naubusan siya ng oras. And for Team OG, 2 more points and they're gonna win this game.
And looking at the Reaper, nandun lang siya sa certain corner at B-side, waiting for them to come in. Now, he popped off his Spectre. Nakuha niya ang 2 member ng TFO and hindi pa sila nakapag-plant. Good anti-eco coming from OG, and they won that 3th round. And totoo yung nangyari din kay Brain Freeze. They took out one coming from a TFO, but then Beats, nakabili na siya ngayon ng kanyang operator. Takes out first si Trix kagad from TFO.
11-5 is still that Roomba will not gonna spot out the player, but Coco gonna be able to revive Trix to push us to a complete 5v5 here, mga kaibigan. Lockdown is online. The ulti of Omen is online as well for the both teams as well. Hindi alam nila yung nangyari kanina. Sobra silang nag-clumped up na naubusan sila ng oras. Hindi sila nakapag-rotate ng maaga din because there's a lot of agents that are waiting patiently in every corner of that site. Worship, backside lang siya. Tamang wall lang para at least delay the inevitable dito. And that lockdown is set already. Open na open si Worship dito sa backside, mga kaibigan. He can actually spot out the players that will go inside a B main. Pero yun nga lang, talagang nalaman na niya yung position dito ng ni Worship because of that slow at the binoto niya. But Courtesy being aggressive though onto that trade-off dun sa Heaven, mga kaibigan. But again and again, is that gonna be a diversion? Uulitin ba nila to na lockdown tayo sa B tapos sa A na diretso, which is that is the thing na gagawin nga ng TFO. A really good diversion there, and tamang fake A lang, mga kaibigan. Serve will be able to take down Worship. Boy na boy pa, 2v3, winnable to. He knows already, nakita na yung barrel, but Tripper there with a reflex. Oh, look at that! Flick coming in from Serve, but can he still take down one player? But that, oh my god, that shorty will not connect onto Serve, and just gonna get that operator para makabawi pa sa mga susunod na matches.
Ayaw pa ibigay ng TFO sa kamay ng Oasis Gaming ang second game. And looking at that, di ba pwedeng maging match point sa kamay ng Oasis Gaming, sabi ng TFO. 11-6. And right now, kita naman natin si Marky. Nakahuha ang kanyang operator and makakapag-hold siya sa mga angles na i-expect niya ang Oasis Gaming.
Beats here in mid. With that up. I mean, nasa baril? Ay, hindi. Sabihin ko muna, operator.
Nakay Marky ngayon.
Oh, nakay Marky pala. Sorry. Beats is gonna use everything that he has to win this game. But Marky has the operator as well para mabawi pa. Beats really low on HP here. Kailangan na siya mahila pa para at least makabawi lang dito sa pwede mangyari dito sa Heaven, mga kaibigan. Trix will be able to take down Gadowers. Ripper waiting here on the corner. He sees one. Trix taking down Ripper, but Beats with that burst will be taking down Trix as well. 4v3. The lockdown is online for OG. Narinig na ng TFO yung pagtakbo dito sa may sewers, mga kaibigan. El's gonna head on to A side, but Brain Freeze, that is the answer. That's the counter lockdown of him para at least ma-delay yung pagpa-plant dito. Pero courtesy, andito lang sa may corner, but Brain Freeze seeing serve right there.
And remember, 3v3 tayo ngayon, but Marky uses his Blade Storm already at hihintayin na lang niya. But remember, they haven't planted the spike yet. At they only have 5 seconds left, pero makakapag-planta si Marky ngayon. At si Bits na lang ang natitira. Will he be able to do a clutch knowing that
Yo,
65?
Marky!
For you.
Okay, all the way from 10 to 2, ladies and gentlemen, now to 11-7. TFO is still alive in this game, mga kaibigan. They have everything inside their pockets for them to win this. They have the economy, and they know how to shut down OG if sila na yung attackers. Tulad na sinasabi ni Ray kanina, ano sinasabi mong defender side? Hindi sila. Kasi attackers talaga sila at sa attack talaga sila bumabawi dito. 11-7 still OG. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila. Pero ang problema din dito ni Beats is at least meron naman siyang Blazer, which is gagamitin na ngayon. He can be aggressive or just trying to be passive here just to take down the players of TFO. Tricks, tamang mid control lang. Inaalam lang na if ever meron ba magpipick dito sa mid, and is not gonna be able to check one. Gadowers andito lang sa may vents dito, and not gonna check out mid kasi once na lumabas siya dito, he's gonna be dead for sure.
And now looking at Marky, titignan niya if there will be someone ba picking at the ramps. So far, wala pa naman. Open right now ang A dahil isa lang naman ang naghihintay sa kanila sa mismong A side, and that is Brain Freeze himself. Now, Trix, titignan niya if this is gonna be an opening for them. Pwede siyang mag-set for his teammates, and looking at that, magsiset na sila into going A side. Now, Marky will be aggressive. Pero tandaan nila, hindi pa nila alam na nandito si Brain Freeze sa likod ng side. And now, Trix was able to spot out Gadowers together with Brain Freeze, at sino pa rin ang natitira para sa TFO. And now, Zerv will be planting. Waiting na lang sila sa pagiging retake ng Oasis Gaming against him.
Isa na lang. Isang wallbang na lang doon, worship.
Konti na lang.
Konti na lang, promise. Isang wallbang na lang doon. Someone will be dead at that corner. Swear. Pero OG Beats is right there with that Blade Storm. Makakapasok ba siya and just gonna revive Gadowers dito pa at least makabawi na mga kaibigan. And that is the retake is now on. The showstopper will gonna be denied by courtesy with that operator. 1v1 with a great one. Who will win this? Merong smoke, pero ang problema dito, nawawalan na ng oras dito. Si Worship, mga kaibigan, napatay si Serve, pero no time at all. TFO, slowly and surely, 11-8, bumabawi sila dito sa attackers, ladies and gentlemen. And what a great round from a TFO, denying everything. Ang daming kunumit dito ng OG, denying that lockdown at kung ano-ano pa.
And looking at that 11-8 na, and the gap still gets closer and closer. Walang choice ngayon ang Oasis Gaming kundi mag half buy and just keep on utilizing yung advantage nila when it comes to the 11-8 gap against TFO. But remember, ang TFO, they have, when it comes to good set ng kanilang mga baril, meron din silang full armors. But right now, wala silang ultimate that they can use. But still, let's see on how will Oasis Gaming work this out against TFO na nagdo-dominate throughout the rounds na nakikita natin sa second half.
Nagugutom ako. Ano yung pinakita? Ano yung pinakita? Dun sa screen. That is 2 eggs. That is ramen yun sa totoo lang. That is ramen. That is I mean, not 2 eggs though. 1 egg na kinalahati lang.
Parang gusto na tuloy ng ramen natin.
Gusto rin ng ramen. Masarap ang ramen sa totoo lang. Pero mas masarap din talaga if ever nagkakas tayo dito ng TFO and OG. Serve is right there at the corner. Pero makakita pa siya dito. Makikita pa rin si Reaper. This is a really good comeback actually for TFO. I mean, if ever ako natatalo ako sa kompe, ayoko na sobrang durog kasi masakit. Gawin naman natin medyo dikit siguro yung mga tipong ganun, diba? For sure. Pero Trix, starting off with a 2K already here in A. A really nice decision from him though. OG tried to be really aggressive. Might siguro catch someone off guard. Or just gonna use that Bucky to check someone. Pero nga lang hindi na work. Gadowers! Missing that kill onto that Bucky worship.
Spike planted.
Andito lang sa likod. Sa may spawn mga kaibigan. Pero merong turret doon. But the reflex of Trix. Spotting worship out. 11-9. From 11-2 to 11-9. Itutuloy-tuloy ba ng TFO to hanggang 13-11 or mapupush pa tayo sa overtime?
Let's see. Looking at TFO, si Trix meron pa siyang lockdown, and if this goes again to TFO Sandsville, mukhang nag-expect tayo ng overtime.
Okay, so going back here, Trix there without lockdown. Let's see if he can still push out B dito mga kaibigan. Pwede namang diversion, which is yan na naman ang gagawin nila mga kaibigan, which is they're just gonna go out B. Pero OG needs to learn kung ano bang nangyari sa kanila nung mga previous round. They tried to push B. They tried to go here to rotate here in B, pero yun nga lang, the diversion of them biglang pumunta dito sa A, which is yun ang gagawin nila ulit. But Gadowers is right there, just try to deal damage onto that pain cells though. Gadowers says no, para sinasabi nila, we've known our lesson already. Alam namin na pwede nang gawin yan, uulitin na naman yan, at ngayon alam na namin kung paano i-counter yon. But the problem is, nakapasok ang team ng TFO because of that Sage, because of that boost na ginawa ni Sage mga kaibigan. Sobrang, what a smart move for TFO, ladies and gentlemen. Naka-wall out na yun eh. Wall out na yung B-main mga kaibigan. Hindi nila yun sinira. At kung nakikita mo, hindi nila yun sinira kasi talaga pwede naman sila pwede naman silang mag-boost dun eh. Nag-boost sila, so walang idea at all ang Team OG na nag-boost sila dito sa B, which is yun ang ginawa nila. Kaya pa rin nila na-capture ang B.
But then, 3-3 pa to at si Brainfreeze nakuha pa ka, pumangalawa pa, at last guy na lang si Courtesy, and they are able to take that retake. And now OG nasa match point na sila, and this is gonna be a crucial round, lalong-lalo na sa the first order.
No mistakes for TFO right now. They know that the match point na ang Team OG dito mga kaibigan. OG got the operator, which is gamit to ni Beats. Marami pang pera itong mga tao na to. If ever matalo man ng TFO dito sa round na to, it's okay. They have the money to go on a full buy again, but they need to plant that bomb in order for them to get as much money as they want para makabawi dito. Lalong-lalo na sa Trix mga kaibigan. Yes, pwede pa naman siya i-drop, pero yun nga lang, kailangan din ng mga iba't ng maraming pera talaga. Kasi baka mabawi pa ng OG to. Wala, last chance na talaga to ng TFO. Beats, however, trying to be someone there, but Trix na one tap si Beats dito and the operator of OG is denied already.
And now, apat na lang galing sa OG and meron pang showstopper right now na pwede nilang gamitin pang entry. And speaking of, nakuha pa nga niya ngayon si Reaper, but Worship was able to trade out his teammate, and now dinodouble pick na nila ang mga members ng Oasis Gaming para isa-isa silang makaltas, and Coco was able to plant the spike. Now, si Gadover
Oy, alam na. Alam nila na meron tao sa Heaven though, but Gadover trying to take down that guy, but yun nga lang, kailangan pa niyang ubusin yung tatlong players ng TFO. Merong revive. Revive is still up for them. But for sure, they're not gonna use this. They need to conserve this. And it's gonna be so hard for him. Kailangan, he needs to break this wall. Or siguro satchel lang or ano, pero medyo hindi ata siya kasha or anything eh. So mahihirap talaga si Gadowers dito. Gadowers needs to find and needs to run actually. Exit frags, yes, pero there's a huge possibility na hindi na ipo si Gadowers dito.
Now, ang TFO slowly but surely 12 to 10. And if this goes on to their hands, we are expecting an overtime, pero TFO OG kailangan nila mag-all-in na sa mga rounds dahil match point din sila. They have the big advantage, especially right now na si Brain Freeze ay merong lockdown for their retake against TFO.
Worship one more orb onto that revive, mga kaibigan, but malaki pa rin talaga ang chance ng manalo dito ang OG. One big mistake lang for TFO and it's match already for Team OG. Gador trying to be really aggressive, trying to peek out that corner though. Merong turret dito ang team ng TFO, but not really be able to spot out that player from ramps. And tamang mid-control lang dito ang TFO though. Ano ba talaga ang nag-work sa kanila? Is it gonna be mid-control or just gonna konting diversion lang or anything? Is really up to them on what strategy that they're gonna do in order for them para makapasok lang sa isang site. Gadowers all over again dito na naman sa corner na to. Pero Marky, uy, masaspatan ba dito sa Gadowers? Paunahan na lang to, pero yun nga lang, uy, alam niya ata, nakita yung paa, mga kaibigan. Gadowers, meron sa kanan mo. Nag-predict na si Marky dito, pero for sure, hindi pa rin siya gumagalaw. Umalis na ba? Hindi alam ng TFO kung umalis na ba si Gadowers doon. Pero nagpapakiramdaman lang sila dito. Ladies and gentlemen, lumabas pa dito si Coco. Gadowers, he's one already. Tikman mo ang bomba ko. Pero yun nga lang, 57 HP left dito na kay Gadowers. 3 versus 5 situation, and a game number 3 is actually possible.
And looking at that, undermad na ngayon ang TFO, pero makakapasok ko sila ng B-side, pero may alarm bot in at identified na makakapag-B sila. Pero ngayon, i-risk talaga ni Kurt kasi ngayon mag-plan and out at open si Marky.
Hindi nakapag-flick agad, pero Worship na nandito, taking down serve. So it's all up to courtesy, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a huge retake for him. The 1v5 situation. Hinayaan na lang niya na mag-defuse dito. Si Worship, and what a really good round actually para sa OG. They tried, for TFO, they tried to do a comeback. Actually, yeah, kayang-kaya naman talaga eh. Pero yun nga lang, hindi lang talaga nila kinaya yung pagka-lead sa kanila ng Team OG. They tried, but it's not enough. GG's.
Once again, congratulations sa Oasis Gaming. Now, kitang-kita nyo na ang scores natin na 1-all, at we are going with a tiebreaker match. Very first tiebreaker match natin for today. TFO versus Oasis Gaming. At the same time, Vil, gusto ko lang i-comment tong dalawang tips na to sa split. Na-expect natin, it's gonna be OG's win, pero humabol pang TFO. Just shows us how big brain these two teams are.
Yeah, all of our players here talagang sobrang big brain talaga yan. They have their own coaches, they have their own strategies na pwede nilang gawin, and they have that power strategies in order for them to get a point dito sa mga teams natin. So the score is actually 1-1 already. It's gonna be so hard for us to know who's gonna win this though. We already thought na ako 2-0, ikaw 2-1 in order of TFO, but there's still a chance actually for all of these teams kung sino ba talaga ang makakakuha ng score at mag-a-advance para sa championships, sa semifinals rather, and will face off the winner of DR versus Archangel. Once again, this is the Valorant Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. After the break, it's going to be game number 3. See you in a bit.
Now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found. Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
At nagbabalik na kayo here at Valorant Challengers Tour Week 3 presented to us by PPGL. At kami ang yung shoutcasters. I'm Ray and I'm with Vil.
Hey, what's up guys? So we've seen game number 1 and game number 2. Sa last game naman mga kaibigan, they tried to... TFO tried na makapag-comeback dito. But we can say that OG is just too much from them though. Let's take back and look back yung mga nangyari kanina. OG, that is a huge thing for them though. Pushing that to a 10-2 on the scoreboard. Pero TFO, isipin mo that is like sobrang tagal na pa ako ng OG sa 10 tsaka sa 11 mga kaibigan. Umabot ng 9 pa ang score ng TFO. It's just we can say na talagang bawal na talaga magkamali ang TFO and ginawa naman talaga nila yon. They actually really proved na they're really some team to beat talaga. That team to beat talaga. So, this is the third round already. Dito talaga magkakaalaman dito if ever sino ba talaga ang magka-advance and we're gonna be facing off DR Esports versus ArkAngel. Those are really can't wait for that. Dito sa ating Valorant Challengers Tour later on right after this match may laban agad. So it's time, Ray. It's time. Haven is the map.
Sa Haven for our tiebreaker. And looking at the mga maps talaga na kinas natin for the match between Oasis Gaming and TFO, lahat ng maps is something na comfortable yung parehas na teams na to. Kaya sobrang dikit na mga laban nila. And right now, going into the third match here at Haven, akala ko kanina mag-expect na tayo ng Europick pero hindi pa na. Joke lang yan. It's a prank coming from Oasis Gaming. Still, with the comfortable lineup na meron sila, most likely magiging bakbakan na naman na madikit between Oasis Gaming and the First Order.
I want to talk about Ripper and Coco. Yes, here in this map, napaka-reliable ng Cypher and Killjoy. Why? Because you can leave your camera or your turret sa isang pwesto lang.
Select your agent.
And sila na ang bahalang mag-scout if ever meron bang papasok or sumisilip doon sa pwesto na yon. And apparently, I really love the agent compositions here dito sa dalawang teams natin though. Haven is the place to be. For Oasis Gaming, one main smoker, which is si Omen, and which is a really good smoker as well. The First Order, first Phoenix na ikakast ko ngayon. So masayang-masaya ako talaga. And the Phoenix apparently dito sa mapa ng Haven, sobrang reliable niya. Kaya niyang, of course, because of that, run it back. They're just gonna use it to run it back, just go inside the entry points and just gonna check out the players if ever meron ba, or maybe just gonna get some pick-offs as well, plus trade-offs if ever kung meron man mangyayari or anything. And that Sova pick for Oasis Gaming and the First Order is really that on point as well because they need to get information if ever meron ba talaga pupunta doon bago sila mag-post plant or anything, bago sila mag-peak or something. Maraming angles, maraming what do I call this? Solid na lineups si Sova dito sa Haven mga kaibigan. And then actually gusto ko talagang panoorin because I really love playing Sova sa Haven. And the defense is Oasis Gaming, so it's really up to them on how will they get this though. They have the Cypher, they can do a trap war para lang at least makapag anti-flank ngayon. May anti-flank ang Oasis Gaming dito, but that is a really strong start for TFO. Talagang pinupush agad niya, but Gador is out here in B-Link mga kaibigan, just trying to take down the players of Team TFO one by one for V3 situation. And Coco andito na sa may A. Wala na siyang alarm bot. Meron pa pala alarm bot. We're gonna be spotting out
Spike planted.
a player if ever meron bang lumikod dito sa kanila.
The spike has been planted. We will just be waiting for that retake coming from Oasis Gaming. Pero good line coming from them. Pero nagka-trades lang ang pangyayari. At looking at that, TFO was able to secure ang pinakaunang round here at Haven against Oasis Gaming.
OG needs to get their thing up para makabawi dito sa ginawa ng TFO. What a really strong start from TFO. OG managed to shut them down dito sa B nung sobrang aggressive dito, pasok sa ng pasok. Si Gadowers dito na sa may bilig, nakapatay pa, pero yun nga lang talagang sobrang na-overwhelm ng TFO ang OG dito, and I love that lineup, ladies and gentlemen. And meron na naman akong bagong natutunan dito, at open na naman ang B, open na naman ang B, and they will successfully planting the spike already. Pero kung nakikita mo, grabe ang post plant na ginagawa dito ng TFO. Walang tao sa loob, lahat nasa labas kasi open plant naman to. Kitang-kita if ever meron naman pumasok dito mga kaibigan, or if ever meron naman mag-spike. Merong molly, so manitigilan nila. Merong killjoy, so mapipigilan din nila. So everything na meron ang TFO is talagang sobrang anti-flank device talaga. Anti-flank and post plant.
And kitang-kita naman din kasi natin, Vil, on how helpful lang kanilang Phoenix. Yasis, Mollies, meron din tayong curveball na gagamitin niya against Oasis game. Especially sa map din na to, napaka-vital na mga flashes. We only have ang paranoia ng Oasis Gaming to block out the sites ng meron ng TFO, but at the same time with their Omen and their Phoenix coming in, it's gonna be helpful sa kanila sa pag-take ng mga sites. And now, speaking of, looking at how Courtesy moves on again, his Recon Bolt, ma-identify na naman sila, opener na naman ang B-site, hihintay na naman nila sa open plant ang Oasis Gaming.
Open plant na naman, this, the same thing all over again here. Tapos magbabato ngayon si Phoenix ng molly niya, and he's gonna do not deny. Tapos meron pang nanoswarm grenades dito pero hindi na naibabato. Or maybe mamaya na naibabato yun mga kaibigan. But Trix trying to take down someone here in mid. Pero yun nga lang, OG beats out there in the open, in the corner. Taking down Coco as well. And finally nakabawi na rin ang Team OG dito. Getting one round off for TFO.
Yung napakagandang in-execute ng Oasis Gaming. Kitang-kita naman natin yung flank galing kay Gadowers together with Brain Freeze. Yung mga angles na naghihintay na lang at TFO. Yun yung ginawa nilang capitalize on that while waiting for that defuse. At nakalahati pa nga ni Gadowers with Speeds and Supership. Nagkaroon na ng opportunity to take out those who are waiting at B windows and at the mid doors. But then, Brain Freeze commits to that, takes out kagad si Trix na pumupush around A long. And now Gadowers will be taking out his paint shells, but Coco sees him out. Apat na lang sa apat. Marky ay gagamitin na ang kanyang Cloud Burst to take out anyone. Pero meron kagad ngayon, lockdown coming from Oasis Gaming so that they can get into the sides. Alisan muna nila rin tao. Sana di sila madetake. Pero may curtain na din. Nahabol pa nga si Beats ngayon. At it will be an opener for them to come in at A-side. So magpa-plat tayo si Zerv. At hihintayin na lang ulit nila ang pag-retake sa kanila ng Oasis Gaming. Alam na rin nila na meron isang nasa A-tower na hihintayin if they can actually take out anyone. Coco nakaabang sa magiging Recon Bolt coming from their Zova. Speaking of, na kaya mangyayari, still out in the open ang kanilang spike, but Beats being taken down here by
Marky. Talagang nakagam. Uy! Getting someone pa, pero well, gonna be taking down Brain Freeze as well, and that Blaze Storm is really that on point. 4K out of Marky. Binato ng Timidor. Look at that. I mean, look at that kills na ginawa ni Marky mga kaibigan. Sees beat, sees worship, and a right click onto Ripper plus a kill onto Team OG. At least ito na yung ito talaga yung super comfortable pick nila, diba?
Something na kailangan na lang to break the momentum din na meron ng Oasis Gaming Jazzy Gates. Pero si Beats, ginantihan niya ng Cloudburst ang dalawang membro ng TFO. And now, looking at that, talagang ang mga Jets natin very committed throughout their plays. 4 pa rin para sa Oasis Gaming at mukhang hindi sila magko-commit most likely. Pero may run it back pa right now si Trix na pwede niya gamitin to go into the C site. But there's at least 2 waiting for them to come in. And Trix still tries to, kung meron man siya mababait into going sa C-long rather. Now, Coco, stuck sila right now. Kailangan nilang mag-set na. And speaking of, Trix will be using his run it back. And now he is able to take down the Towers. Now, it's gonna be a 3-3. But remember, may Cloudburst pa ngayon. But good shots coming from Reaper with his Sheriff. Pero nakagati pa si Trix siya kasi Coco at Brain Freeze na lang with his classic. Now, nakapag-retake pa nga ng maayos sana ang Oasis Gaming. But then, TFO with that good curveball na naman coming from Trix. Almost taking Brain Freeze out. Then, here we have Trix just waiting out sa silong ang plant. At Brain Freeze doesn't have anything left pero meron siyang makapag-recon bolt ulit. Just checking out some corners with the Sheriff in.
Standing ahead.
Now, let's see. Destroy nga lang. Siya pa rin nakakuha ng information. Kung sino yung una yung pipik, meron pang tulong ng Sentriga ng TFO. So, we'll just commit to that. Pero that won't be possible as he's out in the open sa mata ni Coco. And 4-1 to the hands of TFO.
TFO getting the job done here. Getting that upper hand, mga kaibigan, with 4-1. Nababawi na nila yung lahat na nawala rin sa kanila noong game number 2. Well, it's like sinasabi ng TFO, sige, this is the thing na ginawa na sa amin, papatikim namin sa inyo kung ano ba yung feeling na hindi na-score. Yeah, it is actually possible though. But again, it's not over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Brain Freeze is out there waiting patiently. Beats, however, checking out if there's someone na magpipik dito sa side ng window but not gonna be able to check out someone. Uy, mukhang sisilip ata yung isa mo. Malatamata si Coco pero yun nga lang, tamang peek lang and not gonna take down Coco doon sa may window. Pero yun nga lang, kung nakikita mo, parang nag-aambahan lang sila. Sige. Parang nagaganunan sila. Parang nagaganunan lang sila eh.
Right now, trip warp pa si Courtesy at pero looking at the Courtesy. But Gadovers uses Showstopper, really able to take out one. Yes! Bumagsak si Coco sa amay ni Gadovers and he's gonna go for another kill. But that won't be possible as Martin fades off his teammates. At isa na lang natitira, that's gonna be Trix. Di pa rin planted ang spike ngayon. And it's at the angles ng meron ng Oasis Gaming. And we also have the Aldrons. Alam nyo na lang kung saan siya manggaling. Uses Skirt Ball first. Trix with a good one tap. Takes down Worship. So 2-1 pa rin. Pero may angle. He takes out for another one. And he can actually use his hot hands to heal himself. And it's gonna be going for a good 100 HP na naman. 13 seconds left sa kamay ng TFO. At kailangan pa nila i-plant ang spike. But then, he will play with the angles. But it's out in the open sa mata ni Beats. So 4-2 with OG getting back at their feet.
Getting back at their feet indeed. Ano yan, tulad nga sinabi, bilog ang bola. Minsan nasa taas ka, minsan nasa baba ka. Babangon tayo, kapatid. tulad na sinasabi namin ni Eliza kahapon, anak ako na, itabi mo. Wala lang.
Parang nakikita ko na talaga na mukhang magiging parents na talaga si Vin.
Magiging parents now. Isa lang. Di mo pwedeng parent lang. Pero look at that. Trix is right there out in the open. Nandito lang sa may likod ng B-side, mga kaibigan. Not gonna be able to take down the players here because Worship is actually waiting patiently and will spot out Trix dito. Walang pera masyado ang TFO, mga kaibigan. Server just that frenzy. To be honest, isa yun sa pinakamagandang frenzy na na mura lang. Yun yung frenzy ni Sky. Share ko lang. Brain Freeze will be able to take down Serve plus Coco, but he wants more. Courtesy there in Silong.
Revealing area.
Makita pa siya ng isa. Let's see. Courtesy needs to play close, but Worship taking Courtesy down 4-3.
Makabilis ng pangyayari.
Sinisigaw nila. Nasa mid. Pag sinisigaw yun ng pag sinisigaw yun ng mga kakampi. Nasa mid. Bigyan mo ng tubig. Nasa mid pala eh.
Siguro, Bill, ganun yung ginagawa mo.
Oo, syempre.
Sumisigaw siya. Nasa mid yung
Bigyan mo tubig.
And then looking at that 40 kanina with that 4-0, unti-unti nang bumabangon once again ang Oasis Gaming. But remember, meron ngayong Hunter's Fury ang pagiging execution ng TFO. Once that goes in the towers, magpa-flank, pero that won't be possible as Trix will be putting him down. Meron tayong run it back. Kompleto ang ultimates ng mga TFO. Top siya ngayon, pero still, i-risk it out niya to get that good information. Now, Marky starts that one, pero wala siya nakuha. But then, was able to trade out with his teammates. Dalawa na lang natitira para sa Oasis Gaming. Courtesy will be planting the spike. Now, Trix sees him out in the open, and Marky finishes at Worship, and a 5-3 goes to the hands ng TFO.
If you're gonna compare all the matches today for TFO and OG, this is the most action-packed sa totoo lang. Grabing Russian, grabing putukan ang ginagawa talaga nila dito. And ang maganda rin dito is actually, si Brain Freeze, nakakakuha siya ng mga sobrang gagandang picks dito in order for them na makapag-open ng isang site for them to rotate talaga para makabawi sila dito sa ginagawa nga ng TFO. Well, apparently the score is 5-3 already. And TFO has like, of course, 2 rounds deficit. Pero hanggang saan ba sila makakapag-undo? Can they still do this or malalayon pa ba sa nila to? Pero look at that. Lockdown is set already though. And there's kung napapansin mo, hindi pumapasok agad yung mga players ng TFO. They're actually waiting na matapos ang lockdown dito. Kasi what if in the middle of that lockdown, merong gusto mag-commit na bigla silang mapapatay at tamang back lang agad. But Ripper all the way from heaven, ladies and gentlemen, I really love that spray. Bumili na kayo ng battle pass. But Ripper here in heaven again and again will be spotting out one OG Worship. Will be down for as well. Marky, tamang wallbang lang, pero si Ripper nabawian niya. Dos na lang natitira sa kanya. 2 HP left. Serve out there from below. Sees one. It's all up to Ripper. Pero makuhuli siya. But oh, look at that, Ripper! Won't be able to take down 4! I really thought mahuhuli siya doon. That is actually, is that a run and gun? Parang slightly though. Pero nagulat ako, siya parang nakapatay. We really thought na mahuhuli si Rip doon. Sayang.
Knowing at 2 HP, saktong-sakto sa crosser placement yata yung mga ulo ng TFO.
Really on point though, sobrang on point.
And he actually disrupt yung pera na meron ngayon ng TFO. So, walang choice ng TFO kundi mag-buy ulit para sa kanilang dalawang agents na nakuha doon ni Ripper. But then, going here, setting sila for Silong. We have Courtesy taken on with this Aldon. Sees out if meron siyang makikita in his camera. But then, we have Reaper. Talagang pinorse niya papuntang Silong. And just some trades that happened. But then, alam nila na makakapag-respond kaagad ang Oasis Gaming into going sa Silong. Kaya talagang magbaback sila. They need to go to another side. But then they're still patiently waiting just in case kung merong out in the open that they can take out. Now, Trix tries to go slowly but surely. May kita na dito right now. Ay, meron siyang makukuha mo strike. But then, sabi niya, okay, hindi namin nahayaang mapunta sa kamay nyo ang vandal na wala sa kaming teammate. And now we're just checking out here at Silong still.
Beats this the answer of him though. Gagawin niya yung ginawa ni Marky. Kaya ba na maka 4K dito? That is a big question from him though. They're trying to go here and see. Nilabas na ng isang blade pero nga nung wala siya nakita dito, and that is the recon ball. We're not gonna spot anyone though, but Beats, oy, tamang tailwind lang just to evade those shock darts though, pero yun nga lang, Beats out there from below tank. Getting 2K already though, but as a courtesy, taking down the doors there with that Hunter's Fury, mga kaibigan. Worship is right there. Will be taken down by courtesy. 7-3. Slowly and surely, TFO is doing the job done here sa mapa na to.
Thanks.
And kitang-kita mo naman Bill sa last on that spike. On point talaga si Courtesy. May lineup siya ng shock darts. Hindi niya hinayaan makapag-defuse kagad si Fitz. And they just right pick yung mga remaining members ng Oasis Gaming. Now, we are down 7-3. But still, meron ng Hunter's Fury right now ang Oasis Gaming that they can use as a retake against TFO.
They have the neural theft, they have the Hunter's Fury, they need to make this work. But TFO, sobrang ganda talaga na pinapakita. They have that huge flash. They have that initiator na ginagawa dito ng TFO, mga kaibigan. Tricks taking worship down. So it's gonna be so hard for them, for OG, para makabalik na naman dito. Wala silang sage dito, so hindi may heal. Heals Jet, mga kaibigan. But Tricks again and again, taking brain freeze down agad na naman. And now Tricks is using that, run it back, just to know if ever meron bang, saan ba yung mga susunod na tao, nasan ba yung mga kabila, nasan ba yung mga corners na pwede nyong pagtaguan. But I really love the team play na ginagawa dito. Marky just smoking that run it back para lang at least ma-secure na yung pagkabuhay niya. Na pagkatapos sa run it back, buhay pa rin siya. 5 versus situation. And that Raze is trying to do a flank there. But it's gonna be so hard for him to do so because marami din tao nakakita doon. Meron din tayong turret dun sa may papuntang C, but that Jet needs to check out that point of the map as well kasi mali mo may biglang umikot from CT or anything, pero Omen is slowly going in, but Gadovers there with the reflex, checking out the possession of serve for 42 now on the board.
And most likely, magsisave na lang talaga ang Oasis Gaming. Sayang ang Operator tsaka ang Phantom. And this round, once again, goes to the hands ng TFO. 8-3. And the gap keeps on widening if pinabayaan nilang nasa momentum ang TFO. But at the same time, if 8-4 in favor ng TFO, may chance pa rin ng Oasis Gaming once na nag-switch tayo ng sides here at Aven.
Right here.
OG Beats, however, 1,000 lang ang pera niya. Most likely ang ginawa niya, yun nga, na tatlong smoke, 300, plus armor, 400, 700 na. Tapos,
yes. Alam mo, Bill, pwede ka mag-accountant.
Fineflex ko lang na marunong akong magbilang. Pwede na ako maging CPE. I really love na ginawa ni Curtis dito. Just try, nahanap lang niya if ever meron bang tripwire doon, and yes, open na naman ng C dito for TFO. But the question is, are they gonna push that point of the map or not? This is the last round of the first half already though.
And remember na nasa corner si Kadowers waiting for that perfect angle kung pupunta man sila ng sewers. And speaking of, may malilikoran ata siya. And they are actually expecting him. And speaking of, nakakuha na kagad siya ni Marky. Now, they will be going in towards A site. Si Marky Bleed Storm na agad. Titignan na niya if ano siya makakuha. Now, they're expecting someone is at A-Lick. Kaso, saktong-sakto kay Serve. Ang Hunter's Fury ni Brain Freeze. And speaking of, yun na nga yung gagamitin nila against them para di sila makapag-plant na spike. Pero ginantihan ni Marky right now. Si Bits, 3v3, Reapers, sprays on against Courtesy with here's a Spectre in. Trades off lang ang pangyayari. But then, Coco finishes up 9-3.
Recalling my
sa favor ng
Switching sides.
TFO winning that first half, ladies and gentlemen. 9-3 is the score right now. OG tried to hold on onto that side, but I mean, nauunahan siya ni Marky dito, being that super aggressive, just planting that spike already though. Binabaan na yung operator niya, but the help of the players of TFO, which is si Coco, managing to take down all the remaining players of of OG. That is like, isipin mo, dalawa kay Marky, tatlo kay Coco. That is a two-man team. Parang two-man team ang nangyari. Ang sa TFO na yon. For this half, dito magbabago ngayon ang pace, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if ever makakabawi ba ang Team OG or TFO will unleash their fury para manalo na dito and just gonna head on to the grand finale. Finals. Championships. It's really up to them.
Pero Vil, katulad ng nangyari kanina sa split, nakabawi pa ng ibang rounds ang TFO pero tinapos na kagad ng Oasis Gaming. This last match between these two, makakahabol kaya sila noon na it's 93. Let's see, kapag nanalo ang Oasis Gaming sa pistol round, there's still a chance for them to come back against TFO.
TFO indeed here. And this is now TFO on the hunt. Just trying to let OG pass dito sa garage and sa B, mga kaibigan. Pero nice placement sa turret yan tsaka sa alarm bot. Malalaman agad ng Team OG if ever, ng TFO if ever meron agad papasok din support of the map yan. Pero yun nga lang, that satchel just to go inside B-side, ladies and gentlemen. Gadowers, umiikot lang, naghahanap na pwede mapatay dito pero nakakita na isa. Gadowers sees one as well. Pero Trix taking one down na. Nasunod pa isang kuya mo. Pero Gadowers is only my remaining Marky here.
That sucks.
With that Fury taking Gadowers down and that multiple crouches as well. Tamang ano lang tayo, tamang multiple crouch lang tayo. Bakit mo ginagawa? Bakit ginagawa ng mga players yung ganong tactic? Yung maraming crouch, yung pindot ng control. Anong tawag doon? Exercise.
Mahilig ka mag-exercise, Bill. Kasi nakita ito pag naglalaro tayo, mahilig ka mag-crouch. Mabilis, di ba? Mahilig ako mag-exercise. Kasi kailangan kong banatin ng konti yung mga muscles ko dito sa ano. Lalo na yung tuhod ko. Pero syempre, napagod ako, di ba? Takbo, tapos biglang maglalakad. Syempre, pag nakapatay ako, exercise lang. Para let's refresh ulit, di ba? Para
dami ka nakagalit dun eh. Nag-exercise lang naman ako.
Kaya nga. 10-3 leading ang TFO. Great start ulit sa kanila sa second half. But then Oasis Gaming, they still need talaga mag-step up dahil 7 rounds pa ang kailangan nilang tahakin para magkaroon tayo ng tie score. But then TFO nag-force na sila kagad. They have their Specters and Reaper. Nag-force na din right now ng Stinger.
Tamang force lang but now, hindi tinamaan dito. Medyo
konti na lang, mga 1 inch na lang ata yun.
Ang tawag doon, anak ng Diyos. Anak ng Diyos ang kuya mo.
Paborito.
Paborito anak ng Diyos. But going back here in this game right now, Trix there with a flash will be taking down 3 players of Team OG, but he wants more. Gadowers taking Trix down. Solid, man. I mean, that timing and the lineup of OG giving that Phoenix a sweet 3K. Look at that, man. Not si Marky though. Yung isa. Ayan. Look at that. Pagka-flash, tinan mo nag-line up sila. Boom! Nag-line up, di ba? Audition!
Sa harapan ni Trix, naka-specter pa naman. Tamang-tama lahat. And it's gonna give again this round.
Alam mo siguro sabi ni Phoenix kay Omen, pre, ba't mo naman ako finish? Ano mo naman yun? Natamaan siya sa paranoia eh.
Grabe naman. Parang hindi na pala, iba na pala yung anak ng favorite ngayon ni Lord. Si Trix na ngayon dahil sa flash niya.
Anak ng Diyos. 11-3, ladies and gentlemen. TFO leading the way to victory here. Let's see if ever... Well, upon checking naman, syempre sa performance ng Team OG, kayang-kaya pa talaga nila makabalik dito, mga kaibigan. Upon their checking their last game, Trix again, can he do it again? But no! Nakatago agad yung mga players ng team. Si Brain Freeze dito sa may smoke, mga kaibigan. Meron din isa na nakapatay pa ng isa si Trix and will finally getting that match point already.
TFO already at a match point here in Haven. Few rounds pa lang ever since nag-start ang second half. But then, still, they have this momentum talaga. Oasis Gaming, let's see. Mali mo, hanggat hindi pa 13, they still have the chance of it going up against TFO.
Yeah. Hanggat hindi pa 13, tulad nga nasabi siya, diba, bilog ang bola, minsan nasa taas ka, minsan nasa baba ka. Pero itong malaking problema ng Team OG, mga kaibigan, wala silang ultimates, wala silang pera at all. Yung si Beats half armor lang, and halos lahat sila naka-specter lang. So, it's gonna be so hard for OG para makabalik dito sa game na to. Knowing na isang player ng TFO, which is si Marky, is naka-operator, they need to play super safe.
Then, kitang-kita mo naman ang Oasis Gaming ngayon. Talagang gusto na nalang...
Oh, that paranoia will gonna be able to connect to a lot of players here in Team OG. Courtesy seeing beat right now. 2 versus 3 situation. Mga kaibigan, si Worship very, very low on HP. 9 HP lang din natitira yung Worship dito. And there's one here in C-Long. Pero nakita pa ni Marky sa Brain Freeze. So it's all up to Worship. But Marky with a 2K just finishing the round. And the first order will head on to the Grand Finals!
First order, congratulations! And look at them!
Sobrang saya nila. Kitang-kita mo naman na lahat sila nakangiti, di ba? Lalo na si Coco.
Yes.
Ang saya ni Coco, di ba?
Hindi ko alam kung nag-anata siya, pero parang nasa... Talaga, di siya makapaniwala siguro. Surprise siya na
Gulat.
he got it.
Nagulat ako, pero nakaganon lang.
Lilipad na ang isip niya dahil 2-1.
Lilipad na naman ng isip niya. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a 2-1 in favor of the first order. They will face off the winner of DR Esports versus ArkAngel bukas. And that will happen ngayon kung sino mananalo dun. So, after the break, actually, it's gonna be the second semifinals, DR Esports versus ArkAngel. I really can't wait for that. Any last thoughts, Ray?
All I can say is that ang ganda ng naging performance ng both of these teams. But sabi ko nga, isa lang talaga na mananalo at magpro-proceed going into finals, and that's gonna be the first order. Pero sa mga nanonood dyan, ano po bang ano na to? Semi-finals na tayo at ito yung pinakaunang match. TFO gets the ticket to finals, and titignan natin kung sino kaya ang mananalo sa next semi-finals na laban.
Indeed, the first order and the first order just winning this, winning this match. And congratulations to you guys. Nung nangyari sa inyo dun sa game number 2, at least nabawi nyo dito sa game number 3. That is a huge loss actually for Team TFO on that time. And they tried actually na makabawi, pero yun nga, it's really not enough on the first map. However, TFO just won that. They countered the non-duelist setup of Team OG, and kailangan mag-restructure at saka mag-isip ng bagong strategy ang Team OG doon if ever kung paano na mapipigilan yung kalaban nila if ever mangyari ulit yon. But now dito naman sa third game though, that is a huge stump. To be honest, that is a huge stump. Talagang walang nagawa ang Team OG sa lahat ng entries. Pasok na pasok talaga ang Team TFO. They've actually been super aggressive sa lahat ng mga rounds natin. Hindi sila nag-antay ng... actually, tulad nga sinabi ko, di ba? This round is, ito na ata ang pinaka-action pack na nakita ko after 3 rounds, to be honest, which is this third round. Pero yun nga lang, TFO still remains the victor. And again, ulitin ko, they will advance to the grand finals tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And after the break, actually, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. After the break, short break, mali. We're just gonna have a relive. Magre-relive kami, mga kaibigan. So mag-e-end tong live. So i-refresh nyo lang para lumabas yung bagong link for DR Esports versus ArkAngel. And this has been your first semi-finals. Next game! Can't wait for that. See you in a bit.
What's your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
another upset having occurred here in the VCT Philippines. 2-1 victory for the underdogs, TFO, against their rivals, Oasis Gaming. And we're going to be speaking with one of the players who has made this all happen, the MVP, or one of the MVPs himself, Marky, who was amazing on that op. So I'm going to tune into my psychic powers and have a seance and summon Marky. Marky, are you here with us?
Hello, hello.
Hello, Marky. Yo, what's up? Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after that victory against Oasis Gaming?
Masaya, syempre. Kasi nakapasok kami ng finals.
And this is the first time I think we're seeing you in a grand finals. I think your team has grown so much. How does it feel knowing that you have gone so far, especially you guys are playing apart from each other, you're not in a boot camp? What is that feeling that you're getting right now?
Masaya siyempre kasi nag-improve din kami. From last week, natalo kami ng OG.
Yeah.
Tapos yun, nag-comeback kami ngayon.
Why do you think that you guys are playing so well lately? Because it feels like you guys are so, it feels like you're so much more, coordinated. It feels like you're more disciplined. Why is it that TFO is doing so well nowadays?
Ano lang, sa tiwala sa sarili saka sa teammate mo.
Okay. And if you're okay, one more question. You're going up against either ArkAngel or DR later on. Who do you not want to go against later?
I wanna fight with ArkAngel.
Why though?
Because they said ArkAngel is a top team.
And
so
yeah,
I'd like to fight them.
Definitely, because there's a lot of learning opportunities, especially when you fight a top team like ArkAngel, and I'm so excited to see that. One more question before we go, Marky. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, and what words do you have to give to any team that you're facing off in the grand final later?
Shout out sa sa coach namin saka sa manager. Tapos good luck and have fun na lang sa mga kalaban namin.
Well, a lot of sportsmanship yet again. Thank you so much, Marky. You were amazing on that jet earlier. Hope to see you do the same performance in the grand final. So good luck and see you in the grand final, man.
Thank you.
All right, so that's been it with for our correspondent, our player, of course, Marky, who was just an absolute phenom in the previous games from TFO, beating their rivals, none other than Oasis Gaming, who must be feeling a little bit frustrated right now because they seem to have been having troubles breaking through semifinals and landing in the grand final slots. I personally thought personally today was going to be the day, and I'm sure a lot of us also thought that, but I guess it just isn't there yet. Maybe a little bit more time, maybe in split number 2. But let's talk about that a little bit later on and go back and talk about how you can be a winner yourselves. We're giving away 1,500 points of Valorant points, rather, and this is how you can do it. All you got to do is stitch and do it, Asterize TikTok video, Casting Challengers Week 2, and post it on the PPGL Facebook page. Share it on your Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And get skins and rewards and levels with the new Battle Pass. And recharge your Valorant points now with Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also, don't forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/PPGL. GG. And take a look at our YT. It's PPGL-YT on Bitly. And search PPGL on YouTube. And on top of that, we'd like to give a very big thank you to our sponsors who have all made this happen. Of course, to our sponsor, Acer Predator. We'd like to thank them because they are our official gaming PC and laptop partner. So if you want to be truly on the next level like the players here, make sure you check out Acer Predator. And of course, Globe and Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now As virtual hangouts, Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings, on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And if you want to know where you can watch all of this, it's going to be on English and Filipino. This is where it happens. Putting it on your screens. If you want to watch us on English, that's going to be on Twitch. And that's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And on Filipino, it is facebook.com/PPGLGG. So whichever language you choose to be your language of choosing, we've got it on lock for you. Head on over to these links right there. All panel discussions will be in English. Now, let's go back and talk about the game itself. I'm again Illustrado. That is my name. I'm going to be your host today. And joining me on the panel here is none other than Trix and Viminal. But before I go to you, I want you to stick your hands out like this. Okay.
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 I have no idea, by the way, what we're doing.
Okay. Curse of Oasis Gaming. I break thee. Okay, nothing happened. I'm sorry. Just maybe not today. I'm sorry. Hopefully next time.
We do hope to see Oasis Gaming get to the grand
again,
finals.
for the nth time, guys. On the cusp of greatness, but just not quite.
But they have it. It's like they have the tools, they have the resources, they have the players.
Yeah.
But something is going on that prevents them from getting to the grand final. I just don't know. At this point, I don't know anymore.
To be fair, there's a team like that in CS, right?
Yeah.
They used to have that wall.
And then suddenly, wait, are we talking about the team that used to be TSM? Which
that too.
They became Astralis and became the best team ever.
Yes.
Okay,
but
fair
there are
enough.
other teams as well that really it's this pressure, this mental aspect of they get in their heads because they're at the semifinals.
Right.
They start to get really concerned, really focused. They get hyper focused that they lose sight of the match.
Like
and
overthink things.
Yeah,
even.
and they just kind of goes all over the place.
Right. That may be true because, you know, we were just talking about it. Some of the best teams in the world started out with, being stuck for a very long time. And once they broke through that, they were able to make it to being the best team historically ever in CS history. Maybe we'll see that. Well, maybe not yet, but at some point it'll come out as we take a look at the highlights of the previous games right now. But let's go and talk about what we are going to be seeing up next here. It's the next semi-final of the day, the last one, and this is one we've been waiting for. DR versus ArkAngel here.
Yeah.
We can see right now the replay ArkAngel, that's the previous matchup. But honestly, ArkAngel against DR, it's going to be a close one. What are your initial impressions? Talk about this really quickly.
Initial impressions of DR versus ArkAngel, two very good teams, two teams that know each other very well, quite similar to TFO and OG, but I would say more experienced in the mental aspect as well.
Yeah.
And for ArkAngel, they have the benefit of being together for much longer than DR, which is even a newer roster than the current ArkAngel lineup.
A little bit of a... oh, okay, sorry, no. On the top left of your screens, you're seeing the timer to the next match, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, that is not the replay of what we're seeing. This is the replay of TFO OG. So let's talk about TFO OG real quick. So, honestly, what happened? Because I am genuinely at a loss for words at how this went.
Okay, here's the thing. TFO OG, honestly, a lot of us were expecting OG to take the win. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I said 2-1 in favor of TFO. Did I fully believe in that? Realistically, taking into account all the stats from the past, I didn't really fully believe in that prediction, but it happened. Because TFO just stepped up to the plate and they were so coordinated in terms of their offense.
I think they just knew all the tells of their opponents early in time as well, which helped them be able to play on their ages aggressively and know when they had to really move together and peek certain angles and corners.
They just looked a lot smoother.
Yeah.
I think overall, especially on a map like... When they struggled in Split, it seems like they still somehow managed to pull it together, all the way to the end. And even in Haven, it just came through. It seemed like they were a more coordinated team. It seemed like they had more, I don't know, chemistry is what it felt like.
I mean, we speculate and discuss their strategies and try to dissect, analyze what they did in the game. But it's funny that when we ask the players themselves, like when you talked to Marky earlier, we asked him, what's the secret sauce? Well, he just says, we just believed in each other more. Sometimes it's that simple, I believe, that it just taps into their muscle memory.
That kind of trust that you build with your teammates, even outside of the game, so that within the game, it's easier for you to trust them too. Because you feel like this person is trustworthy, whether it's in-game or out.
Yeah, you gotta have that chemistry like all throughout. I mean, which is why it's a big hindrance to a lot of teams when, you just aren't able to see eye to eye. And it's just very frustrating when you are together for so long and then you still don't find the magic stuff that makes you click. But sometimes there are teams that are like that stick together for years and years, and then they find the magic sauce they need to win a grand finals. It's just not what we're seeing here today. Maybe OG needs a little bit more time to bake, in the oven, and then just sort of come out perfectly done. Right now it seems like they're a little bit underdone,
perhaps a little bit rare. But yesterday, I mean, it was different, a different story for OG. But today, again, maybe just not on their good day.
This is the pressure, I think. I definitely think it has a lot to do with the pressure because yesterday they looked polished, they looked clean.
Yeah.
This is why we're so surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, we are surprised because we had such high hopes for OG, especially coming into this one. They have looked like one of the better squads. They have looked like the OG that we used to know and love. Probably the best form that we've ever seen them. Yeah. And then today it was just not the same.
There were a lot of mistakes that they were showing that were pushing through, and TFO just able to capitalize on it. And yeah, you're right. It's just not the OG that I've come to really enjoy watching.
Yeah, but let's take a little bit of a gander at the silver lining here. TFO, they're going to the grand final. They're not the most, I'd say, experienced team, but they are showing a lot of potential. And they're going up against, regardless of who wins the semifinal next, a very, very veteran squad in the form of either DR or ArkAngel. So regardless of how that outcome goes, it's going to be the new boys versus the old kids on the block. No, that doesn't... that doesn't work, but you get what I mean.
Yeah,
it gets the point across. Yeah. That's what matters.
I just think that going, that mindset that Marky had as you did the interview of he just wants to play against what is considered to be a Philippine top team because he wants to learn. That's a very healthy mindset that I feel a lot more teams need to have. That it's not about necessarily winning the games, it's about just learning from the games, because this tournament allows all of the top teams to play against each other, the top players in the Philippines, and essentially we can learn from one another too.
Yeah. I think it's a sterling example of that when, sometimes you aren't able to get the scrims that you need in. I just don't. Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes they're busy, other teams are busy, sometimes they don't want to scrim against you. But when you get to play against a top-tier team, you get to really find out where you are. It's a really good barometer to figure out where you stand if you play against a team like ArkAngel, if you play against a team like Bren. This sort of really tells the tale a little bit better. But speaking of tales to tell, let's find out who the hero of this previous series was. The MVP is coming up very, very soon. And I dare say, I think it's Marky. I mean,
could be Marky or Trix.
You know what? I think Trix might actually be a little bit more deserving of the MVP, but I definitely think it's going to be close. Marky, for sure, he's going to be taking this MVP title for that last series. 239 ACS for him.
He was amazing on Haven, honestly speaking. Just the way he was able to clutch rounds that helped TFO keep the momentum that they really needed in order to just clean sweep that map. So for me, it makes sense that he is the MVP.
Yeah, there were multiple occasions wherein they were at a man disadvantage, and then all of a sudden he would get a multi-kill and swing to their favor. Yeah. So that was a pretty impressive performance by Marky right there.
Well, that has been the story for now, for the meantime, for the first order. Let's go ahead and take a look at the storyline overall, where we are in the tournament, because the bracket is coming up right now. So we find ourselves very much closer and closer to the grand final. That's going to be tomorrow, and we see already that the first order has qualified. ArkAngel versus DR is going to be up next, and this one is going to be the match of the day. 100% I think this is the match that everybody has been waiting for. You know, the first match, DR versus Hashira could have gone either way. I think it was definitely it was a stomp in the end, but it really just builds up on why we want to see DR ArkAngel even more now. This is the first time that they're really going to go head-to-head against each other, and I am so excited to see what they bring to the table here. I want to get your feelings about this, Trix. You first, and what are you feeling? Are you nervous for your team right now?
I'm a little nervous for ArkAngel. I respect and admire and know the coach of DR Esports. So I also know what he can bring onto the table and what he can do to a team. I only wish to be a fraction of that even to ArkAngel themselves. But honestly speaking, there's a lot to learn just watching these two teams play, and I'm wondering how well they're really going to read each other, because we both know, like TFO and OG, right? It's about who knows who and how easily can we read their movement.
Well, speaking of the ArkAngel roster, we're going to be pulling it up right now, and you know, one thing that I actually have noticed is that, you know, both of these teams got coaches recently, and we have seen actually quite massive improvements in both of these squads. So, yeah, you can take that as a little victory there, Trix.
It goes to show that having a good coach obviously has a huge impact on a team and a very important component on a team. Even though you don't, see the person on the board right up there with the photos.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, you got players like Josh S who are finally performing to the level that they want. How are you feeling? Are you happy about the performance of ArkAngel recently?
I just want them to enjoy the games, honestly. I think that every team that comes into this tournament, just enjoy the process of everything. Enjoy the loss, enjoy the wins even, because if you lose, there's more to learn. If you win, there are better teams to fight against. So it's a win-win, really.
Very good mindset and really indicative of their performance recently. They've been changing a lot. They've been trying out a lot of new things. Josh S back on that duelist role as well. It's been working out well for ArkAngel.
Yeah, I agree, but it has also been working out for the other side. DR, one of the most improved squads in recent memory.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I do have to say, I think a lot of it, and I had an interview earlier with PBD. He said a lot of it also had to do with Coach Carter. So just the effect of Coach Carter on the squad is just immediate and, honestly ridiculous. Disrupt, Fission, Kelly S, Nasmi, and PBD. It feels like these guys have been unlocked, especially Fission, who was just absolutely insane against Hashira earlier. A thorn in my side a little bit, but honestly, very well played. How do you feel about this, Vimnal? I'll start with you in this one. How do you feel about DR and how much they've changed over the past few weeks?
Here's the thing. DR, they went from... They were extremely strong when they faced off against Bren, and it was actually a huge surprise to us that they were able to take a map away from Bren. So we knew that there was a lot of potential in this roster. But the form that we saw today was just beyond what I previously expected. And again, indicative of that help from Coach Carter. And I do believe that we are looking at the top two teams right now in the Philippines, AA and DR.
Aside from Bren.
A bold statement. Aside from Bren, of course.
Yes.
A bold statement that I'm really believing right now.
A bold statement that I definitely agree with. I think DR, when I first watched ONF, when they were ONF, not DR Esports yet, they were amazing. And when they joined DR, it was like they were just even better. If you think of, How to Train Your Dragon, and they have like the little secrets to unlock the dragon, that's how I felt Carter dealt with the team as well.
I was thinking something similar to, I was thinking like Kaioken and like Dragon Ball Z, but,
But again, this all goes to the question of how close are they to Bren. We'll only find out once we head to the Masters itself. But for now, we can only focus on them going against each other. So we'll take a quick look and a closer look on the head-to-head right here. Josh S versus Fission, probably one of the biggest duelist head-to-heads that we're going to have. These two guys are absolutely nuts here. Josh S on the Raze, and we keep saying this, probably the best Raze in the country, versus Fission, who is just an absolutely dominant jet, And I feel like he just keeps getting better. Like, people they don't understand how to deal with him.
Yeah. Fission is one of those players, always been very, very talented, but he hasn't had a lot of limelight in the past in his previous teams, so I'm glad he's getting the attention that he deserves right now. He's actually shining as that jet duelist. doing an incredible job at it.
That ACS difference, though, 180.6 on Josh S, but 262.9 on
Well,
Fishin.
that's because we know, first of all, because take this with a grain of salt, that Josh S is more of a team player nowadays. And, you know, that is... he has been a team player because he actually has switched off from Raze recently. So I'm not surprised to see those stats where Fishin was just an absolute madman in the previous series, you know, on Split. I think he was one of the highest scoring games of all time. But let's take a look at the veto and see where exactly we will land here today in our best of 3 semifinals. So it's got to be Ascent, if I'm not mistaken, and then Haven, and then Split to close it all off. I actually just guessed when I said Ascent, but, you know, sometimes I get predictions right once in a blue moon. So Affinity Esports, no, excuse me, that's not Affinity, that's ArkAngel. A little bit of a little hiccup there, but it actually was Ascent picked by ArkAngel, there we go. And then Haven is picked by DR, and Split is picked, is the last map.
Yeah. So I'm feeling okay, I guess, about these map picks. I know that watching GR just now, we've all noticed they're amazing at the retakes, so Haven to them makes sense that they selected it.
Yeah, it's very, very logical. Ideally, you would want to play around that sort of retake strategy that DR Esports knows how to do so damn well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to find out. It's to go into the game itself. But before we do that, I'd really like to ask you guys, who do you think is going to take this? I'm not even going to bother asking you.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Criminal.
All right. 2-1 in favor of DR Esports.
Okay.
2-1 in favor of ArkAngel. And I can see an OT.
Yeah, so I've been...
I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see an OT in there. Okay, but honestly, I've been dead wrong more or less the whole day.
So what do you think?
I'm going to go for broke this time. I'm going to say 2-0 DR. Okay, I'm going for broke. At this point, there's nothing to lose. But let's find out whether I finally get something right today or whether the panel will continue as we give it up to the casters themselves. I know Dax himself has a 100% prediction rate. Can he keep it going as we go into the final series? Only time will tell. As I leave it all with the casters, take it away.
At kami nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Philippines, mga kaibigan, inihandog ng PPGL. Ako nga pala si Justin.
Ako nga pala si Eliza. At kami, ang inyong mga casters para sa last round or last game na ito between ArkAngel versus DR Esports. Taylor at Vil nga pala.
Pero ito, Eliza, gusto ko lang syempre pag-usapan muna yung mga panel natin bago tong match na to. Mamaya na to. Gusto ko muna pag-usapan si Ilustrado. Sobrang on flick ata yung...
Kung yung mga players nakaka-flick, si Ilustrado din
na dito, diba?
Bumabangs no?
Diba?
Gusto ko din ng ganun.
Pero ito na, ArkAngel versus DR Esports. Anghel laban sa mga dragon.
Ready ka na sa 3 games?
Pagod na ako.
Ready na ba kayo sa 3 games natin? Hindi. Yung predictions kasi ng lahat ng tao na nanonood, maliban kay Ilustrado, sabi niya 2-0 daw in favor of DR.
Ako 2-0 in favor of ArkAngel.
ArkAngel. Kami kasi 2-1 yung ano namin. So first map natin, Ascent. At para sa defender side, DR Esports. Fission, usual pick nyo dito ay si Jet. Si Nasmi, feeling ko mag-ano to. Siyempre, Sentinel. Feeling ko magki-killjoy to
Oo, feeling ko rin. Pero feeling ko, ang ArkAngel pag nanalo dito, malakas sila bukas
Oo.
Sunday, tas Angel.
Sunday.
Malakas sila bukas. May buff.
May buff, no? May buff. Tapos, si Disrupt naman dito ay naka-Omen at PBD with the Sova.
Okay.
Yes naman sa race.
Okay, kung napapansin mo dito, nagpalit si Joss S tsaka si Modeski apparently, di ba? Dun sa nangyari kahapon, dun sa match kahapon, laban ang tropa nating Dreamfire, which is nakalaban ng ArkAngel, and doon na nila sinimulan yung pagsuswitch ni Modeski at saka si Joss S. Nakikita natin lagi si Modeski, lagi siyang Reyna, lagi siyang attacker, pero ngayon ano na siya, parang sentinel na ata siya or controller, pero it depends rin talaga dito sa game. At saka si Joss S na ang kumukuha ng duelist dito. Pero syempre, yun siguro yung sabi ng coach
Oh, sabi ni coach yun. Sabi ni coach.
Mabait. Mabait yung coach. Mabait yung coach nila eh.
Mabait na mabait. Tsaka yung coach din ng Hashira, mabait din yan.
Ayun?
Parang on fleek, no?
On fleek.
Okay, nakikita natin yung mga players natin. ArkAngel, Carl, Johan, Ching, Modski, at si Josh S. Kahapon, napakaganda ng laban nila at very exciting yung mga reaction nila. Makikita kaya natin yon sa araw na ito. DR Esports, on the other hand, kita rin naman natin.
Ito, nakita natin yon. Itong mga DR Esports nito, pwede nating sabihin na some of yung mga players ng DR Esports, medyo, hindi ko sinasabing matanda na, pero veterano. Itatago na lang natin sila sa pangalang Nasmi
tsaka
si
PBD
na si Dale. Mga matagal na sa mundo ng FPS yan. Matagal nang bumabaril yan.
Sabi ko nga, bata pa lang ako. Pinapunod ko na yan.
Bata ka pa. Kasi, anong year ba tayo nag-start together? Mga 2014.
2012 pa yan.
2012. Matagal na yan.
And dito, magkasama pa sila
sa
magkasama
pa sila, di ba?
So, nagbibuild silang chemistry. Meron na silang chemistry.
Meron silang chemistry. Magkatabi matulog yung dalawang yun.
May minsan, nakahug pa. Ganon ka-chemistry, no?
Chemistry, pero no homo.
Oo. Bro lang. Bro lang.
Going back in this game right now, this is Ascent, ladies and gentlemen, ArkAngel versus DR Esports. Ang DR Esports nanalo kanina sa Hashira. Well, pwede natin sabihin na I actually picked for Hashira, pero it's all up to the magnificent strategies of DR Esports dito. And sila yung org not found natin. Sila yung ONF.
Yup. Kung hindi nyo pa alam, sila nga yung ONF. And bali-balita ko, recently, nakuha nila si Retrak as coach nila. So, DR Esports is much cleaner ngayon. Johan getting a kill. And right now, guys, balik tayo sa laro. 4 versus 2 ang laban na Disrupt ay nakatingin lang sa ating main B habang nagpaplanta ng ating spike ang ArkAngel. Cancel the plant. Kelly S gets a kill. Johan na lang natitira para sa backside natin. Nakuha na rin ni Kelly S. Kanina, nung ating mga first games, si Kelly S medyo nahihirapan pa siya mag-pop off. Ngayon, kanina, parang inaano pa lang, iniinit pa lang yung tubig pang kape. Ngayon, nakakape na siya mga 5 beses pa. Ganon. Yung tipong dilat na siya.
Malutulog yan next week pa.
Next week pa. Baka nga next month pa, kung pwede.
Hindi ba pag nakakita ng kalaban?
Ganon ka-pop off ngayon si Kelly S, no? So, looking at our first map, or first round rather, DR Esports ang nakasecure niyan.
Yes, indeed. And upon checking the perimeters here, Ching, with that Marshall, though, hopefully makakita siya ng isa dito sa may kabi. Pero yung nga lang, medyo maganda yung pagkaka-smoke doon ng Omen though. Pero Kelly as however dito lang sa mid, just checking out all the remainings of this area of the map. Cheng, naghahanap pa siya ng entry flag dito. Kailangan na makakita ng isa, pero wala siyang makita ng isa dito kahit sa mid man lang eh. Sobrang safe play dito ng DR Esports. Sa totoo lang, hindi sila nag-overextend. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, andito na si Retrak mga kaibigan. Si Retrak kasi isa yan sa pinaka...
Hindi mo naman sinasabing matanda na siya.
Hindi ko naman sinasabi, pero parang gano'n na nga. Pero,
hindi ako nagsabi niya. Basta kung merong magkiklip nito, hindi ako yung nagsabi, si Phil po.
Carter, tropa naman tayo, alam mo naman yan. Pero yan, si Retrak kasi, sobrang dami na achievements yan. Saka ilang beses na rin talaga yan nag-coach, pero going back mga kaibigan, speaking of coach, si Fisher, nakakita ng isa, gusto mo parang tumalawa, may judge pa dyan mga tao na yan, pero Modski getting ahead on sufficient, PBD with a follow-up, Kelly S tried to take down Ching, and yes, he will do that, but Disrupt finishing everyone off. A really clean round dito sa DR Esports. Mga Dragon, galit na galit.
Speaking of clean, pinag-uusapan na rin natin yung coaching ni Retrak. Simula nga nang dumating si Retrak para sa DR Esports, mas naging clear yung movements ng team na to. Mas sila yung isa sa pinakamalinis na team na gumalaw base sa system nila or systematically movements. Yung team na ito, sila ang isa sa mga pinakamalinis gumalaw. Ngayon, simula nung pumasok si Retrak. Isipin mo, nung hindi pa pumapasok si Retrak, kung gaano sila ka-close fight pagdating sa Bren Esports.
Oo, sobrang lapit lang talaga. Pero ito na nga, gusto talaga itong mapanood mga kaibigan. This is DR Esports. Parang this is like a combined years of experience sa lahat ng players. Merong veteran, merong bago. So if you're gonna combine those veteran ideas and the newcomer ideas,
ito na yun.
Sobrang ganda. Ito yung kinalabasan ng mga kaibigan. Alam mo yung tito mo to? Parang ito yun eh. Ito yun, di ba? Tito mo to sila yun, di ba?
Oo, yung ibang mga players.
Yung iba, oo.
Tapos, yung iba, si Nasby versus ArkAngel.
Oo, di ba?
Dating team niya din. Sila lang to, guys. Easy lang kayo.
Oo, parang nag-reunion lang sila mga kaibigan. Parang ito na naman, tayo na naman maghaharap. So, ibig sabihin, parang alam nila yung mga playstyle ng mga kalaban nila, ng mga kakampi na, at saka konting adjustments na lang para dito.
ArkAngel, though, nawala na yung kanilang jet, yung isa sa mga duelist nila. And DR Esports, ready to take action. Handa ang Omen para sa kanyang paranoia. And narinig niya na. And the paranoia comes in. Disrupt pa with that Bucky. Pinasok na nga ni Josh S. With the run it back, ang ating side A. At nagsiset up na sila. Johan gets a kill onto Disrupt. Clearing sides na para sa ArkAngel. PBD nasa heaven. In just a few seconds, umabot pa ang ating spike plant. Dark cover will help them for sure. Napitas nga ni Carl with a shock dart si Kelly S dito. 3 versus 2 situation. Ayan na yung ating owl drone papunta sa loob ng ating dark cover. Nasupatan pa nga ang ating Omen and he's very low in HP.
Very, very low indeed. 3 versus 2 situation right now. Nagpapartig lang si Fission dito ng any movements para lang at least alam ng
set up na si ano?
Alam ng ArkAngel na mayroong tao sa taas, mga kaibigan. Tamang off-angle lang para mapitas to. Pero masyadong, isipin mo, masyadong malayo-layo dito ang...
Nag-save na lang yung kanilang Sova. Do you think na si Fission, dapat nag-save na lang din?
Sana nag-save na lang siya.
With the Spectre, though.
Pero kahit, isipin mo, ano bang bibilin ni Fission ngayon? Well, Vandal, well okay. So, at least nakapag-upgrade siya. Pero kung ako, economy-wise, sana nag-save na lang siya. Pero if ever naman na magva-Vandal siya ngayon, at least pantay-pantay silang lahat na puro AR yung gamit nila.
Isipin mo, Spectre now, off later.
Pwede.
Paano kung ganun?
Diba? Pwede.
Nasa defense naman sila ngayon.
Think rich, diba? Payaman tayo.
Yan.
Anong apelido mo?
Ano? Taylor?
Mali. Payaman.
Payaman. Ewan ko sa'yo. Saan mo ba natututunan yan, Vince?
But going back to this game, we are now seeing Josh S trying to do some damage here. Pero nabawasan niya si Disrupto. Pero Disrupt with an answer, taking down Cheng here in Meraswell. Tamang peak lang sa corners dito. I mean, not peak, pero nagsistay lang sa corners. Itong DR Esports. Very, very safe play ng DR. No? Pero look at that. Wow, si Carl. Wallbang, taking down Fission.
Hula-hula lang para kay Carl. Pero nakuha at napitas na nga niya yung isang miyembro o yung jet ng DR Esports. Disrupt, 28 HP, pati na rin yung raise ng DR Esports, mababa na rin yung kanyang HP, no? 4 na player pa ang buhay para sa side ng ArkAngel at gusto nilang pasukin itong A-side pero nakaset up yung mga traps ng ating Killjoy dyan. Nandyan yung turret natin na once ma-figure out, syempre mag-on na rin yung Nanoswarm natin. Speaking of Nanoswarm, hindi niya nabuksan dahil busy siya patayin ng 2 player ng ArkAngel towards Garden. And right now, lockdown, mukhang gustong initiate ni Nasby dito. Nagdalawang isip siya. Iniisip na siguro na, kaya naman siguro, 4 tayo. Pero right now, the lockdown is
pero
up.
Isipin mo dun sa AA, yung Sova at yung Raze, hindi talaga sila umalis dun sa B. Nakapasok din yung 2 players dun sa A, pero hindi pa rin talaga sila umaalis. Inaantay lang talaga nila yung pagka-plant ng bomb. Do you think ba na sana umalis na lang sila or parang sinasabi nila kaya nyo na yan if ever kaya nyo nang i-hold yan? Kasi may lockdown naman so I think it's okay.
Sinira yung lockdown.
Yeah.
Yun nga lang, sinira yung lockdown. Guys, ang laban ng DR Esports at saka ng ArkAngel, labanan ng retakes to. Labanan ng post-plant. So kapag nakapag-plant ka na, tandaan mo na DR Esports, I guess, they're the team na susunod sa Bren Esports as retake kings. Sila yung magiging prince right now and as of now. Alam mo, parang nakikita ko nga na kung sino mananalo dito
parang
sa
Prodigy parang.
ArkAngel tsaka DR Esports, sila yung makakapunta sa Masters eh. Not saying na hindi nila kaya, hindi kaya tapatan ng TFO, pero itong dalawang teams na to, best of the best.
Oo, tama. Ito yung best of the best indeed. If ever lang na kunyari mag-rankings tayo, power rankings, number 1 in Bren of course, 2 and 3.
You should run.
Itong dalawang
TBD. To be determined. Sino panalo dito talaga. Pero look at that. What a painful death there para kay Ching, mga kaibigan. Naluto ang kuya mo on that Nano Storm Grenade, but it's not over. 4v4 on the scoreboard right now. Walang nag-retain si Killjoy dito, mga kaibigan. B is now open though. Tatlo ang tao dito sa may A. Yung isa papunta pa lang dito sa may CT. Pero Joss, yes!
Oh my God, Nasmi! Siya pa rin ang nakapatay. Sova with a Hunter's Fury para sa side ng Archangel. Natamaan si Kelly S pero hindi yon magkoconnect sa pangatlong try. Modski gets a kill. Right now, ito na yung post-plant. Ito yung pinaka-crucial part ng round na ito. Kung paano madedepensahan ng Archangel yung tinanim nilang spike.
Showstopper!
Oh my God, nag-connect pa!
Akala ko meron pa isa. Nagulat ako, naglabas ulit ang showstopper. Akala ko meron pa isa. Pero at least though, hindi na talaga napigilan pa ng AA ang pagpasok ng DR dito. Ito, kita mo partner. Tulad na sinabi mo, free kill dun sa may market though. Imbis na mapatay pa ni Joss si Nasmi on that curveball. No, si Nasmi in his intuition na matik na yun if ever the curveball.
Spray and pray.
Oo, di ba?
Spray and pray na lang.
Phantom gamit mo eh. O di ba? Spray and pray na lang talaga ang ginawa ni Nasmi dito. At yun pa, na headshot pa si Joss doon. Sobrang sayang lang talaga nun. If ever lang sana na nagstay na lang siya sa site or nagpaka-chill lang siya, hindi siya nagpaka-overextend ng ginawa niya or anything, kumuha pa ng mga frags or stuff, siguro magkakaroon tayo ng slight chance. Pero medyo mahirap din talaga eh, kasi online yung showstopper eh. Pag online yung showstopper, matik, yun ang -1 talaga.
Tactical pause muna para sa ating teams dito. Kailangan mag-regroup ng Archangel. 4-1 pa lang ang ating score, hindi pa naman nalalayo. Pero kailangan nila pag-usapan yung mga post-plant na meron sila. Nakakapag-plant naman sila ng spike eh, which is valid dahil nga ang DR Esports, kapag pinasok sila, hahayaan na lang nila na i-take yung site. Then, plano ulit tayo for retake. Yun yung kinalakas ng DR Esports. On the other hand, Archangel, ang gagawin nila is kailangan nilang mabasa to. Kailangan mabasa nila kung paano maglaro ang DR Esports right at this half. Dahil once na magkapalit na naman yung ating sides o yung attackers, defender side natin, panibagong basa na naman yun.
Cheng, let's see if ever makikita ba niya si Omen dito na magpipick dito sa may kabilo dito sa may short. Pero I think medyo malayo din ang mga kaibigan Modski. Nagpaparinig lang siya, naghihingay siya lang para lang at least ma-bait out yung mga utilities ng AA. Pero what a clean headshot taking Nasmi down.
Baited talaga.
So at least, diba? So at least na nawala na rin yung isang pwedeng magpahinto sa pag-push ng AA which is si Nasmi. Ito yung partner. Si Modski galing yung duelist. So talagang magandang switch ng role itong ginawa niya sa totoo lang. Go from Reyna to a Killjoy.
No way. Fission, nakaantay na agad sa Heaven. Disrupt on the other hand for that crossfire. The Fission disrupt connection is there. Heaven at saka sa entrance. Just perfect.
Oh, that's actually perfect though. Kung nakita mo yung ginawa ng Disrupt doon, hindi talaga siya umalis dun sa corner na yan. Doon lang siya, nag-aantay lang siya. Parang nag-audition tuloy ang Archangel doon. Isa silang pumapasok dito. Ano ba ang kailangan ng Archangel dito for them to go in smoothly like that? Number 1, they need the flash of Joss S or the leer of Reyna. Pero yun nga lang, wala tayong Reyna. So ang mangyayari dito, Ching is gonna go in. Pagkapasok niya, smoke. Pero yun nga lang, may nag-aantay doon na sobrang solid, which is Omen. Andun pa si Disrupt.
Revealing area.
Ay! Isa lang pala yun. Si Fission pala.
Recon Bolt towards mid. Walang masaspatan. Josh S. nagtuturo para sa kanyang crossfire. PBD towards that smoke. Titingin ba siya sa kaliwa? Hindi siya nakatingin sa kaliwa at kanan. Hindi niya alam na may mga players nang nakapasok towards that mid-bottom. Pero right now, Ching.
Ching
Uy, calculated na
calculated. Diyos ko naman talaga. Ubos, pati pantubos.
Kasama mo pa yung alarm bot. Alam na dalawa ang
wala
players sa ating market or ating pizza.
Wala na, Nasmi here. Let's see, tamang na-activate yung Swarm Grenade just to delay the push of ArkAngel dito mga kaibigan. Pero no damage at all onto that. Run it back dito kay Nasmi na nasa likod lang mga kaibigan. Kelly sees one as well, but Ching with a trade-off. Joss S taking PBD down. And ito na ang inaantay din at ng ArkAngel mga kaibigan. They thought they can win this, but Kelly S out there from behind, taking 3 from ArkAngel mga kaibigan. This is actually a stomp if ever manalo ka ang DR dito. 6-1, medyo masakit to. And upon checking the economy of ArkAngel right now, it's gonna be so hard for them na makabangon agad-agad. Kasi sobrang daming pera ng DR. They can still do this all over again, paulit-ulit lang. At for ArkAngel, ano ba yung magandang factor for them para maubos ang DR? They tried to go to A pero wala nangyari. They tried going to B all the time pero wala nangyari. Mid to B, wala pa rin. What do you think?
Kailangan talaga ng ArkAngel dito is to clear out sites muna bago sila makapasok. Kagaya ng ginagawa ni Ching ngayon, na hinahanap niya na at pinupuntahan niya na agad yung backside. Yung pressure mula sa ArkAngel towards the boathouse is enough para mapatay yung tao doon. Pero nahihirapan pa rin sila dahil nga sobrang kontrolado ng DR Esports kung paano sila papasok. Napasok na ng ArkAngel. It's time for the retake para sa DR Esports. 3 versus 3. Dito sila magkakatalo. ArkAngel needs to do the job properly. Kailangan nilang malinis na makuha si Vision na nag-iisa na lang natitira. Imagine this, kung si Vision, makuha niya pa yung dalawang players na to.
Oh, look at that! Trying to go with another one! Oh, no!
Nostra Taylor is here! Sabi ko na nga ba, nakita ko na yung future.
You came from the future?
You came for the Vision. Grabe!
Okay.
You see, kung ano yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung retakes yung pinaka-essential na kailangan bantayan ng ArkAngel.
The prince of retakes are here, which is DR. I really want...
yung pressure.
Look at this though. Alam niya na nasa boathouse lang tong dalawang to. And that dash is really on point. Naka-peak agad si Sova doon. If ever lang kunyari, medyo nag-back siya ng konti. Medyo talagang back of the boathouse talaga. Feeling ko kaya pa.
Disiplina para hindi sumilip. Dalawa kayo. Laban sa isa. Makita mo nang nag-smoke, alam mo magpupush. Atras ka ng konti.
Atras ka ng konti, diba? Pero hindi, medyo malapit siya. So if ever pagkita siya, kitang-kita talaga. Kitang-kita yung mukha mo, kitang-kita yung ulo mo. So ano magagawa mo? Wala ka na magagawa eh.
Isipin mo din yung delay doon sa pag-dash in ng jet, diba?
That's like half a second. Half a second, sobrang laking opening niyon para makapag-flick ka, para mapatay mo yun. Kaso hindi lang talaga nangyari. Well, mistakes, to be honest, mistakes, but it's okay, no worries about that. At least next time, if ever meron ng smoke, wag ka nang mag-push in masyado, mag-back ka na agad. Pero partner, parang ano rin pero mabilis lang din talaga nangyari. Pero tulad nito mga kaibigan, still 3 versus 2, open ang lockdown, open ang Blade Storm. Meanwhile, ArkAngel, si Modski, open din naman lockdown niya though. Pero paano sila makakapasok dito? Okay, they're gonna go to B. Para sa akin, in order for them na makapag-plant ng maayos na totoo lang, pag merong ultimate si Ching.
Grabe, naipit na naman ang ArkAngel. The Nano Swarm ng Nasmi. Hindi makapasok, na-stuck sa gitna, nakapit na si Nasmi, and that's it for that round. 8-1 ang ating score in favor of DR Esports.
So, totoo lang,
ganda, ang linis.
Sobrang linis talaga ng mga ginagawa dito ng DR Esports. And as you can see, 4 of them has their ultis up already. I mean, for ArkAngel right now, tulad nga sinasabi ko, in order for them to go inside a site, they need that Blade Storm to be activated first. Kasi isipin mo, dash in, QQ, malay mo kung hindi Q, pero sige updraft. Sige updraft. Pero, yun talagang kailangan nila eh. Kailangan nila makapag-pick off agad using Ching.
Pero kahit man sabihin mo yun, kung walang suporta mula sa team ng ArkAngel ay iba pang members, walang mangyayari. 2 HP para kay Disrupt, Paranoia in. Fisho nakapitas na nga ng isa, ready for refrag. Josh S with the trade. At ready na ang showstopper. Walang kinonektan. The plant is there. Johan, nasa baba lang. Lumipad na nga yung ating raise. Wala siyang nakuha. Napatay ni Carl SPBD. On the other hand, nakapatay with the Hunter's Fury. And now the spike is being initiated and the plant is there.
Okay, malaki ang chance dito, pero no! Disrupt, taking Johan down. 1v2 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Modski is right here, trying to be really aggressive though. He is trying to be the duelist kung ano sa dati. Mga kaibigan, nilalabas lang niya kung ano sa dati, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, Modski, alam ng DR Esports, pinasan si Modski, pero yun lang. Wala na-compromise na
Unfortunately, yun nga yung nangyari dahil sa pagiging aggressive niya. And also, worried siya na mawawala na yung smoke ng Omen that time. Tapos nagkaroon ng recon bolt towards the site. Hindi na siya nakatago sa ating hell. And that's it, basically.
That kind of gameplay na ginawa ni Modski kanina, isa lang makakagawa niyan actually. Actually, dalawa. Number 1, Jet if may tailwind. Number 2, Reyna pag may dismiss. Yes, makaka-pick off siya ng isa, then dismiss paalis. Kasi ano ba si Modski dati? Modski is a Reyna main. 100% Reyna na talaga ginagamit yan dati. And yung play na yon
okay. Feeling ko, Vil, kaya yun Very low on HP na yung isang member ng DR Esports sa totoo lang. Sabay lang talaga silang pumik para magtulungan.
Hindi, it's all because of the recon bolt. Nalaman din talaga.
Just over recon bolt lang talaga. But PBD, pinatay lang yung turret at umatras na din, which is a good decision dahil alam naman natin, once na nag-online yung turret, sasabay pumik yung Killjoy o yung ibang members.
Shadows traveling.
Okay, noted. Thanks for saying.
Panote.
Panote na lang po, sir.
Panote na lang. And now, 9-1. Carl checking all the corners of this map though. Walang tao dito sa A, pero nagtatago na talaga sila. Jaws and with the run it back. Hopefully makakuha siya na isa dito. Pumunta ng short, mga kaibigan. Makikita yung isa, pero yun nga lang. Jaws and taking
hinahanap ng ArkAngel na opening.
Yun talaga, mga opening na matinding yun. Dalawa makakagawa nun, which is si Jet at saka si Phoenix. Pero Kelly S with a 2K already. Joss S says no to Kelly Special there with a trade-off. 2-3 now. Partner, may lockdown pa si Nasmi.
Antayin natin.
Antayin natin. Sige.
Nag-aantay na lang din ang plan.
Sinira ang
DR
dito.
Esports. Ito na naman.
Wala pang plant, mga kaibigan. Joss S, that is.
Bill, alam lang talaga ng DR Esports kung ano yung gagawin nila. Once na narinig nag-plant, nakita mo ba yung bato ng paint shells ni Raze? Sobrang sakto kay Carl. Napilitan umatras si Carl, hindi niya na-plant yung spike, namatay pa siya. DR Esports, just clean.
Nung dumating si Carter sa buhay nila.
Dumating si Carter sa buhay nila. Mas luminis. Baka naman. Last round na before the swap, hindi pa rin na-figure out ng ArkAngel kung paano basahin ang team ng DR Esports. Nahihirapan pa rin sila, especially makapag-plant dahil ready agad for action yung DR. Look at that!
Look at the anti-push of DR dito.
Oh my God! Topper! No one!
Yo
kasi!
It's crazy, man. Kasi isipin mo papasok ang ArkAngel dito. Ano ang meron ang DR for them to prevent those kind of push?
Raze.
Tapos
may smoke.
Tapos may smoke pa. Nanoswarm pa. Shock dart.
Mamaya explain ko sa'yo. Pagtapos ni Johan, kung siya ay lalabas man dito or tatapusin na to ng DR Esports.
Pakinggan ko yan, partner.
Pakinggan mo. Pero Johan, nakapitas pa ng isa. Malay natin.
Hindi
with a stinger.
Paranoia, mga kaibigan. Stinger lang malakas. Pero tignan natin kung makakakuha pa dito.
Surprise! So, ano ba yung sasabihin ko? Nakalimutan ko na kasi. Kasi, yo! Yun yung sasabihin ko. Yo! Alam nila, just a quick replay ko ano yung nangyari kanina. Nag-flash yung Phoenix. Narinig na yung curveball. Ito yung nangyari. Ready yung DR Esports sa gagawin ng ArkAngel. Alam nilang mauuna mag-flash yung Phoenix nila. Kaya ang ginawa nila, smoke tayo ng short. Pag narinig nyo na yung curveball, saka kayo lumabas kasi for sure nandun yung mga tao. Hindi sila nabulag. Tapos at the same time, magugulat yung ArkAngel na biglang, hello, nandito kami, surprise. Triple kill agad.
That is the main initiator of ArkAngel, which is si Phoenix talaga. Okay, Omen, Dimitri as initiator, pero mahirap Mabagal ang takbo ng paranoia
So baka,
Scanning ahead.
unahin nyo paranoia.
Paramore.
Paramore. That's what you get. Yung paranoia, unahin na muna bago yung flash. Sa tingin mo.
Parayona.
Paraluman.
Paraluman.
Umirit pa si Direk. Paraluman daw, guys.
Parayona.
Anyway.
Let's go.
The slow. Next switch na tayo ng sides, no? Next switch na tayo.
Pinapanood lang natin sila.
Bakit ka ba tumatawa?
Hindi ko alam.
Aldro.
Ang saya ko.
Happy for you. Panood na lang, sir.
Happy for you din. Panood na lang. Everyday. Pero narinig.
The dash-in.
But this is gonna be a different one for sure. Fission going in already. Wala na isang curveball ni Phoenix, mga kaibigan. Wala rin nakuha. And it's just, look at that. That Phoenix just trying to force out na hindi, tumingin ka sa kanan. Pero hindi, meron papunta rin dyan. Pero Johan from behind, let's see what's gonna happen. Because there's a situation right there. Omen, very, very low on HP. Nasty, just gonna set up that turret if ever meron man pupunta dito sa may speedway, mga kaibigan. Carl sees one already. So this is gonna be a 1v2. That Omen, disrupt first, dalawa. Pero yun nga, nalaman na ng AA kasi hindi tumama. Nag-whiff ang kuya mo. Pero at least, slowly but surely, this is 11-1 partner. Medyo mahirap ang lagay ng AA dito. One big mistake lang or one small mistake ng AA and they're done already. One wrong mistake, ganun. Wrong na mistake pa.
Ang nangyari doon, kaya nabawasan din agad yung team ng Archangel. Although nakuha nila yung round na yan and the retake, pero sana hindi sila nabawasan ng ganon, is that nakaset naman yung Nano Swarm. Pero it seems like DR Esports, nabasa na nila. With the dash-in of the Jet, busy sila masyado nakatingin sa left side nila or sa harapan nila. Hindi na nila chinek yung speedway natin na nakapag-dash-in na yung Jet, nandun na siya. And then easy kill para sa kanya. Napitas yung isa. But still, a good retake mula sa ArkAngel. Kailangan nilang ipagpatuloy ito. Kaso nga lang, napitas agad si Josh. And that aggression with a double kill right now.
Oh, yo, man. That spray and pray onto that Spectre, run and gun, taking down 2 players.
Basta matamaan na.
Dapat ako nga, bahala na. Mas mapindot ko lang yung left click. Anak ko na. Pero 11-2 is the score. Omen again. Very, very low on HP. PBD from behind. Trying to go someone with a shock na ito. Pero nauna agad patay na. Carl dito pa. So this is gonna be a Sova. Pero si Killjoy, malapit na patay rin. Grabe naman yung mag-shock dart si Carl, mga kaibigan. Talaga tinatamaan yung mga players natin dito. Pero let's see if that Recon Bolt will spot out the players as well. Carl, really clean headshots, ladies and gentlemen. That is a 1v3. And Carl, nanalo pa rin. What a big clutch right there.
Hindi mapakali si Killjoy doon. Dahil nga, very low in HP, dalawang shock dart pa yung meron, tapos dinagdagan pa ng Recon Bolt. So habang busy si Killjoy, ito yung replay natin. Low on HP.
Shock darts. Boom, walang tinamaan.
Alam niya na merong nasa boathouse.
Pero at least alam niya. Shock darts. Boom.
Recon.
Headshot.
Recon, headshot. Yun na yun, guys.
Diba?
Nakita nyo na.
Ano
Ayos ba yun?
Napanood nyo na yan.
Uulitin pa ba yan? Grabe yung play-by-play mo doon, Pin.
Grabe analysis yun.
Oh no, Ching! 57 HP agad dahil sa pages ng ating Raze. Medyo masakit.
Gano'ng kasakit?
Medyo lang. 11-3 ang ating score. Malaki ang agwat ng ArkAngel sa DR Esports. Kailangan nilang makahabol, but the momentum at least kahit paano nakukuha nila.
Alam mo yung skin na yun? Maganda yun pag pink.
Ang alin?
Yung green na yan.
Cute siya, no?
Cute siya, oo. Tapos nilagyan ko ng body na ice cream. Share ko lang. Pero try nyo. Try nyo, guys.
ko pala sana share mo lang.
15 radiant points lang naman yung pink na yan. I swear yung mga ganyan na skin nyo. Gawin yung pink. Ang ganda. Promise. Para siyang, basta promise, ang ganda.
Share mo lang.
Share ko lang.
Anyway.
So makita?
Oo, sige.
Sige, mamaya.
DR Esports.
Slow push indeed. Really, really slow push. And trying to start everything off with the with the parayon.
30 seconds.
Paramore, ano ka ba?
Paramore, with the Paramore, mga kaibigan. Ito na, Ching there with that entry by taking down Fish, ladies and gentlemen. Ching very, very low on HP. Naspatan dito yung mga players ng DR Esports, mga kaibigan. Disrupt with a spray and pray. Taking down Joses and Carl. 30 seconds left in the clock right now. And it's up to PBD, mga kaibigan. Pero Modski from up top taking PBD down. Is this gonna be the return of the comeback of AA?
Return of the comeback.
Alabot out.
Archangel, ang ganda ng ginawa nila para ma-secure yung site na yun. At the same time, do you think na that slow push would have worked kung mas ginawa nila ng konting mas maaga pa? Kasi pagdating nila doon,
wala nang oras eh.
Wala nang oras, and then at the same time, meron pang tao sa heaven na hindi sila makapag-plan.
Para sila nagka-cram, parang gano'n. Para sila nagka-cram na, dali.
Kasi kayo nag-procrastinate.
Wag kayo mag-procrastinate, mga kaibigan. Ano ba objectives nyo? You need to work stuff na sobrang bilis agad-agad, pero yun nga, Fish and there with that Blazer. Let's see, for sure isa sa mauwal dito, mga kaibigan. Starting off with that dash though, and nagpapakalmahan lang sila. They need to know the location of the other players of ArkAngel first, pero nice call there by that Trace to take down that turret para at least not gonna deal any more damage and not gonna compromise the possessions of Team DR right now. Fish, however, gonna smoke out all the entry points, or maybe gonna check out this part of the map right now. Joss S sees one. This one is now down for wala ng smoker and Team DR, mga kaibigan. But that flash will not gonna deal any damage kasi walang follow-up na walang follow-up na bumaril sa mga players niyo nung na-flash sila. Pero ArkAngel with the flank, with the rotation, will take down all the players of DR Esports. 5 kamote.
5 kamote indeed. Na-trigger yung alarm bot. Si Josh S, nilabas siya lahat ng meron siyang skill. Curveball, pero walang tinamaan. But, meron tao doon sa defender side na makakasilip sa kanila, no? Kung meron mang gustong pumush kay Josh S. Which is, tuloy-tuloy na momentum from ArkAngel. Maybe the tactical pause nandyan para lang itigil yung momentum na yan from ArkAngel. We don't know.
Nag-uusap-usap ni ko kasi
pinasok yung mid.
Imbis na maayos eh.
Ikaw na lang kaya?
Anak, tabi mo. Ako na. Nakaligo ka na. Pero hopefully maayos ang maging usapan nila, mga kaibigan. DR Esports from 11-1 now down to 11-5 in this map.
Nakakapag-reset na ulit ang ArkAngel ng kanilang momentum, no? At the same time, yung disiplina ng pagkuha nila ng mga trades. Diba? Yung mga trades, mga crossfire is nandyan na para sa ArkAngel. It's just a matter of time na baka sakali makahabol sila. Pero ito na yung mga rounds na sobrang importante na hindi ka magkakamali. Dahil 11 rounds na ang meron ng DR dito, and onti na lang, well, match point na yung susunod na round kung sakali sila makakakuha.
Yes, indeed. And Raze already knows na meron tao dito, which is isa, pero they have no idea at all na Modski na medyo andito lang sa may sa may corner here. Really aggressive move coming in for Modski. Pero let's see if masaspatan ba niya yung mga ibang players, but I think that's gonna be possible because they're just gonna go here and catwalk instead.
Johan! Sinilip sa A-short. Busy masyado ang ibang mga players ng DR Esports dahil nga na-trigger yung alarm bot sa mid. Medyo na nagkatarantahan at nagkaroon din ng smoke dyan sa ating mid-courtyard. And now, gusto nilang pasukin yung A-site. Pero paano nila gagawin to? Yun ang tanong.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard for them. Wala silang lockdown, wala silang blade storm, wala rin silang Hunter's Fury dito. Ang gagawin lang nila dito is hopefully makapag-pick sila na play for pick sila talaga to partner for sure. If ever nakapick sila ng isa, dun talaga sila papasok agad-agad. At least hindi sila hindi mauubos agad ng mga players yung
oh no, Carl, napitas na nga. And Ching, Nismokan dito. and the swarm grenade para sa Heaven ay hindi makakapasok. Josh S. Ni-push.
Ni Arrow.
Ni Rek. Ni Recon.
Ni Takbo. Ni Lockdown, mga kaibigan. Ni Motski. Itong A-side, ladies and gentlemen.
Ayaw matamaan, atras!
Ay, naku po, muntik na po si Motski dito na matamaan ng lockdown, ma-detain, pero that's gonna be it. Let's see if PBD can still do this though.
May Hunter's Fury pa siya.
May Hunter's Fury pa siya. Natamaan pa yung ulo, mga kaibigan, so this is gonna be so hard for him though. So, iaalay natin sa turret. Let's see if natamaan pa siya. Uy, mapapatay pa ata ng turret, but PBD says no! Because he will get that round. Match point for DR Esports.
Mahirap naman din kasi yung sitwasyon na napuntahan.
Mahirap.
Dahil with the Sova na may shock dart, may recon, tapos idagdag mo pa na very low on HP, around 18 I think kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Tapos may turret pang nakiki-pew-pew sa tabi.
Yo. That's right.
Uy, the operator, nilabas na ni Ching. On to mid.
Let's see if he can spot down with an operator, but no. Medyo malayo-layo, walang tao dito sa may B-Link, ladies and gentlemen. Motski, however, will just gonna stay at that point of the map already. Isipin mo, partner, nandyan siya. Once na ma-pick off siya dyan, mahihirapan for sure. Kasi meron siyang lockdown na. Online ang lockdown. Kailangan maubos niya itong tatlong players na pupunta dito.
Paano pag bubaril si Ching? Mawawalbang ba?
Diyan? Hindi. Kasi may ano dyan eh. Kasi kung unasan siya, asan ba siya?
Ayan, nasa tabi ng boxes.
Di ba meron ano dyan? Di ba parang may vending machine dyan?
Yun lang, hindi sumut yung paint shells ni Kelly S. Alam niya sana kung saan nag-run it back, kaso hindi nga sumapul doon sa ating left side ng entrance.
Pag nandyan si Omen, walang tamaan dyan. Pero pag nasa harap ng vending machine, hindi matatamaan. Pero dyan, mawawallbang siya dyan for sure.
Kanina, nakatapat na yung crosshair ni Ching doon eh.
Oo.
Kumbaga, isang try lang.
Tulad nga na sabi ni parang Asaray, all walls are bangable.
Parang hindi naman.
Oo nga eh.
30 seconds left.
Parang hindi naman. Parang mali yata yung sayings mo.
Every wall. Pero pareho lang yun, di ba?
Ewan ko.
Wonder wall.
Because maybe, no?
Oo. Look at that, Motski.
Naghahanap ng makakalaban ng showstopper niya. Alam niya na meron
alam
nasa backside.
niya.
Paramore comes out.
Paramore, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, that's what you get pag natamaan ka ng curveball, ladies and gentlemen. 2 versus 1 situation. Walang oras!
Archangel secures the round dahil sa time limit na meron. A good secure mula sa kanila, no? Na napilitang hindi makapag-plan dahil nga sa action ng mga nangyayari. Ito lang yung nagiging problema with DR Esports. Nauubusan lang sila ng oras, yun lang.
Pwede natin pag-usapan yan. Pero yun nga, actually, that is the main problem of DR Esports. Well, yes, they know how to retake. Pero yun nga lang talaga, medyo sobrang mabagal din yung mga pushing capabilities nila. Kasi mahirap din naman talaga eh, na makapasok eh. Isipin mo, may Omen, Smoke, may Molly, may Shock Dart, may Nades. Mahirap din talaga makapasok dito. So, point taken. Panot.
Noted, sir. 53 HP para kay Ching. Naka-up ang kanyang Blade Storm. Nag-aantay lang kung merong papasok sa dark cover dito sa ating Asian.
Nilabas na ang drone, ladies and gentlemen, pero Ching here. Mga gonna spot out if ever man na lumabas yun. Lilikuran na lang niya ang DR Esports for sure. If ever humarap pa siya dito, medyo malaki ang problema ni Ching dito for sure. Pero Carl, nilabas na ang Odin ng kuya mo, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever meron pa siyang matatama ng Odin dito. Carl, let's see. Nilabas din ang Aldrone niya. Malay mo, meron makina dito. Oh, Johan! Hindi ina-expect na DR Esports to for sure. Johan with a 2K already, but Kelly with a follow-up. But that Aldrone, for sure, alam na nila na meron tao dito, ladies and gentlemen, and nilabas na ang Odin pero wala nang maratamaan pa. Pero ito, iisipin mo, Bladestorm is still up. For sure, lilikuran to ng ni Ching, mga kaibigan. Kelly sees 1, 2 for 3 situation, 30 seconds left in the clock. Ching, mukhang pupunta ata dito sa Heaven. Let's see if ever meron pa makikita dito. This is gonna be a Phantom versus Odin. Pero mas malaki ang Odin ni Carl, mga kaibigan. Napatay pa si Kelly S. So it's all up to disrupt. Tamang fake TP lang para if ever ma-divert.
Na-outplay lang saglit si Carl doon habang siya ay nagsha-shock dart. Pero Ching! Uy! Kala ko kalaban. Kala ko kalaban. Ang defuse mula sa ArkAngel. Is that an eco round para sa side ng DR Esports? I think eco round yun. Naka-classic lang kanina yung pumapasok sa aiming. Or half-buy.
Iko. Okay.
Sige. Panote na lang, sir.
Nanote na.
Again, guys, sa mga kaka-tune in lang dyan, best of 3 series ang nangyayari para sa ating semi-finals. Kung sino ang mananalo sa best of 3 series na ito, siya ay ang winner. At makakapunta sa ating grand finals. Okay. Uy. Kanya-kanyang iwas sa Odin.
Ang Odin ni Carl. Going back here, 12-7 still. Inuulit lang ng DR yung ano nila. Slow push lang talaga. Yun yung trip nila eh. Pero PPG, however, saan ba na mapunta? It will go to BT.
Tama ka dyan. Kaso nabaril agad. Sa tagal-lagal ng nilakbay.
Uy! Na-trade agad. Ito yung maganda sa mga players natin. Trade-off talaga ang kailangan dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Carl nag-rotate na. Dami nang iniwasan. Pero isipin mo naka-Odin pa rin si Carl. And we all know na if ever you're gonna use an Odin, make sure na talaga malapit kayo sa isa't isa kasi matik kill agad yan. Pero if ever malayo, baka maunahan ka pa. Pero Kelly S, however, tila mo si Kelly S dito kung nakikita mo sa minimap natin, medyo malayo ata siya. Nasa catwalk siya, just gonna flank or anything, just gonna tamang catch someone off guard. The clock is ticking already. They know that PBD is right there, but they have no idea na meron pang tao doon. Vision there with a trade-off, taking down Boldski, mga kaibigan. So it's all up to Kelly S. He sees one, but Ching there with a reflex, with an operator, taking Kelly S down as well, and will secure that round 12-8 from 11-1 to 12-8.
Ching saves the day. Another day para sa ArkAngel. Another round para mabuhay sila at makahabol para sa ating overtime. 12-8, match point na ang DR Esports. Pero mukhang parang lalong mas naging eager yung ArkAngel simula nung naging match point na.
Oo.
Gege. Gege.
Nice.
Oo, nice. Share ko lang din, no?
Sige. I'm actually enjoying this game. I super love this game. Kasi parang nakakas ulit natin yung mga kinas natin mga 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yung mga pangalan.
Sila lang din to eh.
Oo nga eh.
Nag-iba lang ng IGN yung iba pero sila lang din to, guys.
Si PBT, yung tawagin PBT, Dale nga gusto ko ito.
Dale. Nasmi, hindi pa rin nagbabago. Nasmi pa rin ang kanyang pangalan.
Yung kapatid ba ni Nasmi?
Pinagkwentuhan yung buhay ng... Pinagkwentuhan yung mga kapatid pa nila. Player lang pinag-uusapan natin dito, hindi yung buong pamilya. Baka pati yung mga pinsan nila, kilala na rin ng viewers natin.
Sorry. Pero information, di ba? Oh, malay mo.
Ending ahead.
Times 2 talaga, lahat ng sinasabi.
Oo. Halang.
Ha?
Vision! With the Blaze Storm, taking down Yoan, pero Joss S there. Andun lang sa likod, mga kaibigan, taking down 2 players from DR Esports Station Shelbers, but the trade-off is right there as well. 3 versus situation. Open ang showstopper dito, mga kaibigan. Ching needs to back off. Carl, however, just checking out this corner pero wala siya makikita doon because everyone is there dito sa A side pero isang tao dito lang sa wine, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be so hard for AA to do a retake of this because of the showstopper, mga kaibigan. They need to prevent there. Pero Disrupt sees one already. 2 versus situation, mga kaibigan. Pinakita na ang showstopper pero hindi pa pinapasabog. Uy, nakita! Malalabas ba? Hindi, sayang! Hindi nalabas. Pero 1v1, Odin versus Vandal, mga kaibigan. Pinapakita pero yes!
Aabot pa! Hindi
aabot pa! Let's see if aabot, mga kaibigan. And DR Esports will get that game number 1.
Crazy match indeed. The DR Esports nga sa best of 3 natin, sinasmi pretty chill lang.
Partida si Kelly S. Nasa ano pa? Nasa Korea.
Nasa Korea. Oo. No? Medyo malayo-layo pa pala yung kanyang pinanggalingan. Pero seriously speaking, guys, with the game kanina, Vil, DR Esports, napansin mo nung medyo nagsuslow push sila, doon nagkakaroon ng mga rounds, yung Archangel.
Actually.
Nung tinry na nila mag-fast push na, sige, plan na natin agad, bahala na. Ito na, round to lose naman eh. Pwede pa tayo makahabol, pwede pa tayo makakuha pa ng ibang rounds. Match point na tayo. It worked.
Sobrang daming slow push ang ginawa ng DR dito. Talagang hindi talaga nag-work sa kanila. Ubos oras. Maraming time. Maraming time ang DR Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But on to that first half, ladies and gentlemen, that is 11-1. The king, hindi naman king, but the prince of retakes is here, ladies and gentlemen, which is DR Esports. They know when to stop ArkAngel. They know when to shut down everyone na pumapasok doon sa site. And kasi isipin mo naman, you're up against a Raze, you're up against an Omen. Parang actually konti na lang medyo mirror match tayo. Pero at least we've seen the game 1 already, ladies and gentlemen. So after the break, it's gonna be the game number 2. Who will be the next team na pupunta sa championships bukas? Mamalalaman natin mamaya. So see you in a bit.
Club tomorrow. May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Woo! Dance together. We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you and repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child. I love you, Dad. Mimi.
Please. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes! When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
VCTPH presented by PPGL. Kami ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor at kasama ko si Justin.
Salamat, Robbie. So,
welcome back. 1-0 na ang ating score para sa ating best of 3 and DR Esports. Napakalakas na team.
Nag-usap-usap tayo sa backstage.
Oh,
dito.
May backstage tayo.
Dito.
Atras na, backstage ka muna. Ayan, nasa backstage ka na.
Napuputo lang ako yung... Pero actually, nag-usap-usap tayo sa backstage kanina and nasabi nga ni Mr. Ilustrado.
Ano sabi ni Mr. Ilu?
Ni Mr. Gianfranco. Talagang DR Esports is just freaking good.
They're so clean, guys.
Yeah. Clean.
Yun lang talaga.
So clean.
On fleek, kumbaga.
So good. Yes, on fleek.
On fleek.
And for ArkAngel, and for ArkAngel naman, it's gonna be so hard for them. Nasa momentum ang DR ngayon. How will you break the momentum of DR? Knowing nakakalaro lang nila kanina. If iisipin mo, hindi pa natatalo, mas mainit pa sa hot ang DR ngayon. Dragon yan eh. So, paano mo sisirain ang momentum ng DR?
Hindi mo masisira yung momentum ng DR. Pero magagawan mo naman ng paraan kung paano sila lumaro.
Okay.
So, masisira mo din basically.
So, ganun din.
Masisira mo din yung momentum.
So, ganun din.
Hindi mo masisira yung momentum, pero siguro sa litan ng mga rounds, di ba? Sobrang init ng laban, pati sila naiinitan na. Nagpupunas muna ng pawis at nagre-relax lang muna, preparing para sa ating next match or yung next map natin. Possibility na ito na yung last map.
There's a big possibility na ito na yung last map though. Well, hindi natin masasabi yan. If natalo ng ArkAngel,
reverse
syempre.
Sweep, no?
Reverse sweep, oh.
Game 3. Pero alam ko lahat tayo nag-expect ng Game 3.
Yeah.
Lahat tayo nag-expect ng Game 3 para sa match na ito, para sa dalawang teams, ArkAngel and DR Esports.
Ano ba?
Ano ba?
I think.
Ano ba? Sabi mo, nauna yung tanong mo bago sa... Okay.
Ano ba ang prediction mo dito, partner?
Ang prediction ko talaga, originally, is 2-1 ArkAngel. Yun yung prediction ko. Ikaw ba?
Yung hindi original, ano?
Anong hindi original? Hindi ako
2-0.
palimbing. Yun talaga yung prediction.
2-0 ako. ArkAngel din.
Nakapost sa PPGL.
Nakapost yun. 2-0 ako, ArkAngel. Yun yung prediction natin dito. Pero this is... bago na to eh. So, let's see if ever mahuhuli ba ng mga tropa natin ng AA ang mga dragon ng DR Esports. And upon checking the lineups of ArkAngel right now, Modski with that Sage. Okay, I just want to talk about this. Modski, ito
Battle Sage yan eh.
Before pa siya mapunta sa ArkAngel,
Select your
Modski
agent.
is a Sage main.
Talaga?
Hindi, real talk yun, totoo yun.
Oo nga.
Sage
naniniwala
main.
Naman ako.
Diba kasi hindi ka naniniwala sa akin.
Naniniwala naman ako.
Tayong dalawa na lang maglaro.
So, pati hindi na tayo maglaro. Modski nga.
Modski, Sage main si Modski dito. And let's see if ano bang mapapakita ni Modski dito.
Ang haba-haba ng sinabi mo, tapos yun lang pala yung hahantungan.
Share ko lang.
Share mo lang na ano bang magagawa ni Modski dito. I'm surprised. ArkAngel pick ay Sova, Sage, Omen, Killjoy,
Standard pick lang tayo. Pero sa totoo lang,
gusto ko makakita ng Breach.
Well, ako rin eh. Sa totoo lang, ang Sage, hindi siya... Dun sa match kanina na kilas ko nung una, pinili hindi pala pinili ang Sage nun. Pero I think, Sage ba, tingin mo, optimal ba ang Sage sa Haven?
Possible, oo. May Killjoy naman eh. So, Battle Sage to. Feeling ko lang
Okay.
Feeling ko lang. Kasi isipin mo, may Sentry or Sentinel na sila para
ang ArkAngel, ito na yung comfy picks nila.
Ito na yun.
Comfy picks yun. So,
magpa-finals ka na eh. Semi-finals na to. Pipili ka pa ba ng hindi ka komportable na laro?
Komportable ka naman sa akin.
Oo, naman. Oo.
Ask ko lang.
Share ko lang din. DR Esports, gusto nilang puntahan yung A-side. Pero mukhang naghahanap lang muna sila ng pwede nilang ma-pick. At ready agad yung Sage Wall natin towards sewers. Atras lang. setup mula sa Killjoy ay nasa C.
Nagkakaskas ng yelo mga kaibigan.
Gagawa muna ng scramble.
Gusto ng halo-halo ng kuya mo mga kaibigan.
Baka bukas pa makarating ng A-site to. Scramble muna kayo dyan. Papalamig.
Meron bang isa?
Next muna.
Pwede ka naman dumaan doon, Dale!
Okay na.
Okay na. Wala na ball. Pinakita lang niya na matalas yung knife niya. Battle pass knife yan eh. Oh.
Sige. Sige.
Nagkaskas ng yelo.
Mukhang gusto ulit ng DR Esports. Talagang forte nila yung slow push.
Slow push talaga. Pero let's see if ever mape-prevent ba ng ArkAngel yung pagpasok dito.
They seconds in.
Fashion went in already. Sinamahan pa ng Cybercage mga kaibigan to block the view of ArkAngel, ladies and gentlemen. But the shock dart of Sova will not gonna connect onto the players of ArkAngel, ladies and gentlemen. Pero at least PBD is nakita niya yung mga players dito ng ArkAngel dito sa may city mga kaibigan, pero at least 8 seconds onto that recon boat though. Kelly S. Patience lang, pero may makatamaan ba with a huge damage here by Kelly S. But Cheng is out there with a 2K already. Wants to go one more. Pero at least Kelly S. andito lang sa likod. Nilabas ang kanyang frenzy. Won't gonna catch someone there. Most sees one already. But that's with the 2K! Oh no! Nasmi here. Pero dinidefuse. Pero let's see if ever mauubos pa niya. But Johan with the finish, with the follow-up. 1-0 onto the side of ArkAngel. Okay, this is like a deja vu of what happened kanina. It's like lagi na lang slow push on DR Esports.
Kailangan ni Naspi ng time din para makapag-reload nung panahon na yon. And hindi naman siya pwedeng mag-reload sa harap mismo nung entrance natin papunta sa A-site, no? And si Johan naman, walang makakapigil sa kanya. Tuloy-tuloy lang yung defuse. First round goes to ArkAngel. Pero kung papansinin mo kung paano mag-slow push ang DR Esports, 30 seconds ang kailangan nila para ma-clear yung site.
Siguro ito, ang ginagawa ng DR siguro, yes, nagpapaka-slow push sila, pero inaantay lang siguro na maubos ang pasensya ng ArkAngel. What if meron mag-pick, ito mauhuli nila yun agad for sure. Pero malay mo, pag hindi nag-pick ang ArkAngel dito, the discipline of them just waiting patiently if ever meron ba masisilip or wala. Pero Johan, isipin mo with that Spectre though, let's see if ever ba siya meron ba siya mapapatay dito. Pero yun nga lang, masakit-sakit yan, Pops!
Oh no! Hindi umabot yung kanyang TP. Sumabog nga siya. Pero sa ganitong level ng playstyle sa pro, I think patience is the key talaga. Kung hindi ka pasensyoso, kung gusto mo lang pumik ng pumik, hindi ka makakarating talaga ng finals.
Oo, tama. It's all about patience and yun ang ginagawa ng DR Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Marami silang panglaro. Marami silang piso.
Oo, piso net. Pero kung iisipin mo, defender ka, bakit ka sisilip? Diba?
Oo.
Kagaya kanina, si Johan, silip sa may window.
30 seconds left.
Ayun.
Sumabog tuloy yung bungo.
Na-pinches.
Na-pinches. Pero going back here, Carl sees one already up top there from heaven. But now, Fashion waiting patiently na pwede na sumilip agad si Carl ulit mga kaibigan. Pero Modski with that stage, wala na siyang wall dito. Pero meron pa siyang dalawang slow. Pero yun nga lang, Fashion, however, with that timing. Pero Carl with a 3K already, gusto pa ata and Shing finishing everyone out with that Vandal. Isipin mo, Vandal agad ang binili ni Shing dito. He is that confident na kaya niyang ubusin agad ng DR Esports.
The defuse is there. ArkAngel, nakapag-secure na ulit sila ng isa pang round. Isang boost sa momentum o sa confidence ng team ng ArkAngel, no? And knowing na DR Esports ang pumili ng mapa na to, this time around, hindi naman pipili ang isang team ng mapa na hindi nila kaya, hindi sila komportable.
Sila comfy. Pero share ko lang. Hindi ako nahilo. Kasi lalong sobrang nakakahilo ang mga nangyayari dito sa match to. Pero I think Carl just gonna know that there's someone there in A main though. Kelly S trying to be really aggressive. At top part na, kung napapansin mo, medyo iba na yung pace nila ngayon. Hindi na sila ganun ka-slow push. Talagang nagpapa-aggressive sila ng konti. Pinapaalam ng DR Esports na nandito kami. And ito ang maganda dito. gun round na to.
Tinatansya rin kasi ng DR Esports kung ano ba ang pwestuhan ng mga players from ArkAngel, no? And yung slow pushes nila, 34 seconds, pag tumapat na sa 34 seconds, yun yung time na pumapasok sila. Information.
Kailangan na line up para mag-camera eh.
Oh, wait lang, hanapin ko lang yung butas saglit. Ito siguro,
Gusto ko makita yung gagawin promise ni Nasmi, promise. Nag-line up ng camera.
Hindi rin pala itutuloy. Ang tagal mong inantay, tapos di rin pala tutuloy.
Isipin ko, may line up yung camera? What?
Saktong-sakto yung paranoia. And yung turret is hindi rin napatay. At yun nga, Josh S. sumalubog sa dalawa.
God, Kelly is there with that satchel, taking one down. 2v2. Uulitin ko, gun round na to mga kaibigan. 15 seconds left in the clock. Pero wala pa yung spike. Pero at least he's gonna get the spike as well. Pero ito partner.
10 seconds left.
Siguro the reason kung bakit trip nila ang ganitong klaseng...
Okay. Hindi sila nag-default plan. Nakapag-plan sila safely. Kaso nga lang, si Kelly S. nahuli pa rin nung Hunter's Fury. Vil, ano yung sinasabi mo kanina?
Sa tingin mo bakit ganito sila maglaro is napaka-unpredictable ng isang slow push eh.
Totoo yan. Kaso nga lang, kapag napigilan ka talaga ng isang team doon sa slow push mo, cramming yung mangyayari. Magka-cram talaga sila ng oras para lang makapag-plan. Lalo na kapag yung spike, yung may hawak ng spike, siya pa yung mamamatay out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. But at least...
Yung risk nandun eh.
Masyadong mataas ang risk actually.
Kagaya kanina, DR Esports Disrupt, nag-plant siya 10 seconds na lang, tapos nag-plant siya sa may backside, and then ready yung Hunter's Fury. Buti na lang sa default nag-Hunter's Fury.
Buti na lang. Buti na lang sa default at yun nga lang, medyo namatay din yung Sage. Namatay din yung isang player ng DR. 2v2 sana. But still, Fission here with that Bucky though. Most likely, we're not gonna see any aggressiveness at all for DR. Pero yun nga, nagkakamali ata tayo, Eliza. Mukhang magpapalit na ata ng face ka talaga ang DR ngayon. And they will do a push here on B. Eco round to Joss sees one with that Vandal though. Pero meron pa, at least meron pa isang tao dito sa Dukong.
Ching, nasa
Ching,
flank!
oh my god, 3K with that Blade Storm. Blade Storm, man.
Ano yun?
Ha?
Blade Storm?
Blade. Storm.
Kala mo ako lang sa paranoia. Paranoia. Blade Storm.
Sorry.
Okay lang. Basic lang.
Time out.
The flank from Ching yun ang nakakuha o nakapita sa DR Esports.
4-0 now.
Nasabay-sabay.
Pinapatikim ng mga anghel ang mga dragon ng ginawa sa kanila kanina. What do you think is the thing na pwedeng gawin ng DR dito? Do they need to rush? Do they need to push hard? Or anything?
Well, what works is talaga yung mga fast pushes ng DR Esports. Ngayon, we are onto a tactical pause. Yung slow pushes nila, tansyahan muna talaga eh. Sa first few rounds, tansyahan muna talaga. Dahil nga, hindi pa alam ng DR Esports kung paano nila papasukin. Parang, basta ready for trade, yun na yun.
Sipin mo mabagal yung push nila para silang para silang si Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Oo.
Umiikot, no? Parang minsan something fishy, mga ganun galawan, no?
Something fishy, no? Sipin mo, bigla ka mapupunta ng Australia. Mga tipong ganun
ganun, malalayo.
Diba?
Well, I think we are still on a tactical pause para sa mga teams.
Yeah.
Kung titignan muna natin, or technical pause na nga ngayon, kung titignan natin yung setup ng Killjoy, nawala. Yung minimap.
Mahalin muna natin itong
yung view.
Itong view. Isipin mo,
may nasusunog, man.
Best. May dragon dito. Dapat malakas ang DR Esports dito.
May powers no?
May powers dito. May plus 10 aura dito. Isipin mo meron silang solar panels.
Ang ganda no, ng architecture.
Oo.
Yung architecture ng mapa na to, maganda Parang, Ancient.
Napaka-ancient. Parang ang DR Esports.
Oy,
joke lang.
Wala akong sinasabi.
Magkakilala tayo lahat. Okay, yung ganyan na.
Civil yun, guys.
Pero ancient, yes indeed. I mean, I really love yung game number 1 kanina. Because of the thing na ginawa ng DR Esports. Pero yun nga lang, medyo, ito na yung ariba ng Archangel sa totoo lang. The power of Archangel is really working here in Haven, and I really hope na magtuloy-tuloy pa to in order for them to push it to a game number 3.
Gusto ko makita yung game number 3. Ang ganda ng laban ng dalawang teams na to eh. Nakita mo naman kanina kung gaano tayo ka-excited din.
Save the best for last nga, di ba?
Save the best for last talaga. And I think it's worth it kasi para sa game 3 kasi semifinals to ng dalawang team na pinakamalalakas sa Pilipinas heading to the grand finals kung saan makukuha natin kung sino yung magiging representative natin for our PH or Masters rather.
Yes, that's true. Ito kasi yung partner. Kanina, napanood ng Archangel yung laban ng DR Esports. Pwede rin, di ba? Pero I really can't wait sa mga pwede nating mangyari dito because after the break, ladies and gentlemen, itutuloy natin ang game number 2 between ArkAngel versus DR Esports. We are casters Justin and Eliza here. See you in a bit. Kayang-kaya today, mga
Kaya ba today, Vil?
Kayang-kaya today.
Kaya today.
We're back here at the Valorant Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL. Kami ang yung mga casters. Ang mga pa si Renee. I'm with Robbie right here. And
iba-iba na lang lagi yung pangalan natin.
Hindi ba pangalan naman natin yun ah?
Malilito lang sila.
Oh, sige, sorry. Vil and Eliza.
Taylor tsaka Vil.
Oh, sige.
Buong pangalan ko nalabas na dito.
Maraming salamat. Ako pa si Bilya Siran.
Ikaw si Bilya Siran. So, welcome back sa ating match. 4-0 na nga kung kakatunin nyo lang. Nag-start na yung match natin kanina. No? And this is a best of 3. 1-0 na nga ang ating score. Pabor yan sa DR Esports. Maybe, ito na yung match point. Or maybe, going for game 3.
Hindi na nagkakaskas ng yellow ang DR Esports dito kasi meron sila
binabaril na lang
ng baril, mga kaibigan. And going back to this game right now, DR Esports really slow pushes here. They try to do it real fast, but the problem is ArkAngel is right there behind them. Na-flank sila ni Ching dito with that brainstorm on a 3K as well. And nagparinig lang sila dito sa A para to trigger some rotations or anything, pero hindi sila nagpapatinag dito. Just Sova is the main man here. If ever meron man siya marinig dito na pumasok sa A, nasabihin sa mga kakampi niya. And that is the discipline na pinapakita ng ArkAngel ngayon. Hindi sila nagpapatinag, hindi sila nagpapakuha sa mga bait or anything at all. Share ko lang.
Setups ng Killjoy para sa ating B site at sa double doors, which is yung garage natin. Also, a camera doon sa mid, no? Defender Killjoy, naglapag na nga ng lockdown towards A to B. Ching!
Muntik nang makulateral yun, mga kaibigan, pero disrupt! Taking Ching down. 0 players retained.
10 seconds na naman ulit ang natitira para sa DR Esports. Nakuha na nila yung plant. The risk is there pero malaki din ang reward. 4 versus 3 ang sitwasyon ngayon.
Si Fisher naghahanap lang dito ng mga kills, promise.
Flank yung inaabangan niya. And at the same time, nandun si Killjoy.
Modesky sees one already. Last is now down for 3v3 situation. Online ang Omen ulti, pero yun nga lang, Modesky says no to him.
Oh no. Ayan na nga.
From behind.
Shock dart.
Shock dart 1. Shock dart 2 para hindi maka-defuse. Wala na shock dart. Oh no, hindi aabot para sa side ng ArkAngel ang defuse at namatay pa siya.
Si Fission, parang si Dubs, parang si si Fisher parang si Dispenser maglaro.
Ano mo nasabi?
Ano mo nasabi?
Paano mo nasabi?
Nung sinabi mo yung paano mo nasabi, biglang nag-flash yung mukha niya sa ano. Paano mo nasabi?
Paano mo nasabi? Paano mo nga nasabi, Vin?
Ano kasi parang lagi siya nag-flank, lagi siyang hindi sumasama sa mga lagi siyang hiwalay.
Oo, gets ko. Sige, thanks for sharing. Pero totoo, tama.
Totoo naman.
Oo nga. Hindi ko naman sinasabi. Binavalidate ko naman yung sinasabi mo. Pero the wall on the sewers natin, masakit siya sa ulo, no? Kasi gustuhin mo ba mag-push ng A, ilan wall yung babasagin mo? Tapos meron pang leeway para masilip ng kabilang team kung gusto nilang sumilip.
So if ever guys, if ever lang na gusto nyong na if ever Sage mains kayo, yung mga baguhan dyan, at least nakakita kayo ng trick dito sa short kung paano ba maganda. Pero kitang-kita yung barrel mo!
Hello!
Mahaba ang barrel mo, Modesky!
Wala nang pupuntahan.
Sayang, kitang-kita yung yung uso ng barrel niya. Sayang. Pero at least...
Habang. Gets a kill. 3 HP remaining para sa ating Soba. He goes down on 3v1 and Johan secures the last kill para sa round na ito. 5-1 ang ating score. Still in favor of ArkAngel.
The return of ArkAngel is here already. 5-1 is the score though.
Guys, come on.
And for DR Esports, nagpapakiramdaman lang talaga sila. It's all about how slow you push.
Technical pause again. Para sa teams, para sa players. Ina-excite tayo ng mga to eh. Gusto ko na malaman kung magkaka-game 3 ba o tapos na eh. Pero base sa sitwasyon na nangyayari ngayon, mukhang ArkAngel has a stronghold on the defense. 5-1? Tama ba? 5-2 yung ating score? Kung di ako nagkakamali.
5-2, yes. Pinapanood nga na lumipad-lipad si Ching dito. Lumilipad na naman ang jet main ko.
Jet main ko. Ay, nako. Tutuloy mo pa, no? Iniisip mo kung tutuloy mo pa yung kanta.
Baki.
Shotgun. Ay, nako. Asterisk muna.
Tama.
Gusto ko tong skin na to eh. Para sa night.
Ano ba yun? Hindi ko nakita.
Basta umiilaw eh. RGB! Gamer!
Glitch pop.
Yung axe ata yun eh. Axe ba yun? Kasi hindi naman ganyan suwaksak yung ano lang. Dagger.
Glitch pop. Yun yung pinakauna.
Kung gusto nyo makabili ng glitch pop
ay, hindi. Yung pangalawa.
O kung gusto nyo makakuha
2.0
ng mga skins, guys, may giveaway pala ang PPGL or ang VCT para sa inyo, no? 1,500 plus Valorant points ang pwede nyo mauwi araw-araw sa broadcast days natin.
Ano ba yung gagawin namin para makakuha ng ng Valorant points, Ate Taylor?
Madali lang yan, Kuya Vin.
Ano?
Gagawin nyo lang ay tignan yung pinned comment.
Tapos bahala na kayo.
Tapos kaya nyo na yan. Hindi, may TikTok kasi si Azuray.
Oo, may TikTok si Azuray. Ano yung ginagawa ni Azuray?
Nagsha-shout ka siya, Kuya Bill. Tapos, ang gagawin ng mga tao na viewers na gustong sumali, magsha-shoutcast din sila.
Itutuwit
nila yung TikTok ni Mr. Azuray.
Actually, napanood ko na habang pupunta ako dito. Nag-scroll ako sa TikTok.
Oo.
Tinignan ko yung PPGL Just Do It at pinanood ko.
Oo.
May mga magagaling
Magagaling?
Oo, magagaling.
Oh.
Turo ko sa'yo mamaya, pakita ko sa'yo.
Ah, sige. Makita namin mamaya. Scroll din kami sa TikTok. Silipin namin yung mga inyong entries para sa ating giveaway. At napakaganda ng jet talaga.
Oo nga, laki ng size niya. Parang
nagwa-workout to si Jet.
Oh, ilag.
Tignan mo yung arms niyo.
Oo, ilag kayo ng konti, ha. So, baka
check muna ng temperature, Sir Bill.
Okay ko ba? Alam ko lumapit kayo sa monitor niyo. Ano?
36.1, sir.
Normal.
Pwedeng pumasok. Pahingi na lang po ng Antipolo Pass. Yung Pasig Pass. QR code. Ito na, magsisimula na ulit, guys. Pasensya na kayo. Kami lang to.
Easy lang. Ito na.
Okay.
If ever gusto nyo magpabate,
sabihin nyo lang. Pabatiin po. Vision. Naka-Blade Storm. Gustong pasukin yung ating garage.
Shadows traveling.
Fast push to mula sa DR Esports.
Yon, however, tamang... Uy! Gets one! Gets two! Trying to get that third one! Johan with that sweet 3K! Sobrang linis ng partner! Mas malinis pa sa clean ang ginawa ni Jos S. Don. Pero Sova...
Naka-privacy si Sir Sova. Si PB dito eh.
Si Sova.
Sir Sova, baka pwede po makita ng pangalan niyo, sir. ID mo na, sir.
Diba? 3. Sova.
Ang saya mo naman, Sir Vin.
Sorry, ma'am. Sir.
Ma'am, sir. Pag tumadaan ka, sir, ma'am, sir.
Ma'am, sir.
Tama naman. Oo. Yung mga ganitong nangyayari sa mga poses natin. It takes a toll sa mga players natin na naglalaro ngayon eh.
But going back here, still 6-1, and it's ArkAngel really owing this game right now. And then, nakakainis talaga yung wall ni Modeski dito, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, like 100% of the time, dito talaga, sa short lang talaga yung wall niya. I mean...
Tsaka may clear vision din naman kasi. Viable naman talaga yung wall na yan.
Yeah, I love it. I love the
Kaya ang ginagawa ni Kelly S dito, sinusubukan niya na ma-push out kung meron man nagtatago sa right side. No? Babatuan niya ng patience, then lilipat palabas, aabangan niya kung babalik ulit.
Sabi ko mga kampi ko, pag may nakita kayong wall, batuhan niyo ng molly.
Bakit?
Para matunaw.
Sabi nila hindi daw yellow yun eh. The slow orb
joke lang, huwag nyo gawin yan.
Comes in sa short or sa sewers natin na Boatski gets the headshot. Ching nakaabang na rin sa right side ng entrance para sa A side. The smoke is there mula sa ating jet. Natamaan pa nga si Sage.
Medyo masakit yun do, pero at least di pa naman tapos sa mga kaibigan. 2 men will be revealed dito sa likod mga kaibigan. Pero Ching Bull's gonna dash away because he wants to live. Ayaw niyang mamatay doon sa A. Sa A may mga kaibigan. Just as he's one already, this flop will be down for 8 seconds left in the clock. Nasaan yung bomba? 5 seconds. Meron bang time? Si PPD. Walang time si PPD mga kaibigan.
Wala eh. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung risk. Yung risk ng late push mula sa DR Esports. Yun ang risk.
And ArkAngel just capitalizing that risk na ginagawa ng DR Esports for them to pick off ArkAngel. Ito matagal sila pumush, matagal silang pumush. At pag nahuli pa yung isa nila, mas mahirap na talaga na makapag-push out ang DR dito.
Ching, meron siyang clear vision dito towards Silong. Pag may lumabas, patay. Pero mahirap. Natamaan.
Nice tailwind there by Jet. At least hindi siya mapapatay agad-agad kahit apat yung pinig sa kanya though. Kelly is just right there at the corner. But will be taken down by Joss S. But that is a Hunter's Fury coming in from Carl. Let's see if ever meron pa siya mapatay dito. Uy, natamaan yung isa. Joss S taking Disrupt down. Plus the help with Carl's Hunter's Fury.
Archangel takes this round again.
Ang mga anghel.
Ang mga anghel sa Haven. Sakto naman, sakto naman. Spike defuse nga para sa side ng ArkAngel. 8-1 ang ating score. Isang round pa lang ang nakukuha ng DR Esports dito. Kailangan nila makabawi dahil once na makalipat naman, well, defender-sided map naman itong ating Haven. Dahil sa bilis ng rotation na pwedeng gawin. But still, ang laki ng gap. 8-4, pwede.
3 rounds? Yeah, doable. Pwede naman. Good sa bando. Wala namang problema doon. But I think, uy, Carl with a perfect angle na pwede sana sa makapag-wallbang if ever man may tao doon. Why not, diba? G lang. Carl, however, that Aljo will be taken down by DR Esports, and if ever, they're just gonna repeat the same thing all over again. For like what? 9 rounds? 10 rounds na eh.
4 versus 3. Hawak ni Cypher ang ating Spike. At si Sova ay nasa A-long na po, mga kaibigan. Modski, the revive mula sa ating Sage. Kelly, yes, pasok po sila dito sa A-site natin at kailangan na makapag-retake o kailangan nang makapag-rotate rather ng ArkAngel. At ayun ang ginagawa nila. Dalawa nga mula sa ating defender side. Pero showstopper! No connection. Ching, on the other hand, gets the kill. Tapos si Sir Sova, nag-Hunter's Fury. Kaso, walang namatay. No.
Okay, I mean, I have no idea what is happening to DR Esports right now. This is like the complete opposite ng mga ginawa nila kaninang first game. Like, literally, complete opposite at all. I mean,
pinili nila tong mapa na to.
Oh, isipin mo, partner. Si Kelly S. Well, it could have been like mag-back na lang siya, mag-out na lang siya. Pero pinili niyang maging aggressive at lumaban talaga and just gonna use that showstopper to deny actually that lockdown.
But it didn't work.
He got no idea at all. May 3 tao nag-aantay sa kanya. Pag satchel niya, hello!
Kamusta ka? Kamustahan na lang po tayo. Pero kung iisipin mo, Vil, mga napanood mong previous matches na merong Raze, hindi na ako masyado nakakita ng showstopper kills. Parang sasabihin pa lang nila na, ano ba yung sinasabi ng Raze kapag nag-showstopper na? Basta parang kalahati pa lang ng salita si Raze, napapatay na siya agad. Naka-counter na agad ng mga teams. Dati kasi, pag narinig mo nang nag-ulti yung Raze, takbuhan na yan. Kanya-kanya tago.
Pero hindi, pag nakakita sila ng shock, pag here comes the party.
Tatago na.
Asan yan?
Ngayon hindi na sila natatakot yung mga teams natin.
Pero look at that session, being aggressive, but Johnson is already with the head as well. But Kelly is trying to be super aggressive too. Pero with that patience, can he damage the remaining players dito sa A main? Yes, he damaged Carl, but it's not enough to delete his armor though. Disrupt, he says one, but Modski again! Dito na naman sa short. Mahilig sa short si Modski.
Oo na lang. Pero nakuha nga siya dito ng Kelly S at going for another one. Si Carl with the trade. Very low on HP.
Yo! 2v3 now. Pero Nasmi is right there to save the day. 9-2, Joss S denying the possible plan of Kelly S though. Joss S again with a 2K. 10-1.
Mukhang game 3 to, partner.
Napanood ko na to eh.
Nakita ko na yung future eh. Na-predict ko na eh.
Is it bright?
Maliwanag.
Gano'n ko liwanag? Para ka na-flash na.
Oo.
Sabay-sabay.
Oo, para tayong na-Phoenix, gano'n. Tapos may Yoro pa, sama-sama.
Sky pa.
Oo, Sky pa.
Tapos may Breach pa.
Lahat na, isama mo na lang lahat, no? Ewan ko sa'yo. Ano sinasabi nila? Ambot.
Ano yun? Ewan. Ewan is ambot.
Ambot sa'yo.
Ewan sa akin.
Ambot sa imo pala. Ambot sa imo.
Ambot sa imo rin.
Ewan ko sa'yo.
Ambot sa imo rin.
Shock dart.
Ewan ko sa'yo rin.
Shock dart ni Sir Sova.
Sir Sova.
Panira lang ng merong alarm bot sa double doors natin sa garage.
And the 10-1 still. Sova just using his alarm. He's using his Aldrone rather. But Kelly is there with a trade.
Blocking sight.
Vision. With the judge.
With the judge, but Ching again with that operator. But Kelly is, hindi alaman ni Kelly as meron taon sa likod, pero Sova is right there just to get that trade. Modesky taking down Nasimi and Div's gonna settle here in B instead. Modesky, look at that! Through that wall! Will take down Sova. Ching, however, from up top, 2K!
Nagalit. Nagalit si Ching, pero the defuse mula sa ArkAngel secures their 11th round dito sa series na to. Sa ating second game. Landslide yung ating score.
Woo!
Switching sides.
Kung nakita nyo lang kami ni Eliza kung ano yung ginawa namin, swear, mapapaganon din kayo.
Pero guys ito, replay lang.
Look at that wall bang of modes. It's really on point. Plus yung tinapos ni Ching with that double up draft, plus that ultimate, tina mo, bang. Meron pa isa.
Shook. Pati Killjoy, gusto niya nang patayin. Kakampi niya na yun,
Galit.
Pero kung nagtataka kayo guys kung sino ba si Sir Sova, ay yan po si PBD.
Yeah.
11-1 ang ating score.
11-1 is the score.
In English lang yung sinabi ko. 11-1 ang ating score.
Real, ano ba yun? Here comes the fun. Sorry. Nag-enjoy lang kami sa mga pangyayari.
Sure ka ba dyan?
Sure. Kaya ba today?
Kaya ba today, sir? Kalies! With the frenzy, nakita si Ching. Tama ba? Si Ching ba yun? Tama.
Si Jet. Pero look at that. Oh! Pumasok ang smoke!
Tapang na tao. Nag-plant sa harap ng lahat.
Pero at least, meron namang wall though, pero at least,
katabi niya ni!
Oo nga, mapipigilan naman to.
Wala cancel!
Pero yun ang problema dito. Si Sova ng AA, very, very low on HP. 1 HP na lang yan, partner. Hindi si Sova ng DR, si Sova ng AA, mga kaibigan.
Hello! 7 HP.
For Sova, pero Vision, finishing everyone off, isa pa. 7 HP kay Carl.
Out of charging.
Sir Sova gets the last kill. 11-2 ang ating score. Maybe this time around, makuha na ng DR Esports yung momentum na hinahanap nila.
Hopefully. Pero this is like one of the...
Ay, kakaswitch lang pala na side.
Oo nga this is like one of the biggest comeback if ever na nabaliktad to ng DR.
Tsaka maganda na sila yung nakakuha ng first round. Dahil, syempre sila yung may chance na makabili. Pero a force mula sa ArkAngel.
They want to push this to a match point already. Ano to, parang DR knows what's up already. DR knows what's up. Na hindi nila papatagalin to. If they can, they will.
If there's a will,
there's a way.
There's a will.
Wow. Nice yun eh.
Bulldog para kay Disrupt. Alam niya kung ano na nag-force bumili ang ArkAngel. Isa sa mga players. Kahit pa paano.
Johan, tamang check lang with that stinger, but not gonna catch or not gonna deal any damage at all in the side of DR Esports. Ching with that Marshall. One tap on the head and you are done. Sova. PBD, si Dale. PBD was also gonna release that recon ball soon to reveal the location of of ArkAngel rather. Kelly S out there in the open. Tamang wall lang ang ginawa dito ni Modesky, mga kaibigan, just to prevent any loss pa. Uy! Look at that! Through that!
Searching!
Sa wall bang!
with the Marshall doing the job. ArkAngel, post-plant mechanics. Ito ang kailangan nilang ingatan. Retake mula sa DR Esports. Fission nakakuha ng isa pero trades mula sa ArkAngel ay nandyan. Crossfire kung Crossfire. Very low on HP ang ating Omen. Disrupt getting 1 kill. 2 versus 1 situation. May chance pa winnable pero the Crossfire is there. 12 to 2. ArkAngel, match point.
Match point. Nung napatay niya si Killjoy doon, ArkAngel already knows kung nasan si Disrupt. And tama lang talaga. Huwag na kayong magtago. If ever you guys can sandwich with just Crossfire DR Esports, yeah, you will do that. You will really do that. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. One mistake ng DR Esports at ubos, pati pantubos. Disrupt, trying to be super aggressive. Sees one with that bucking, trying to go with the second one. But Carl through the smoke, taking down Disrupt. Ching, however, taking down Fission as well. Johan inside the site already. And spike being planted na rin. Lumabas ang Kuya Mokeles will be done for Nasmi with that Bucky. Meron pa siya pwede mapatay dito. Dalawa na lang titira sa kanila. Nasmi, low on HP. PBT, naghahanap na lang pwede mapatay. Nandito lang sa may corner na to. Carl being that aggressive. And as you can see, Hunter's Fury is online. But Sova with that frenzy will take down Carl. 1v2 situation. Nasmi still low on HP. 11 HP left dito. Tamang free fire lang on that Bucky. But Jos S finishing off this match.
1-1 na ang ating
1-1 na po ang score.
We are going to game 3, guys! ArkAngel takes game number 2. Congratulations to these guys. And yung third map nga natin, which is the deciding map. Maya-maya lang, maabangan natin yan. 1-1. Ano nangyari, Vil? Landslide yung score natin eh. And the thing is, mapa na to, pick to ng DR Esports.
Yeah, well, we can say na medyo nagulat din talaga ang DR Esports sa lahat ng pangyayari dito because of that wall of mode skin. Napaka-viable, yes. Napaka-important ng walls na ginagawa dito sa A-Short and talagang that really messed up the strategy of DR Esports as well. In terms of rotation, in terms of movements na ginagawa ng DR Esports, that is really slow. Yes, we can say na just to napaka-unpredictable ng mga movements ng DR Esports if ever you're gonna go super slow like that.
Risk nga, gaya na sabi ko.
Pero that is actually a huge risk kasi if ever may patas sa inyong isa, it's actually over. But then again, the score is 1-1 already. And the next match, it's gonna be the deciding match. Who will be at the grand finals tomorrow? See you in a bit.
To be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing. Show the whole world. Reinvent. Nobody should know it's strong. Be a good friend. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Napanood natin ang game number 1 which is DR Esports ang nanalo at bumawi naman ang Archangel sa pangalawa. Dito sa pangatlo, partner, split ang mapa. Sino ang mananalo? Sino ang magwawagi? Sino ang pupunta sa championships bukas? Malalaman na natin in just a few moments.
Split
kami nga,
din. Oh, sige.
Kami na nga pala ang inyong mga casters ang maglalahad sa inyo ng mga maiinit na laban. Ako nga pala si Phil. Kasama ko si Taylor nandito sa aking kaliwa. O kanan, kaliwa diba? Kaliwa.
Kanan nila.
Kanan nila, at kanan nyo at kaliwa ko. At welcome sa Valorant Challengers Philippines na inihahandog ng PPGL.
Siyempre, organized by Mineski Philippines at ng Globe. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sponsors natin. May bago pala, Predator.
Oo, sana proud sa akin si Pat kasi nagtatagalog na.
Totoo. Bagay pa naman yan sa suot mo ngayon. Parang, di ba?
Father.
Sir, pa-confess na.
Brothers and sisters.
Wala yung iPad mo no? Wala Sayang. Ayan. Welcome back sa VCTPH. Guys, 1-1 yung score. Split ang mapa, split din ang ating score. With that 1-1, last game na to. So, may the best team win. Win.
May the best. Indeed, may the best team win. Indeed. Kung nakikita nyo, lagi kami nagtatawanan pag magkasama.
Kasi anim na games na yung kinakas ni Bill.
Anim na games na yung kinakas ko. Ine-enjoy na lang talaga namin to, lahat.
Sana enjoy din kayo.
Sana enjoy din kayo lahat. If ever gusto nyo magpabate, sabihin nyo lang.
Pero walang sinasabi si Bill. Hindi niya naman binabasa.
Kayo. Binabati ko lahat na nanonood. In general, di ba? In general.
Okay. Ito na nga, split yung mapa natin. Defender side, ang DR Esports.
Marami yung kwento.
Anong kwento mo?
ArkAngel is actually Split is actually one of the best maps of ArkAngel. Dito sila nag-comeback, apparently.
Talaga?
Doon sa isang... Ito. I actually can't recall kung sino yung team na yon. Pero isipin mo, sobrang tambak ang ArkAngel. Pero biglang nag-pop off si Ching dito.
Nabuhay.
At actually, ang gamit niya doon is Raze. Pero ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna...
Magbi-breach na ang ArkAngel.
And finally, okay, this is actually a really good map para gamitin ng breach because of the tight corners and the tight entry points ng mapa na to. And actually, you can go all in agad-agad. Sipin mo sa A, breach, bang.
Every corner.
Flashing. Every corner, di ba? Pwedeng flashing.
Tapos aftershock ka pa ulit sa corner.
Hindi. Tapos aftershock pa.
Select your
agent. A lot of possibilities, pero okay. PBD. Kung napapansin mo, just gonna use that Sage for the first time, apparently. Palaging Sova ang ginagamit niya, which is yun nga yung pangalan niya kanina, Sova. And let's see, kasi kulang sa information ngayon ang
Well, on this map
What
naman,
do you think? What do you think? Yeah.
sa mapa naman ng split, Sova is semi-semi lang. Hindi kagaya sa Haven na talagang magagamit mo siya o kaya sa Ascent na gamit talaga yung Sova, yung information ng Sova. Pero sa split, with all the corners na pwedeng taguan, pag nag-dart ang Sova, pag nag-Rico ng Sova, sakto lang siya.
Sakto lang.
So, I would rather opt for a Breach na may mga flashes.
Yeah. I mean,
Tatlo?
si Breach kasi one of the most utility-dependent na abilities.
Third game. In the best of 3 series, 1-1 is the score. This is the last game of the day bago ang ating grand finals bukas. Sino sa dalawang team na ito ang tatapat sa the first order?
Sino ang mas angat?
Sinong mas sikat?
Face off!
Pixart!
Face off.
Mid-control ang nais ng team ng ArkAngel. PBD ready sa kanyang wall. The slow orb and the wall in. Looking at the teams, wala pang nakakapasok ng site actually, pero nasa mid-mail. Naghahanap sila ng paraan kung paano ba nila iti-take yung Heaven B natin. Pero mukhang gusto nilang mag-ropes na lang. May nakatingin sa source, pero looking at the players, ready na rin si Carl para sa kanyang skills. The flash is in. Kelly's bulag mula sa Paranoia. Disrupt. Getting 1 kill on that headshot. A double 1 and Kelly's getting a lot of kills dito. And Carl na lang natira. He goes down in the hands of PBD. A good take on the side. And ArkAngel, masyadong maraming angles na hindi makita o hindi masilip. O hindi ma-check, rather.
Sabi ni Aris Evangelista.
Anong sabi ni Aris?
Mas natutuwa ako sa host kaysa sa laban. So, mas natutuwa siya kay Ilo.
Siya yung host, guys, eh. No? Caster lang kami. Kami lang to.
Yeah, tama.
2-0 KDA. Nakakuha agad ng maraming kills si Kelly S dito. Pati na rin ang ating Omen. Gusto ulit nila mag-mid control. What's the P? Smoke.
What's the P?
Para sa rope.
Is that plan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice.
Nice, sir.
Oh.
Ayos ba yan, Sir Vil?
Nag-H si PBD. Magda-W rin.
Ito na ang W. Nire-ready niya na. Pero wala pa eh. Wala pang naririnig eh. Pag may nag-smoke, may nag-dash, insta-W yan.
Look at that Ching! What a dirty one-tap onto the head of Kelly S, ladies and gentlemen. That is awesome na ginawa dito.
Umaatras ngayon ang ArkAngel. And rotation. Papunta sa A site. Nakaset up na rin yung traps ng Killjoy towards A. Alarm bot para sa ating ramps. At syempre, Nanoswarm with the turret doon sa ating entrance. Johan, nakapitas ng isa. And now, ready agad sila. Napatayin sana yung Nanoswarm ni Nasky dito. Vision gets another one. The trades coming in. Ready para sa ating crossfire. 3 versus 2 situation now. Nakuha na rin yung spike. Pero yung turret na yan, masakit sa ulo. Disrupt. Gets Johan. Hawak ni Carl yung ating spike. Pero lulubos-lubusin niya ni Vision yung alarm bot vulnerability ni Carl doon. 2-0 ang ating score. DR Esports getting the first 2 rounds para sa araw na ito.
Indeed, going back here this game right now, it's going to be 2-0. And, well, actually, this is the last map. Marami pa pwede mangyari dito. Magsisimula pa lang naman tayo. Pero ito na ang pagbango ng api. ArkAngel. Gusto ko ang cute niya, no? ArkAngel. This is the time na makapag-gun round na sila. Well, if you can see, mas lamang ang ArkAngel because all of them has their Vandals up. Pero dalawa lang sa DR Esports. And the typical strat lang, tamang mid-control lang talaga dito sa split. Kasi once you control the mid, partner, It's like, there's a huge chance na baka makuha mo rin yung baka makuha mo rin yung round eh. It's all about mid-control. This is a map na sobrang importante ng mid-control. Inulit ko yung 3 beses kasi gusto ko talaga i-emphasize yun.
Pwede namang one time mo lang siyang ulitin tapos lagay mo ng emphasize sa dulo para ma-emphasize mo talaga.
Sige, sige.
Okay, noted Panote na lang.
Panote na lang, panote na lang.
Panote na lang. Ching! Gustong puntahan o pasukin itong Heaven B natin. PBD, ready for the S. Wala na siyang W.
Pero meron pa siyang isang S.
Slow orb is there. The dash mula sa Jet. Pero Ching, nahuli ni Kelly S. Kahit nabulag sa paranoia, bumbot out para lang hindi makapasok ang mga members ng ArkAngel. Kelly S umangat pero namatay. Motzki gets the kill. 3 versus 2. Mukhang nakuha na nila yung side to B. Rotation coming in mula sa Jet and sa ating Killjoy from DR Esports.
It's all up to Nasmi and that Jet, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to happen here in the next few seconds of the round. The clock is ticking already. That is a concuss of Carlito, pero walang tinamaan dito. Hindi tinamaan si Nasmi, mga kaibigan. Through that smoke, he sees one, pero Carl with the reflex takes the head of Nasmi. So it's all up to Fish, and he sees one, trying to go with the second one. Hindi mo pa rin ang kuya mo.
Nagre-reset sana siya. Nagre-reset sana siya, pero nasaktuhan lang Kumbaga, yung lineup nandun na, yung nagdikit na yung players, hindi lang na spray transfer. Gusto niya sanang mag-reset para i-headshot. Kaso, wala. It happened. Yun na yun.
Alright, so PBD, hindi makakakuha ng Vandal dito. He's gonna use that that Judge. Well, at least, he's trying to be that aggressive naman dito sa B though, sa Heaven. So might as well just use the Judge instead. It's fine. Motzki knows what's up already. He knows na meron naglalakad dito sa may garage, but at least hindi siya magko-commit na silipin agad. Because again, this is the last chance of all these teams na makapasok sa Grand Finals, mga kaibigan. After this, magkikita-kita ulit tayo. Kailan pa? Sa April pa.
Matagal-tagal din na break yun para sa mga players natin.
Isang one month and 1 week natin silang hindi makikita.
Mamimiss natin sila.
Oo nga Miss you guys.
Kita-kits na lang ulit sa April. Mid-control pa din ang gustong gawin ng ArkAngel na iwan ng spike sa ating spawn. At medyo masakit yan. Nabawasan siya. At 83 HP na lang ang meron. PBD nakaabang lang din sa ating mid-vents. Sa ropes, baka sakaling may dumaan, baka sakaling may bumaba.
Ay, kung napapansin mo.
Blocking sight.
Paano ko tumambay sa gitna?
Uy! Harap-harapan! PBD with a headshot on that Judge. Pero pa bang susunod? Dalawa pa, pero sabay silang pumasok para lang matapatan. At malito si PBD. Alarm bot vulnerability is there. Pero Motzki gets the headshot on DR Vision.
I love the synergy. I love the teamwork.
Tara, talon!
Tara, talon!
Par, talon, par!
Par, talon!
Sabi nga nila, di ba? Kapag yung kaibigan mo tumalon ba sa bangin, sasama ka. Parang ganun. Sumama!
Oo nga, hindi na siya nagtanong, para saan yung kasama mo, par? Pero dyan pala. Pero Ching will be there as well. Carl sees 1, 2, 3 versus 1 situation. It's all up to
Showstopper!
Kelly S. Showstopper! He's gonna be able to take down Johan. But Breach is right there to do a trade. 2-2. 2-2.
2-2. Pa-weird na pa-weird. Dapat sinasabi mo patagal na patagal.
2-2. Parang bababa eh. Bababa ka ba? Bababa.
Bababa. Bababa ba?
Bababa.
Parang minions.
Oo, di ba? Gusto. 2-2.
Vision and Kelly S, ang dalawang duelist ng DR Esports.
Ang mga dragon, mga kaibigan, na tinapatan ang mga anghel. Nakakita na Diyos S, pero nandiyan si Ching sa harapan. At Blade Storm really connected. Uy! Gulat ako! Hindi siya naman. Wala lang. Sexy. But going back here, PBD right here from CT, mga kaibigan. Ching! Look at that
parang
precision!
Naka-sheriff lang!
Oo nga, parang naka-sheriff lang. Nilabas ang baki ni Ching, mga kaibigan. Pero Ching, let's see if He's gonna be able to take down the remaining players of DR Esports. Modski checking ramps, mga kaibigan. He sees one. Pero alam niya na meron tao dito sa baba. Joss has to follow up here, but Carl is right there taking down Vision. Pero buhay na buhay pa rin si Ching. Hindi siya mababa dito kay Disrupt. Sumabog ang ulo ng Kuya Ching mo. Pero Carl with a trade-off once again. 3-2. Ayun.
Hindi na siya 2-2, no? 3-2 na, guys. In favor of ArkAngel, nakuha nga ng DR Esports kanina yung momentum ng first few rounds natin. Pero sa mga buy rounds na meron tayo, it seems like ArkAngel, trabaho lang.
Oo, what a mask. I really love those masks, na to lang. Alam mo ba dati, naghanap ako ng parang face mask na ganyan ni itsura.
Ano nangyari?
Meron ako nakita, pero mahal eh.
Share mo lang, no?
Share ko lang. Nag-eco tulog yan. Nag-eco ako.
There. Boombot, may na-detect.
You should run.
And that is the lockdown
Blocking sight.
of Modski here. Pero ultimate there on that Omen. Just check out that elbow area. Pero wala siya nahanap dito, mga kaibigan. So wala man-detain din ang ArkAngel dito, pero from up top, andon si Vision. Vision will be there as well. Joss is going to follow up this one, taking down Joss. Pero Carl is right there. Also a trade. Johan says no to Nasmi though. 3 versus 1 situation. This is going to be a hard one for Disrupt if ever matapos ito. But the problem is, that is the Omen of a very, very low HP here on screens. Disrupt will be smoked out. Meron pa tayong dalawang tele. Meron pa tayong isang smoke. Is he gonna commit this? Is he gonna take down all the three remaining players of Team AA? Pero yun nga, ginamit nila yung fake TP. Pero Ching, patiently waiting there at the corner, will be able to take down Disrupt 2-4. Once again, this is one of the most strongest map ng ArkAngel, mga kaibigan, ang split. So hindi kailangan ismolin ng DR ito. Or if ever lang, just do parang do what's best.
Usually, pag nag-lockdown ng Killjoy natin, for example na lang, to be exact, si Modski, nag-lockdown si Modski dito from ArkAngel, hindi pumasok ang ibang team members. Inantay talaga nila na matapos. Kasi usually, inaabangan, di ba? Inaabangan ng DR Esports na pumasok na, sasabayan nila yung lockdown. Pero hindi ganun yung trip ng ArkAngel. Trip nila, pag dulo na talaga, aftershock, para lang mapalabas. And muntik pa sumabog sa mukha yung
muntik pa nga. Actually, kaya rin talaga, muntik na talaga siya matamaan because of that aftershock yung nilabas ni Breach, mga kaibigan. Pero PPD is out there in the open. Johan taking down Nasmi. This is like a huge stomp ulit na ginagawa ng ArkAngel sa DR Esports, mga kaibigan. Disrupt is the only man remaining again and again. 1 TP is on. No paranormal.
Paranoia.
Para more. Pero will be able to take down Carl with
nag-whip si Carl doon? 95 HP pa.
Oo. Hindi enough yung damage ni Carl doon para to take down Disrupt. Pero he has no idea at all na merong tao behind him. Wala nang paranoia still. But that Omen from ArkAngel is really low HP. Buhay pa si Ching. Buhay pa si Modski dito. The clock is ticking. Can he do the impossible? Can he clutch this? Hindi enough yung time, I guess. He's gonna do an exit frag. Most likely, no?
Mayroong tao sa ramps. Vulnerable na ngayon si Disrupt. At ready tumapat ang dalawang players mula sa heaven nila. Modski securing the last kill at 5-2 na ang ating score. Pabor ito sa ArkAngel.
Vulnerable lang kuya mo. Ano ba nagagawa? Ano bang ito yung mga tips natin.
Sige.
Ano ba yung nangyayari? Ano ba yung nangyayari? Will, pag kunyari vulnerable.
Opo. Ano po ba nangyayari, Sir?
Times to lahat ng damage.
Ganun po pala yun, Sir Vil. Tapos sasabayan mo pa ng nanoswarm?
Oo. Tapos times to lahat ng damage. Like yung barrel. Ano man. Safe.
That's nice.
Para
lang, sa kaalaman ng mga viewers.
Oo. Kasi laging vulnerable eh. Times 2 yung damage.
Hindi lang pang info yung alarm bot, guys.
Oo.
Pwede niyong sabayan. PBD, nakakuha ng ilang kills mula sa ArkAngel. Makakatulong ito para makapag-retake sila ng maayos. Nakapag-planta rin ng bomba o ng spike ang ArkAngel. Pero ArkAngel, Carl at Johan with the crossfire. Naubos pa nga nila.
Disrupt na
ang
naman.
DR Esports. Disrupt!
Rolling Thunder is right there. Tumulong ng kuya mo, pero let's see.
1 versus 1!
With a
30
great one.
HP! Carl!
Meron pa siyang
Marami pang
aftershock.
time! Marami pang time ang ArkAngel. Marami pang time yung Spike rather.
Uy! Hindi pa rin nagkakapatay ng kuya mo. Pareho sila nag-win, ladies and gentlemen. May aftershock, may fault lines.
Ikot-ikot lang.
Ikot-ikot lang.
Oh no! It's not enough time! Alam niyo ba na wala nang HP na natitira dito?
Oh no, that is...
No
pareho
way.
silang low. 2 to 6. ArkAngel just playing with the time.
A good one para sa ArkAngel.
Yeah.
Pero ang nakakapagtaka lang with Disrupt, I'm pretty sure na nag-report na yung mga kakampi niya na very low on HP. 30 HP na lang yan, man. 30 HP.
Kanina pa si Disrupt lagi yung natitira dito eh.
Tsaka, the thing is, dalawa na lang yung ArkAngel eh. Pero si Josh S, tsaka si Carl, yung crossfire na meron sila, naubos pa sila isa-isa.
Yeah.
A good post plant mula sa ArkAngel.
Pero look at that, Choi. Nice timing there on that wall. Pero si Ching, uy, meron tao sa likod. Nice!
Yun lang.
Backstab there by the players of DR Esports.
Ito na naman, the duo is here again. Carl
Tsaka si Johan.
at Johan.
Oh, paranoia is up. He can take down.
No way.
Pero yun nga lang,
Malayo masyado yung aim niya.
tutok ko, tama. It's all up to Carl. Kung kasi i-plant mo na lang yun eh, pero hindi eh. Kailangan muna i-clear masyado, but Kelly as with the aim, taking down Carl. Ikaw pa yung tingin mo. Mas pipiliin mo na lang bang yun, i-plant na lang yun, or kuha ka muna ng kills?
Tiwala kasi siya sa confidence niya kasi na maka-headshot eh.
Well, apparently, mahirap din eh. Kasi isipin mo, pag pinlant niya yun, mamamatay siya agad. Kasi pwede mag-double satchel, mag-double satchel na lang si Riz eh.
Tsaka magkakaroon ng time yung DR na makarotate ng maayos. Yung magkakaroon ng tao sa screen, tapos may bababa ng heaven, pwede rin galing ramps, sabay-sabay sila. Eh, nung time na yun, kita niya yung mga ulo ng 2, 3.
Cover going out.
Carl, not gonna buy any paranoia. So, -1 ang blind ngayon ng DR Esports. Joss S leading his way up. Tulad ng sinasabi ko kanina, partner, paulit-ulit natin sinasabi, lagi talaga silang nagmi-mid control and sobrang laki ng probability talaga.
Grabe yung ano nila, yung setup dito ng DR Esports. Isa lang nasa A, 4 stack sa B side.
Almost like 80% of the time, lagi na lang silang nagme-mid control and that is giving them that opening para makapunta sa isang site. PBD, andito lang sa likod. Let's see if he can... He will spot out one, but that kill coming in from PBD. Wala nang wall, wala nang slow, but he knows, he can hear it. Ching is right there in heaven, but that turret will gonna be able to spot out PBD. Joseph, nag-aantay. Nakita na yung mga ibang players, pero that is the showstopper!
Pero kabilaan yung mga players!
Ooh, Fashion with that updraft will take down Joss S. Mahirap nga, with that showstopper though, medyo mahirap nga talaga kasi meron sa kaliwa, meron sa kanan, alam niyo pa na meron din sa likod.
Tsaka maganda yung desisyon ng DR Esports na huwag magsama-sama.
Remaining.
Oh, look at that, 2v1 situation.
10 seconds
It's all up to
May lockdown.
the Killjoy. Yes, lockdown is now up, but Nasmi is right. What a dirty head. 1v1. Killjoy versus Killjoy. Modski versus Nasmi. He sees one. Modski with a 3K. 7-3.
Grabe, na-manage pa nila na makuha yung round na yan. Makapag-plant despite the lockdown nung Killjoy natin para sa side ng DR Esports. Sa tingin mo, Vil, inantay na lang dapat?
Ha? Yeah, inantay na lang.
Kesa yung inikutan niya talaga, hinanap niya pa.
Kasi may time naman eh.
Tsaka sa kanya yung lockdown eh.
Oo.
I see. Still, iba ang strategy ng mga players na ito. meron silang plano sa buhay.
You
Alam
should
niyo yun?
run.
With the judge, gustong pumasok ni Ching. Nandiyan na rin yung lockdown natin. And for sure, with the 2 seconds remaining.
Hindi siya makakapasok, pero okay lang yan. Wala naman ma-retain, so it's fine. Just as
Swarm grenade out.
will take down one player from DR Esports. Ito yung sinasabi mo, Vil, Eliza, ano yung sinasabi niyo Prince of ano kayo? Prince of Remakes kayo? What is happening right now? This is like the complete opposite on what happened kaninang game number 1. This is the same thing. Defenders ang DR, attackers naman ng AA. But what is happening? They can't do something at all or anything at all. You want that paranoid will spot out, but Joss is with that judge! Plus that right click! But not gonna connect though. Disrupt 2v1. So na lang natitira dito. But Johan with that Omen. Yeoman!
Last round in the half.
Yeoman. Sige na lang. Kung saan ka masaya, Vil, okay lang.
Masaya ka na rin doon.
Masaya na rin ako doon.
Sige, salamat. Salamat sa suporta.
Kahit corny, okay lang. Susuportahan kita. Kasi caster partner kita eh. Co-caster kita eh.
Salamat.
Walang problema. Tactical pause!
Kala mo ano meron eh. Anong basa dyan?
Ano? Vince. Galing ko, no?
Seryoso ba?
Tignan mo? Hindi ka naniniwala. Ako din eh.
Ako maniniwala sa'yo in the first place.
Malay ko ba? Bakit ako yung tinatanong mo? Hindi naman ako basa ng ibang lingwahe. We are on to the tactical pause mula sa mga teams natin. 8-3 ang score. Last round before the swap. And I think okay na kahit pa paano kung makakuha man lang ng 4 rounds yung DR. Go for 4 rounds. 8-4. Tapos, kunin mo agad yung kapag nag-swap na yung defenders at attackers. Get the momentum doon sa sa pistol rounds. First 2 rounds. Then, 2 rounds na lang. Yung kailangan mo habulin. Ala, nanakawan yung vending machine, Vil, oh.
Ala!
Bato kasi ng bato yung raise ng ano eh. Patience dun lagi eh. Tactical pause, guys. Sa mga nanonood dyan, best of 3 ang ating laro. ArkAngel at DR Esports ang naglalaro. Kung hindi nyo kilala ang DR Esports, sila ang org not found dati. So, ayan. Ngayon, kilala nyo na siya. Kilala nyo na sila. 1-1 na ang ating score. This is the last map. Ang decider map natin, which is Split. Nanggaling na tayo sa Haven. Nanggaling na rin tayo sa... Ascent ba yung unang mapa natin, Kid?
Yeah. Yeah. Like an hour ago.
Mga 2 hours ago, guys.
Ganun.
PBD ready sa kanyang wall and the Bhakti.
I have the spike.
The tactical pause. Sana makatulong to sa DR Esports just to get that possible 4th round. Vision with the double on the Bhakti. May chance pa siyang makatatlo dito. Ching!
Yikes.
Natago lang siya sa likod ng wall.
Oh, look at Ching right now just behind that smoke. But however, Nasmi's right there. Andun na nag-aantay with the 2K as well.
No way! Nasmi! 8-4 nga yung ating score. The clean headshot. Hindi nakatingin si Ching.
At least nabawi nila. 8-4, okay, winnable, it's fine. Pero dapat manalo ang DR Esports dito sa first 2 rounds or like kahit first round lang para at least makakuha sila ng slight advantage doon sa round number 2. Kasi I just want to let you guys know na kahit panalo yung kahit nanalo kayo sa first half or like first round or anything, there's a huge chance na pwede pa kayong matalo dun sa second round. Kahit you have that economic advantage, you still have a huge chance na matalo pa rin dun. Kaya huwag kayo magpakampante.
Lalo na sa earlier rounds ng ating second half kung saan pantay-pantay kayo, naka-pistol. Gaya nga sabi ni Phil, economic advantage lang. Ching, abang sa ating ramps. At si Josh S, alam niyang merong natamaan or merong nakakita sa footbot niya. 72 HP para kay Disrupt. Wala siyang armor pero the heal mula sa ating Sage. Mukhang ang plano dito ay pumush ng A side. Lahat ng traps ng Killjoy ay nakaset onto A. Kailangan lang mangyari is hindi mamatay si Modesty. Pero masakit. With that goes onto Ching. Nakakuha o nakatag siya ng ibang mga players. Nakakuha na nga siya ng isang kill. Modesty on the other hand, yung turret niya nakasecure na rin para sa kill kay Kelly S. Pinasok na nga ang ating site. And Nasty with the right click on that classic gets the kill on Modesty. Plant is here.
The plan is here. Let's see ano mang gagawin na post-plant na strats ng AA dito mga kaibigan. And PBD already knows but Ching there with an aim. Take it out PBD with a head as well. Pero from up top, disrupt yung ginawa dito. Uy, muntik na mag-position dito. Pero just as with that frenzy, taking one down.
Ulag si Nasmi.
And like
the perfect paranoia. At
9-4
support kay Carl ay nandoon. Defuse ng spike para sa ArkAngel. Sila na naman. Sila ang nakakuha ng advantage sa ating second half. 15-9-2 KDA para kay Disrupt. Gumagana at online siya dito. On the other hand, yung kanyang mga duelists ay ganun din naman. A force buy agad for the second round ng first half, ng second half. Interesting.
Turret out. This is gonna be fun.
It looks like it's gonna be an A push. Kahit alam nila na dito nakapwesto si Modesty. Yung swarm natin, hindi masusundan yung kanilang duelist na si Fission. Walang ka-trade at pumasok na lang. Modesty on the other hand, nakapatay ng isa habang nakatalikod si Disrupt. Nasmi para sa trade. Kelly S naman onto Rams. Nakakita ng isa pero Carl ready for action. PBD goes to screens. Nasmi with 1 HP. 3 versus 2.
3 versus 2 indeed. AA now. Kailangan nilang kailangan antayin ang pag-push dito ng DR. Isipin mo, spike drop tayo ngayon. Nasmi, if ever kinuha niya yan, sobrang hirap kasi marami nakatingin sa kanila. Meron dito sa may A-main, meron dito sa may hell. At least meron din sa may heaven though. Pero yun nga lang magkakakitaan ata dito ang Killjoy at ang Raze. But Carl taking PBD down. Joss S, ladies and gentlemen. 10-4. 3 more rounds for ArkAngel.
Tatlo na lang para ma-secure ang panalo papunta sa ating Grand Finals. Kalaban ang The First Order. ArkAngel nga ba ang magwawagi para sa ating semifinals?
Tulad ng tanong ko kanina, sino ang angat?
Sinong sikat? Ano yung isa?
Face Off.
Face Off. Face Off. Wala kayo nakikita nag-operator pa, no?
Oo nga, wala
kahit
pa
sa ArkAngel sa defender
side.
Uy!
Uy! Vision!
Grabe naman yun! One tap master.
Oo nga eh, one taps. Dito pero let's see if ever makakaisa pa siya.
Gagaya si Disrupt. Gusto niya rin.
Gusto niya rin. Nainggit ako.
Nainggit ako. Gusto ko din.
Sabi ni Mama ako rin. Pero Joseph is right here. From up top, mga kaibigan. Fission.
Yung flash. Saktong-sakto. Fission
grabe naman.
ready
Ito,
for
nilabas
the trade.
Hindi lang
sa judge. Hindi lang sa sheriff. Hindi lang sa judge. Kaso nandun si Carl.
Okay, Carl. Dito lang sa baba, mga kaibigan. Pero this is 2 versus 1 situation. Nasmi kasama
Recalling my
Disrupt. Si Disrupt dito. So it's all up to Modesty. 2v1 situation. Bumababa. Dito nagharapel pababa. Nandito na pumasok dito sa... Uy, makakakita ata. Behind us!
Walang nakatingin. Hindi na tumingin sa corner si Modesty. Disrupt. The Sheriff Prodigy ni Fission.
Medyo, pwede natin sabihin na medyo nakakalimutan ata ni Modesty sa pinaka-basic na aspect, which is check your corners.
Feeling ko, ikaw na lang maglaro eh. Mas magaling ka pa kay Modesty. Ikaw na lang kaya.
Anak, itabi mo! Ako na!
Dami nating nalalaman.
Dami nung alam. Kayo na lang maglaro. May tropa kami ni Modesty, promise.
10-5 ang ating score. Tatlo na lang, guys. Tatlo na lang. pero nakakabawi ang DR Esports ng konti-konti. That's showstopper.
Showstopper sa mukha ni Nasmi, mga kaibigan. And Modski, however, nandito lang sa taas. Dito lang sa heaven though. One more orb for that lockdown. Kompleto pa naman na nades. That turret is actually deployed dito sa B though. And on that jet from DR Esports, he needs to be careful because Joss is actually waiting, patiently waiting, and that patience is yan talaga ang kailangan ng Archangel because 3 more rounds they're gonna win this. Fish getting tagged, but Fish, the reflex of Fish really gonna be able to take down Joss as well. Kenneth with the number 1 though. Fish on tamang tailwind lang palabas and they were gonna settle there in A instead.
Johan with the boxy. 3 versus 3. Nakalabas na ang Blade Storm ni Ching. Naghahanap ng kalaban. Rotation mula sa ArkAngel. Pero Vision securing the kill on Ching. 3 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
Carl with a frenzy. Vision dito. May Blade Storm pa. Pero maganda rin ang kanyang hawak na baril.
Spike planted.
Johan. Tamang post plus lang 2v situation. PBD checking his corners, trying to check some angles as well. Maganda ang angle ni Fish, mga kaibigan. That is an absolute perfect angle for him to take down Yeoman. Carl, nakakaskas ng yelo dito. Alam na ng DR Esports kung nasan ba ang last agent and Vision, finishing everyone off.
Tama naman na i-aftershock to force out yung nakatago sa position kanina. Kaso nga lang, with the frenzy, a headshot is a must. Tapos aside from that, few more bullets. And hindi kaya tapatan from long distance yung ating frenzy to Phantom, kung hindi ako nagkakamali yung hawak kanina. Mukhang magta-tactical post to ha. Nararamdaman ko yung mga ganyang pa-view ni Direk.
Oo nga,
ano yan eh?
Medyo matagal-tagal yan eh. Hindi. Feeling ko, at least naramdaman ko na kung paano maging snail.
Ganun pala.
Oo, ganun pala. Ang bagal ko. All of those Roombas. Andito lang sa may B. Ceasefire, partner.
Ceasefire muna. Saglit! Relax lang kayo. Ubus na yung tactical pause. Gamitin na lang natin yung time ng laro.
Oo, tapos dito tayo mag-usap-usap sa kalagitnaan, di ba? Pero Cheng! Taking down Fisher there with a head as well. Carl rushing in. Kelly with a follow-up with a 2K! Johan and Cheng, wala nang, partner, wala nang smokes. Ang AA dito.
Hindi nakita si PBD.
Oo.
Harap-harapan na yun.
Wala, nakatingin sa Gedli eh. Sobrang sayang lang. Pero at least, wala nang smokes ang AA dito, partner. And nagpaparinig, alam na ng AA na pupunta ang DR sa A for sure. But andito si Modski patiently waiting.
Oh! The headshot of Modski naman! Next for the trade! And the showstopper! Hindi nag-connect! Modski secures the kill! Isa na lang natitira para sa DR at na-detect pa si PBD ng alarm bot. Vulnerability is up. Josh S. Final kill, final blow, 11-6 ang ating score in favor of ArkAngel. 2 more rounds and they win the semifinals.
Turret out.
17-13-3 KDA para kay Fission at sa kabilang banda naman para sa isang jet ng ArkAngel na si Ching. 15-50. Tactical pause, partner.
Tactical pause nga. Hindi naman.
Kinonfirm mo lang. Panote lang. Panote. Yung nagiging aggressive yung mga players natin ha. ArkAngel wants to push Garage dito. And the flash
I got the spike.
goes in. Vision ready for action. Kellyes with the trade.
4v4 now. And the fault lines are just trying to ready up. Pinapainit nila ang fault lines, mga kaibigan. Slow push again for DR Esports. Kung ano yung pinaslow nila kanina sa Haven, and this is the same thing na pwede nilang gawin dito though. Waiting patiently, Fission starting everyone off with that Blade Storm though. He is leading the way. The cavalry of DR Esports is on the way. Some sa A, minsan sa B. Pero, look at the split of them though.
Sa split
Pupunta yan po. Pupunta yan pag if ever meron na silang napatay, dun sila pupunta. Pero that paranoia of Yeoman will gonna be able to spot out disrupt dito mga kaibigan. Johan patiently waiting here in garage. Pero they have has no idea at all na iikutan to pag lumabas yung barrel mo.
No! Nandun sana yung crossfire, kaso nandun din yung trade. Disrupt goes down, Johan gets the kill. 2 versus 1, maybe. Ito na yung match point. Nasmi!
10 seconds left.
Wow, Nasmi. Chill.
I got the spike.
Nasa kanya na ang spike. Diretso plan, 3 seconds remaining. Modski, aggressive plays para lang hindi makapag-plant. Match point for ArkAngel. Isa na lang. Sila na ang makakapasok sa ating Grand Finals at lalaban sa TFO.
The first order is actually watching right now. I can feel it. Ramdam na ramdam ko na isa sa kanila ang makakalaban nila. Did I say that right?
Ano, ulit?
Did I say that
Ewan ko
right?
sa'yo. Yung bill nyo, guys, pagod na. Caster nyo, pagod na.
Hindi ko alam kung tama ba yung sinabi ko.
Basta yun na yun.
Ay, nako.
Uy, ang daming tatamaan kung sakali, pero hindi. Kellyes, being aggressive para lang malagpasan yung paint shells. Ready for action, Carl. May rolling thunder na siya. Dahan-dahan, bumababa si Johan.
Johan, however, nandito lang sa may open ng garage mga kaibigan. Pero that wall will be taken off. Pero that is the rolling thunder.
Oh!
AA mga kaibigan, Ching kills one. PBD with a follow-up here. Once again, this is the match point already of AA. If they're gonna win this, it's over. Ito na yun. PBD, nirevive si Vision. Carl with a follow-up. They're taking down KLS. Walang showstopper. Walang kung ano man. Pero yung fault lines na yun, we're gonna be able to spot out one player of DR Esports, 1v4. But Vision says no. Buhay pa ang mga dragon. Rar.
Tay? Rar.
Pwede.
Oh, pwede, di ba? Pwede.
Mahirap sa akin eh.
Pero parang nabawasan tayo ng ng pakikinig dito Medyo nawala yung audio. Oh, naparamore tayo. That's what you get.
Well,
tama na. 12-7. Para sa ating match point, ArkAngel. Kung nakita mo yung angle kanina ng DR Esports, kung meron silang possible na gawin, maubos sila doon ng biglaan from ArkAngel.
Ooh, look at Ching.
Ni Ching. Aggressive na dito yung ArkAngel. Ito yung
Ching
place.
from mid. Oh no. Ito, partner, isipin mo naka-eco ang ArkAngel dito. Pero na-push pa nila to a 3v4 situation. Carl with that frenzy though, he needs to make this thing work. Meron pa siyang dalawang flash, meron siyang fault line, at saka meron pa siyang aftershock dito. So kayang-kaya pa niyang i-defend tong B-side for sure. At kung nakikita mo, andito si Vision mga kaibigan, nag-iintay!
Oh, no!
And yes, he will spot out Modski with that Vandal 3v3. Pero nasa yung ibang players. Ching from behind will spot out one, but Vision from the right side though. 1v2. Once again, partner. Naka-eco ang AA dito. It's all up to Nasmi. Sa kanya na lang talaga makikita dito. Dinedefuse! Oh, namamatay ba? No!
No way!
No!
The way na nanalo ang ArkAngel, tinuloy na lang talaga nila yung pag-defuse. And that was
Grabe
it.
si Breach.
ArkAngel secures.
Carl, nasasaktan na doon sa grenade, pero ininda na yun. He enjoyed it because they really want to go to the Grand Finals tomorrow.
Bukas na. Okay, maayos na tayo. Kasi kanina medyo, bakbakan no? Grabe, congratulations, ArkAngel. Sila ang makakapasok para sa ating Grand Finals. Kakasabi nga lang ni Vil at inulit ko ulit, no? Sana ay natuwa kayo, guys, no? Kasi kami, natuwa kami.
Nag-enjoy kami. Actually, we were reading comments. We love you guys.
Kasi marami tayong tactical pause, technical pause. So, yung mga sumasama sa atin habang nagkakas tayo, syempre, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. I hope you guys really enjoyed this once again. ArkAngel.
Tinapos agad. Pag-usapan muna natin natin yung match.
Hindi pa kasi ako tapos.
Ay, hindi pa ba? Sige.
Sige, pag-usapan na nga natin.
Okay, pag-usapan na natin yung match. Ano sa tingin mo yung naging mistake o kaya naman kung bakit nanalo yung Archangel?
Alright, ito pag-uusapan ulit natin to.
Oh, sige.
Archangel, like what we've said to you guys, this is one of the most strongest map ng Archangel, which is split. Paborito, favorite. Ilang beses na kami nakakita dito na muntik na matalo ang Archangel, pero from down below, started from the bottom, now we're here. Talagang nanalo pa talaga ang Archangel. Kung isipin mo, this is like reverse sweep siguro. What do you think? Yeah, it is reverse.
Actually.
Oh, from 1 to 2 to 1. This is like a reverse sweep dito. All the way from Haven papunta sa split. Walang nagawa talaga ang DR Esports dito. Yes, pwede silang mag-slow push. Pero yung pag-slow push nila dito sa split is hindi ganun katagal comparing sa Haven kanina. It's just, Ching is actually everywhere.
Pagod na kaya yung DR Esports sa tingin mo? Kasi naglaro
kanina
sila
pa sila naglalaro
diba? Naglaro sila kanina. Pero as a pro player, I think, yes, fatigue, isang factor yon. At the same time, yun yung trabaho ng mga players natin most of the time. So, parang dapat ganun na talaga. Diba?
Oo. Well, apparently, ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen the best of 3 match, the semi-finals of Archangel versus DR Esports. Nanalo ang mga anghel dito sa mga dragon at makikita ulit natin sila bukas. Kalaban ang The First Order. We are cast for the day. Ako nga pala si Phil. Kasama ko naman si Taylor right here. See you again tomorrow. Salamat sa mga manonood. Mahal namin kayo. See you in a bit.
another 2-1 game to end the day, and ArkAngel emerged victorious over DR, securing their spot in the grand finals and being one step closer to being the second representatives of the Philippines to the Masters. My name is Illustrato, and you're joining me today as we're going to be having a short interview with one of the players of ArkAngel, the ArkAngel squad. Yet again, we've got none other than Carl on the line. Carl, where you at, man? What's up?
Grabe kasi yung hinabol din namin nung first map. 111 ata kami, so yun lang, wala naman. Nasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, composure lang, kaya natin to. Move on tayo sa first map. Mag-focus tayo ngayon sa second and third map, kayang-kaya pa natin. Yun lang naman yung sinabi ko.
Wow, yeah, that's like, I was wondering honestly, because for a few seconds we thought that comeback was going to happen, and it almost did, but congratulations, you won against them on their map pick as well on Haven, and you won on a really tough map on Split. I want to ask you how you're feeling now that you're going to the grand finals again.
Kung Hindi, kung mas go hard kami ngayon, dapat mas mag-go hard pa kami bukas kaysa sa effort na ginawa namin ngayon, kasi iba pa rin pag grand final syempre. Sa yung si Coco sa si Zerv, mga dati ko ring teammates, so kita-kita nila.
I also wanted to ask, what happened on map number 2? Why is it suddenly like that you guys are so good, and then map number 3 you kept that momentum going? How did you guys dig so deep at the end of it and then just suddenly turn on everything? Everybody seemed to come online. Everyone was hitting their shots.
Yun lang talaga. Sabi ko sa kanila, kailangan natin ng composure, kailangan natin kalimutan yung first map. Kasi pag inalala pa namin yung first map, mas hindi na magagawa yung best namin sa second map. Yun yung sabi ko sa kanila, kailangan natin mag-move on. Ganun talaga, nangyari na, di natin mababalik. Yun lang naman. Laruin lang namin yung laro namin. Tapos magtulungan kami lahat.
One of the biggest strengths of ArkAngel has always been resilience. Now, I want to ask you, anyone you want to give a quick shout out to at the end of the day, and what message do you have for the teams that you will be facing off in the grand final, which is TFO and whoever you might be seeing in the Masters?
Shout out sa family ko, sa family ng mga teammates ko, sa girlfriend ko, lalo na sa kuya ko. Salamat sa pag-support sa akin lagi. Tapos masabi ko lang sa mga kalaban namin sa final saka sa Masters, madami pa kami ilalabas na bago. Mas mag-effort kami lalo.
A team that always does their homework. Again, Carl, an amazing performance from you. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. I'm excited what you guys have, what you guys will do. So again, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard from Carl himself with a victorious, the triumphant win up against none other than DR Esports. We were scared for a few seconds there, especially with the first game really going to DR. And honestly, a lot of us thought that it was going to go DR's way, especially me, who now officially today has a 0% prediction rate. I missed all the games. So that's pretty much what happens some of these days. It just happens. So enough about that. Let's talk about the rest of the match here. I've got the panel to help me reconcile what just happened and to break down exactly what did just go, and happen in that last game. So joining me is Trix and Viminal. Congratulations, Coach Trix. Your team just made it to the grand final. How are you feeling about that?
It's another interview.
100% their win. It's not mine. So I am really happy for ArkAngel. I think that they deserve it. DR Esports, a really great job, though.
Yeah, phenomenal performance today. Really went above and beyond a lot of our expectations here. But it was a pleasant surprise. And again, competition was just heating up even more.
Yeah.
I do want to stress, ArkAngel looks so much more resilient than they did, I think, a couple of weeks ago. It's like they're so able to pick themselves up after even if it's like they're losing really tough, losing really badly. And while we talk about this, we're going to go and show the highlights real quick. Why do you think these guys are just so much stronger, like emotionally and mentally lately?
Possibly because they've been through it before. I feel like that's a huge factor, that they've been in this position multiple times. So they also know, as Carl mentioned, that you just have to move on. There's nothing else for you to do. The first map is over.
Really healthy mindset, and we saw how driven they are, during the interviews. They really are determined more than ever, and we can feel it in their gameplay.
What do you think went on here with DR, though? I do want to say they started off strong. They performed amazing against Hashira, but they did lose in the second game and third game against ArkAngel quite handily. What on earth went on there? Was it fatigue from all the games that they played?
It's possible to be fatigued, but I'm not sure. What do you think, Viminal?
It could be, we were talking backstage, and could be preconceived notions of what their teammates were used to doing, and then they were expecting to counterplay that, maybe thinking too far ahead, and they weren't prepared for what they've become and what their playstyle is now.
Yeah, and in the end, it feels like ArkAngel has tuned into that magic plot armor that we have dubbed them so many times. It's just amazing. It's very anime-esque that they somehow channel some, I don't know, some shamanic energy, and in the end just come out with a W.
I mean, we joke around it and call it as plot armor, but maybe it's more of a clutch factor. Maybe they thrive under these pressure situations. And, that, my friends, is a mark of a great team.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that because it seems like ArkAngel are one of the few teams that get better under pressure.
Yeah.
Like, you have to wreck them first before they start doing really well. And when they show up, by God, they do show up. Well, let's talk a little bit about the stats, though. We'll take a look at the stats of these matches. We'll show it up on your screens right now. The overall performances of these guys have been rather phenomenal. DR 13 scoreline against ArkAngel's 8. And would you look at that? Carl up against Kelly S. That's not something we see very, very often.
Yeah, Carl doing a fantastic job on the Sova, and we all know that he is very comfortable on the Sova. He knows his lineups, he's able to determine where his chalk darts are going to go. So it's no surprise that he's up there on the scoreboard, but I do feel that maybe putting Josh S on the Phoenix could have been better if he was on the Rays. Maybe the comfortability as well.
That could have been a huge determining factor right there, but it's great to see these players changing their agents, trying out new things, and experimenting with different strategies. Try to keep their opponents guessing.
I was actually surprised with the Nasmi being on Killjoy rather than Cypher. From what I recall, Nasmi is an amazing Cypher.
Yeah, it definitely has been the Cypher so many times and yielding so much success with that. But it's really strange that we didn't see it here today. Now, however, let's go and talk a little bit about what they have tomorrow, which I think is going to be one of the more interesting matchups. TFO is surprisingly in the grand final. I think a lot of people are surprised by this, a little bit surprised by the outcomes, and quite happy, I'd say, for the most part, because we were pleasantly surprised. But to go up against a team like ArkAngel, TFO, do they have a shot?
I think here's the thing. TFO, not a lot of people were expecting them to get this far. They were sort of a sleeper team. But of course, you can't really count them out. They're not slouches. I mean, you heard it from Carl himself. Coco and Zerv used to be his teammates. And, these guys have been in the scene since the beginning. They have just as much experience as the next guy here. But, again, anything can go. I really do believe that ArkAngel still has the upper hand here.
Yeah, I'm going to say so. I think there's a very small chance. But there is a chance because TFO have impressed us a lot. And especially with a fresh start tomorrow, who knows, maybe they might be able to do a lot more research, maybe than ArkAngel, which I seriously doubt, because very few teams do more homework than ArkAngel.
But it seems like it is still possible. I mean, I would say in terms of the upcoming match tomorrow, TFO needs to be a little more unpredictable. Of course, keeping your refrags tight as they have in the match against OG, but also being a little more unpredictable with positioning, because ArkAngel will read that.
Yeah, ArkAngel is one of the teams that really are good at adjusting on the fly. They're just so adaptable, and it's something that they can do mid-map. Not a lot of teams can do that. They just sort of learn how to play in the middle of it all. They don't even need a tactical pause for the most part. They just sort of realize what they have to do, and it's really a thing of beauty. I think this is one of the more underrated aspects of their game that people don't really talk about as much, but aside from their resiliency, it's just such a treat to see.
Vision also doing very well on DR Esports, but unfortunately not quite able to open as much as they needed on either Haven or Split.
You know, on the first map, Vision looked scary, and
Yeah.
for a second, I was like, "Oh God, he's just gonna
Yeah.
keep doing this the whole game long." But it seemed like he ran out of steam, or it appeared that DR did run out of steam. I can't say for certain, but it did appear that the Vision train ran out of gas towards the middle of that game.
Fatigue could be a factor here. They have been playing pretty much the entire day here. But of course, you got to give credit to AA for just shutting down Vision in the end.
Definitely. Vision has been a phenomenal player all throughout the tournament and stepping it up even more now. Unfortunately, unable to get them that golden ticket to the Masters, but the two teams left are going to be in contention tomorrow, and that's going to be ArkAngel and TFO. We'll find out more about them. But before that, the MVP of the series. So, who is going to be taking away the golden gun here tonight is what I will call it tonight. And it's going to be Ching. Yet again, for some reason, you know, Ching has been doing so well, even though he's not an Omen anymore.
I think they've all been performing very well, but Ching in particular, especially on that jet with his knives, just really able to get the kills even when his team is on an eco round.
It's ridiculous what he can do just on those knives alone. I think the space that he creates, and I feel like one of the things that we don't really say about Ching in his game is he doesn't just get the kills. I think the biggest thing is he stays alive way longer than any other jet should be able to stay alive, and that just creates so much pressure on the enemy side. But, of course, enough about Ching for the meantime, because we do have to take a look at the overall journey, how we got here to the grand finals, because that's going to be tomorrow. We got the brackets coming up for you. And take a quick look right now. It's TFO versus AA. The First Order versus ArkAngel. Who would have guessed this? Definitely not me. I think the only person who nobody got this prediction right. I don't think a single person on the panel got this prediction right, like, at all, even on the caster desk.
I'm not sure. I think Dax was like the closest one, but not 100%.
He said
right?
TFO, but he didn't say ArkAngel.
Okay.
So no, I don't think anybody got this one right.
Lots of twists and turns, unexpected outcomes today.
Yeah, and I think I was also I just got it completely wrong. I was like OGDR, but it was to show what we know. And you know, there are other winners. And speaking of other winners, you can be one of those, as we do have time to give away the 10 sets of 1,500 Valorant points. And we're going to be announcing the winners right about now. So check it out, guys. Congratulations to you guys. Easy Tap, Sobangcha 444, Alexandria _718 Deo, and I'm not going to say the underscore anymore, Haibara, Simpni Terror. My heart just makes me happy when I see that. So Simpni Terror, It's Me Marie, R1 Box, Clars Malavega, and Raf Bay. Congratulations, you're the 10 winners of the 1,500 plus points of Valorant points for the end of the day today. And you get that because you joined us and, of course, went toe-to-toe with Asurai in his streaming, in his casting, however. Now, we do have to, unfortunately, say adieu. So before we go, I want to ask your last thoughts on this panel. What are your last thoughts before we go, especially heading to tomorrow?
I think from that last series, I just want to echo what Dax pointed out earlier, that some teams, they outthink their opponent, some teams, they out-aim your opponent. But this series has proven really that ArkAngel is capable of doing a little bit of both. And I'm looking forward to seeing them move to the grand finals tomorrow. Honestly, either one of these teams, I'd be proud for them to represent our country at Masters.
So all I want to say is good luck to all teams. You deserve it. And I can't wait to know who's the one going to be for Masters.
Yeah. Well, I am so excited for tomorrow as well. But before we go, we got to thank our sponsors. So I'd like to give a big thank you to Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And of course, to Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that has been it for us tonight. It's been an amazing day, but we're not done just yet. Tomorrow, we're going to be finding out the winner of that golden ticket to the Masters and find out the second team to represent the Philippines in the SEA region. Again, my name is Illustrado, so for me, Trix, and Viminal, it's been good game, but it's time for good night. See you all tomorrow.